Kate. 11 years before. May. As promised, Bea and I drive to the babysitter's to pick Leo up. We park on the street, then walk to the door, sharing an umbrella. When we reach the door, it sounds like mass chaos on the other side. I rap my knuckles against the door. When that fails to get anyone's attention, I pound. Charlotte, the babysitter, comes. As she draws the door slowly open, I catch a glimpse at the anarchy on the other side. A TV is on, volume loud, but no one watches it. Instead, a group of kids play Simon Says while another plays tag. They chase each other in circles around the living room, leaping on furniture whenever necessary to get away from it. It's madness to play tag inside, and yet it's raining outside. And even if it wasn't raining, the ground is sopping wet from days of rain. It's too wet to play in. I try and get a head count, but the children are constantly on the move. They're impossible to count. If I had to guess, I'd say more than a dozen, including the one who hangs from Charlotte's leg, wanting a ride. The kids are hysterical, slap happy. I have to look a while to find Leo. He sits by himself at a small table in the corner of the room. He pieces together a puzzle alone. The kids run circles around him. One knocks into the table. It's by accident only, and yet it's careless, insensitive. It's a little girl who does it, taller than Leo by a head. If she knows what she's done, she doesn't apologize. She keeps running, laughing, while Leo's puzzle goes flying to the floor. The pieces separate. No one but Leo and me notice. Leo's face falls, but he doesn't cry. He looks so small in comparison to the others as he scooches his chair out and drops to his knees, reclaiming the fallen puzzle pieces. "Can I help you?" Charlotte asks, peering at Bea and me through the screen. I let my gaze fall from Leo, feeling sad. Charlotte's hair is gray. Her eyes are gray. She has deep-set wrinkles around her mouth and under her eyes, made worse when she smiles, which she does. She has a kind smile. "We're here to pick up Leo," I say. "Leo Dickey?" In case, in this mayhem, there's more than one Leo. "Yes, of course," she says. "Josh called and told me you'd be coming. The weather," Charlotte complains, leaning in closer to be able to speak over the noise. "Usually I'd have the kids downstairs, but the darn sump pump went out yesterday, and the basement flooded." "Oh no, how awful," I say. "What a mess. We had a new one put in, but the basement is in the process of drying out. It will take a while. There are fans everywhere, but even after it's dry, we'll need repairs before the kids can go back down. Being cooped up inside like this," she says, turning to look at the kids. "It's making the children stir crazy. All that pent-up energy. They need to get outdoors and play." She calls across the room for Leo. He's still on his knees, picking up fallen puzzle pieces. He glances up at the sound of Charlotte's voice, seeing Bea and me through the screen door. A slow smile spreads across his lips, and Bea waves. Like a good boy, Leo finishes gathering his puzzle to put it away before he leaves. Charlotte hugs him before he goes, confessing to Bea and me. "He's my favorite. I wish all the kids were as well behaved as him." I wonder if she says this to all of the kids. Charlotte opens the door and Leo steps outside with us. We make our way to the car. Leo is quiet as always. He doesn't ask about Josh, Meredith, or Delilah. Still, Bea says something glib about why we're not going to his home. "Delilah's sick," Leo tells us at random. Bea says, "Yep, buddy. That's right. Delilah's sick." It doesn't feel right lying to Leo. At home, Bea makes dinner for Leo and me. She lets Leo help. They make pasta. Bea serves it with milk for Leo, a glass of wine for me. She makes an extra plate to save for Josh, not that he will eat it. We sit at the table and eat. Bea tries to get Leo to open up about his day. He isn't very forthcoming. When Bea asks if he likes it there at Charlotte's, tears well in his eyes. He doesn't answer with words. He doesn't need to. I finish my glass of wine and Bea brings me another. She switches topics to something more light. She and Leo get lost in a discussion of superheroes with the best superpowers. I don't join in. My mind is elsewhere, circling on three things. What is happening at Josh and Meredith's house? Who did Cassandra see on the Dickies' lawn that night? How can I meet Dr. Feingold for myself? We're playing charades when Josh comes for Leo. We're in the living room. The TV is on but muted. For the last hour or so, Bea and I have watched the news ticker at the bottom of the screen warn us that we're under a severe thunderstorm watch. As I open the door for Josh, I see that the world outside has turned ominous. It's late and dark. He was with the police for hours. I welcome Josh in, pressing the door closed against the weight of the urgent wind. Josh rushes to Leo, where he scoops him into his arms. They talk about Leo's day. Leo asks where Mommy is. Josh hesitates, and I feel for him, having to come up with an answer to Leo on the spot. As with Bea, it's a lie. The truth would be too much for Leo to handle right now, especially when none of the adults in his life know what the truth is. Where is Meredith? Mommy is at work, he says. When will Mommy be home? He asks. His voice is small, discreet, like he doesn't want Bea and me to hear. You know how it goes, Leo? Josh says. Sometimes we don't know when Mommy will be home from work, but she'll be home as soon as she can. I promise you that. We let Leo pick out a cartoon. Once he's fully immersed in it, Bea, Josh, and I slip into the kitchen where we can speak in private. What happened? I ask Josh. I go to the refrigerator, offer him a beer. Bea warms his dinner and brings it to the table, though as expected he doesn't eat. Josh looks beat, disheveled, undone. He hasn't shaved in 2 days. I'm not entirely sure he slept or showered. He says reluctantly, They found Meredith's pills. I know what he means by this. I know what the implication is. They're blaming the victim. I get angry for Josh and Meredith. Did they have a warrant to search your house? He shakes his head, says remorsefully, They didn't need one, Kate. I gave them permission to search. I didn't think we had anything to hide. We don't have anything to hide. I get it. For Josh, the invasion of privacy was worth it if it meant the police finding something that might tip them off about Meredith and Delilah's whereabouts. He just didn't expect them to draw certain conclusions when they found Meredith's pills in the medicine cabinet. Meredith struggled with postpartum depression after Leo was born. She wasn't ashamed of it. She didn't try and keep it a secret. In fact, she was unapologetic and unreserved, appreciating how her own experience made her better at what she does. Meredith saw a therapist for a while and was put on antidepressants. The antidepressants helped. She was in no rush to get off them, because if they were working, then why would she be? So what? I ask, wondering what Meredith's antidepressants have to do with anything. They asked a lot of questions. About her mental health, about whether she's ever tried to hurt herself or one of the kids. My God, Bea says, her hand going to her heart. The media has sensationalized postpartum depression, made it out to seem like all women who suffer are the kind to kill their children. It's not true. Postpartum psychosis is something else. It's different and rare, and even of those affected, only a small percentage do something violent. I know because Meredith told me. She talked once about writing a blog about the experiences of women, and this was one of the things she considered writing about. Postpartum psychosis both fascinated and saddened her. What did you tell them? I ask. I told them no, of course not. Meredith is the most sound person I know. Ask anyone, I said. Josh tells us, and it's true. Meredith has always been the glass half full type. She teaches yoga, she meditates. She rarely has a bad thing to say about anyone else. She's a good person. She's not capable of hurting her kids under any circumstance. The police are way off base if they think Meredith has done something to Delilah, I say. I'm getting worked up. I'm angry. The wine hasn't helped because I feel less inhibited, free to say whatever I want. But the police are wasting time if they think Meredith did this. Josh takes a big, long swig of his beer and says, There's more. He's guarded as he says it. Quiet. He sinks back into his chair, takes another long drink from the bottle, and sets it slowly down. He wipes at his mouth with the back of a hand, his eyes focused on the wood grain of the table, avoiding Bea and me. They found blood, he says. and only then do his blue eyes rise slowly up. There's a sudden heaviness in my stomach. I push my glass of wine away, no longer able to drink from it. Josh's words make me instantly sober up. Blood. Where? I ask. Bea leans forward to hear. In the garage. You hadn't noticed? I ask. Josh shakes his head. It's dark in the garage. One of the bulbs is burned out. I keep forgetting to fix it. It's not what you're imagining, he explains. There wasn't a ton of blood, Kate. Even after the police pointed it out for me, he says. It was still hard to see. But it was there, I say, voice drifting. What do they think? Bea asks. She's standing at the head of the table, hands on the top rail of the backrest. Beside Josh, I sit. I reach my hand out and touch his. He takes my hand into his and holds it for a minute. Neither of us speak. I can't imagine what he is going through. His hand trembles in mine. I doubt that Josh has had anything to eat all day, and a beer on an empty stomach can't be good. I let go of his hand, push his plate of pasta closer, and encourage him to eat. To appease me, he takes a couple of bites before setting the fork down. They're seeing if it's Delilah's or Meredith's, he says about the blood. We should know soon. I wonder what good knowing this will do. I think if anything, it will make Josh, in addition to Meredith, look bad, more victim-blaming. It's as if Josh can read my mind. He confesses. They asked where I was that day. If someone at work could vouch for me. An alibi? Bea asks, and he nods his head. They think you did something to her? I don't know what they think, he tells us. They're just doing their jobs, he says. And I admire his diplomacy. It would be easy to understand why he might get upset. I would be upset. I would be raging. But Josh doesn't get upset. I have an alibi, if that's what you're wondering, he says. But he's tight-lipped about it, unforthcoming. This suggests to me that Josh was doing something he shouldn't have been doing. My heart hurts. Was Josh seeing someone else? Was Josh cheating on Meredith? What were you doing? Bea hesitantly asks, thinking the same thing as me. It sounds so shallow in retrospect, he says, and she has to ask again, more insistent this time. Where were you yesterday, Josh? He takes a deep breath, slowly exhales. Playing tennis, he says, describing for us the very she exclusive club where they play. He's ashamed, knowing now that while something terrible was happening to Meredith and Delilah, he was having a doubles match with a prospective client. He wasn't having an affair. I won. Not that it makes any difference now. He swallows hard, keeping his emotions at bay. I don't think he'd cry with Leo just in the next room. For Leo's sake, he has to be strong. You can't beat yourself up about it, Bea tells him, relieved like me to know that he wasn't with some other woman. Not in the way we thought, at least. You didn't know. There's no way you could have known, I echo. Bea changes the subject. She brings up the body found down there by the river's edge. Shelby's body. Josh says it's something that will haunt him for the rest of his life. He won't ever get that image out of his mind. An autopsy would still need to be done, but speculation was that she'd been dead at least a couple of days. I've seen animals dead a couple of days. It must have been horrific for Josh, seeing Shelby's whole body expanded in size due to the buildup of gases inside. I just thank God it wasn't Meredith's he had to see that way. Do they think her husband killed her? I ask. No one said. We heard she was naked. Mostly, yes, he says. But she was covered up with a blanket. A blanket? Bea asks. She's surprised, as am I. It's unexpected. It strikes me as an affectionate, intimate thing to do, not the kind of thing a ruthless killer would do. Unless, of course, the murderer knew his victim and had a fondness for her. Then he might do something like cover her up with a blanket. I think of Bea and my conversation with Jason Tebow, with the midwife and what we learned about Dr. Feingold. How much does Meredith tell you about her clients? I ask. What do you mean? Did you know Shelby was a client of hers? The look on Josh's face is clear. He didn't know. Meredith left her clients' names out of it when we talked about them. Their privacy was important to her. She'd tell me when a husband was being an ass or about a baby born with some abnormality, but she never called them by name. Then you didn't know that the Tebows are suing their obstetrician for malpractice. Meredith is to testify in a deposition against him, I say. The color fades from Josh's face. How do you know? He asks, and I tell him. He looks at us in disbelief, his eyes going back and forth between Bea's and mine. He asks, You spoke to Jason Tebow? You should be more careful. He could be dangerous. What if he killed Shelby? He asks. How do you know he wouldn't have killed you too? Bea and I say nothing. Josh runs his fingers through his hair. The realization that Meredith might have gotten herself into something high risk scares him. I can see the disbelief in his eyes, the worry. Once upon a time, Meredith told him everything, even if she kept her client's confidentiality. Testifying against this doctor was something she should have told him. What do you think, then? He asks. That this obstetrician did something to both of them? And Delilah, too? I don't know, I say. We're just telling you what we know, Josh. I say it softly because I know that he's scared. He's beside himself, barely keeping it together. He isn't trying to be argumentative or defensive. I'm scared too. He inhales deeply, slowly lets the air out. Maybe, Josh says, thinking aloud. That's what Mr. Tebow wants you to think. Maybe it's a lie. It's possible, of course. I don't know Jason Tebow. I have no reason to believe anything he said was true. In my mind, both men are equally culpable. But Jeanette, the midwife, corroborated much of what he said. What reason would she have to lie? We don't know what to think, Josh, Bea says. God willing, Meredith and Delilah are fine. Completely and absolutely fine. Still, I say, hating to be the alarmist, but it's something that can't be ignored. The connection between Shelby and Meredith, the fact that they knew each other, it's concerning, right? I ask. They both look at me and stare, no one wanting to face the fact that it's more than just concerning. What it means is that, with Shelby now dead, Meredith and Delilah are in serious trouble. We need to find them soon, if it's not too late for them already.
Meredith. 11 years before. March.
Good morning,
Josh says as he appears in the kitchen doorway in a slim-fit, dark gray suit. He smiles at me, looking smart, competent. I stand at the stove, already showered and dressed, making pancakes and bacon for Josh and the kids. Josh comes to me. He wraps his arms around me from behind, and I get a whiff of him, of his shaving cream and his cologne.
How'd you sleep?
He asks me. Okay, I say, though I didn't sleep well. Now I'm up early, feeling anxious, wanting to know if Shelby is all right after her text last night. I keep checking my phone, but it's quiet. It has been since shortly after 3 a.m. How about you? I ask, turning to face him. How'd you sleep?
Like a baby,
he says, kissing me. His kiss isn't rushed. It goes on far longer than the usual peck, which is all we ever have time for before we're interrupted by kids. His kiss is tender, unhurried, and I find myself thinking how much I miss this. Something as commonplace as kissing my husband. Everything else falls by the wayside. For one blissful minute, The anxiety of the last few days abates. And then, from upstairs, I hear a toilet flush. The first sign of life. Delilah or Leo, whoever is up, will be down soon. Josh draws slowly away, still smiling. "What do you have on tap for today?" I ask, and he tells me.
Finalizing a deal with a prospective client. Hopefully.
He and his team have been working on this pitch for some time. It would mean the world to Josh and his career to land this client. "What time is the meeting?"
11.
"Good luck," I tell him. Not that you need it. Josh is incredibly good at what he does. He's climbed the corporate ladder more quickly than most.
Thanks,
He says, then asks,
Do you have a client in labor?
"No, why?"
Your phone.
He says.
I heard a text come in the middle of the night.
"Oh." Of course he did. I remember him drawing away, pulling the covers over his head to block the phone's light. "Braxton Hicks," I lie, saying that a client thought she was in labor, but she's not. It can be confusing for first-time mothers. The contractions are not as intense as real contractions. They don't come at regular intervals. They don't progress. I often have to talk these women out of thinking they're in labor. It doesn't matter, though, because it's a lie. None of my clients is currently experiencing Braxton Hicks contractions. I don't like lying to Josh. It isn't something that happens often. In fact, it never happened. Not until about 6 months ago when Josh started to get more apprehensive about my job. It began with a random carjacking. A young woman was stopped in town, at a red light near midnight. During the day, it's a busy intersection. There's a grocery store, a gym, Walgreens. But at that time of night, it was vacant. Everything around was closed. 2 masked men approached the car at gunpoint. They made the woman get out of the car. They assaulted her first, before stealing her car. They left with her phone, her purse, her ID. She couldn't call for help. She walked 3 miles home in the dark. They never found the people who did it to her. It left Josh scared for my safety. He's overprotective as a result. He wishes I was a stay-at-home mom like Cassandra.
We don't need the money,
Josh has said. It's a conversation we've had often. He does it because he loves me, because he doesn't want anything bad happening to me. I get that. I love him even more for it. But I also love my job.
Is she okay?
Josh asks, meaning my client with Braxton Hicks. She's fine. It's unsettling, I tell him. The unknown. But she's 40 weeks yesterday. She'll go into labor soon.
How long did she keep you up?
He asks, looking at me, sizing up my eyes. They're tired, heavy. I'm on my 3rd cup of coffee. Not long.
You're a good person,
Josh says, before he leaves for work. I hate how we're always rushing off in opposite directions. I also feel guilty for lying to Josh. But what he doesn't know won't hurt him. I'm lying to protect him. To protect Shelby. To protect my career. Through the window, Delilah sees Cassandra, Piper, and Arlo leave for school. She gets upset because of it. She wants to leave too. She wants to walk to school with Piper. But we can't leave yet because I can't find one of Leo's shoes. Help me look, I tell Delilah, and she does. She finds it hidden behind the kitchen curtains. Leo won't sit still long enough for me to put it on. By the time we make it outside, Cassandra and family are gone. They're too far ahead to catch, even if we ran. Don't worry, you'll see her at school, I tell a pouting Delilah. Leo and I walk Delilah the few blocks to school. We take her to the corner where parents congregate, watching as the crossing guard gets the children across the street and to the red brick building on the other side. Delilah makes us walk quickly to try and catch Piper before she crosses the street. She wants to walk into school with her. But by the time we arrive, Piper has already crossed the street. Even worse, she's walking hand in hand with another little girl from school, Lily Morris. Lily Morris is in Piper and Delilah's kindergarten class. Delilah is upset because she has to wait for the crossing guard to allow her to cross. But the crossing guard is letting traffic pass now. She has to wait. I feel badly for her, having to watch these other girls walk into the building without her, feeling left out. Friendships are hard. I lean down and whisper in her ear, "You'll catch up with them in class. It will be fine, honey. You'll see." Cassandra and Arlo stand at the corner. I'd go over and say hello, but Cassandra is caught up in a conversation with Lily Morris's mother, Amber. I don't like Amber any more than Delilah likes Lily. Lily, according to Delilah, is not nice. She's mean. She won't ever play with Delilah. She makes fun of the kids. She calls them things like stupid and dumb. I watch as Piper and Lily make it inside the building. Their mothers turn away, stepping past me. I hear the word playdate as they do, and I stiffen in reply. Piper and Lily are having a playdate without Delilah. I don't want to get caught up in kindergarten drama, but she's my daughter. If she's being excluded, she'll be sad. Delilah's happiness means everything to me. "Hi, Cassandra," I say. I reach out to touch her arm as she sweeps by. It's a reflex. Cassandra turns to me and says, "Oh, Meredith, I didn't see you there." I find it hard to believe. There are only a dozen parents at the corner. And even now that she has, she doesn't stop and talk to me. She keeps walking, with Lily's mother. I feel a stab of jealousy, of resentment, because Amber used to be the one Cassandra and I would talk about over coffee. How she's so over-involved in the PTO. How she thinks school bake sales are the end-all and be-all of life. Her grandiose sense of self-importance. The tables have turned. I'd bet my life they're talking about me. I try not to dwell on it. I have enough friends. I don't need Cassandra to be my friend. Though I like Cassandra. I like her a lot. I'd be sad to lose her as a friend. The only reason Cassandra has for being angry anyway is one too many canceled coffee dates. It's a hazard of my job. Childbirth can't be planned. Cassandra knows this. She's always been tolerant. Until now. It's not like she could know about her husband, Marty, and me. Unless he told her. But he wouldn't do that. We'd agreed to keep things secret. For Cassandra's and Josh's sake. Leo and I watch Delilah walk across the street, and then we walk back to the house. We get in the car. I drive him to the babysitter's house. I put Cassandra out of my mind for now. I park on the street. Leo leaves his blanket in the car, though he never likes to be apart from it. He does so reluctantly, with the promise that I'll keep it safe while he's gone. I walk him to the front door. When the sitter Charlotte comes, Leo throws a fit. This happens sometimes, though it's relatively new. Some days Leo goes willingly, but other days he doesn't want to go to the sitter's house. He wants to stay with me. "Mommy has to work," I say soothingly. I peel his arms from my leg and gently shove him into Charlotte's open arms. It feels awful to do this, to push my crying child away. In Charlotte's arms, his crying intensifies. My heart aches. Leo tries squirming away, coming back to me. There's a hitch to my voice. I choke back my own tears as I say, "You'll have fun. You'll play with the other kids. Before you know it, Daddy will be here to pick you up, and then you'll be having so much fun you won't want to come home." It's only lately that Leo has had stranger anxiety. Of course, Charlotte is not a stranger. He's known her for months. She's far from a stranger. But these days, Leo only wants to be with Josh or me. We talked to the pediatrician about it. She said to give it time, that, like most things in our kids' lives, it's a passing phase. "He'll be fine," Charlotte says. "He always is after you leave." It's the same thing that the pediatrician said. Saying goodbye is the hardest part. I take comfort in that as I stand alone on her front porch, watching as Charlotte carries my crying child away and closes the door. From the other side, I hear him wail. Delilah and Leo have been coming to Charlotte's house since Delilah started kindergarten this year. Before that, they attended a different daycare. I didn't love it. It had a clinical feel, nothing homey like this. Things got complicated, too, when Delilah started school. Then I needed a sitter who could pick her up at the end of the day, who could keep an eye on her until Josh came home. The school didn't provide a bus. Charlotte was that sitter, parading there with all the kids to pick them up, pulling the little ones in the red wagon. Until recently, the kids have been happy with her. I think of what the pediatrician said. A passing phase. This too shall pass. I turn my back to Charlotte's house. My next stop is Shelby's. I need to see with my own eyes if she's okay after her texts last night. I drive to Shelby's home. I leave my car on the street, behind a red sedan that's parked on the curb. I step out. I make my way to the front door and quietly knock. Shelby peels the door slowly back. She's still in her pajamas, from what I can tell, though the door blocks most of her body. I examine her face for signs of bruising. There are none. That said, she looks washed out. She wears no makeup. In the coffee shop, she had makeup. Today, she looks like she just rolled out of bed. I'm grateful to see her alive and seemingly unharmed. I breathe a sigh of relief. I never would have forgiven myself if something bad had happened. "What are you doing here?" Shelby asks. She's unable to hide the surprise. I'm the last person in the world she expected to see. Her voice is quiet. It's little more than a whisper. I'm relieved that there are no visible bruises. But I've heard that abusive spouses can be masters at hiding their handiwork. There may be bruises that I can't see. Or if her husband is abusing her, it could be emotional rather than physical. I'm not only worried for Shelby's sake, I'm worried for her unborn baby. A kick or a punch to her gut could easily end its life. I looked up photos of Mr. Tebow online. He's a large man. He looks mean. I say, "You didn't text back last night, Shelby. I was worried." Shelby looks vacant. Either she doesn't know what to say or she doesn't know what I mean. Her hair is mussed up, thrown into a sloppy ponytail. Her roots are shades darker than the rest of her hair. She says nothing apropos of what I've said. Instead, How did you know where I live? It's accusatory, almost. As if she thinks I've crossed a line. As if she thinks I'm stalking her. It's on the contract, Shelby, I say. I can hear the patience in my voice start to wane. You wrote your address on the contract. I did? She asks. You did. Oh, she says. Right, I did. I just didn't think that you'd show up at my door. I tell her, I don't usually show up at my clients' homes. This is a first for me. But I was worried, I say again. After your text last night, I came to make sure everything was fine. I hear a man's voice in the background. It startles me. My insides tighten. I see the shadow of him loom at the top of the stairs. I swallow against a bulge in my throat. That must be him. Her husband, Jason. I hadn't expected him to be home. He calls for her, asks her to grab him a drink on her way up. The gap in the door gets smaller. Shelby is inching the door closed, inadvertent or not. His tone is brusque, but not necessarily mean.
Hey, Shell, bring me something to drink, would you?
I'll be there in a minute, she calls up the stairs. She looks to me, says anxiously, I have to go. She fully intends to close the door in my face. Before she can, my foot inches forward. It happens unintentionally, before I can think it through. My foot fills the door's narrowing crack so that she can't close it when she tries. What are you doing? Shelby asks, surprised. She looks down at my wedged foot. Her voice stays quiet, words hissed. She doesn't want him to know that I am here. I say flatly, You didn't tell me if you're all right. Why wouldn't I be? She asks, her tone immature. Shelby is in her early 20s. I thought I'd reached adulthood when I was that age. Now, over a decade later, I realize that at 23 or 24, I didn't know much of anything. I still had so much growing up to do. So much to figure out about how the world worked. Because of your text messages, Shelby, you told me you were scared of your husband. Oh, that, she says. I shouldn't have sent that. She runs her hands through her hair, pulls the rubber band out. Her hair falls around her shoulders. She shakes it out. We had a stupid fight, that's all. I fired off some stupid text. I didn't mean it. Then why did you say it? I ask, not sure if I believe her. I was mad, she says. You said you were scared. He was yelling at me. About what? I ask, not sure that she'll tell me. It was stupid, she says. I say nothing. I wait, seeing if she'll continue, and she does. I spend too much money. He said I have crap for brains because I went and bought some new maternity shirts and got one of those prenatal massages. He says we're broke and I can't be wasting money like that, but he has no idea what it's like to be carrying around a baby all the time. He doesn't give a shit that I've outgrown my clothes. Did he hurt you, Shelby? I ask. He was really pissed off, she says. I ask again. Did he hurt you? Do I look hurt to you? She doesn't. I don't know what to think. Maybe he did and maybe he didn't. You coming, Shell? He calls again, more brusquely this time, losing patience. I haven't got all day to wait. It's really nice of you to come check on me, Meredith, she says. The rest of her words come quickly out, tumbling like a waterfall. No one does kind things like this for me. I lean in and whisper, talking fast. Did he hurt you? You can tell me if he did. I can help. I don't know what I'd do to help other than go to the police, but I'd do that for her. She doesn't answer. You can talk to me. I breathe the words through the doorway, withdrawing my foot to reach in and set my hand on hers. Her hand is cold. I'm here for you, I say. The grin on her face is very Stepford Wives. You're sweet, Meredith, really sweet. I'm glad I found you, she says. She drops my hand. She goes again to close the door. She still hasn't told me if she's all right. I try to stop her. Before I can, the door is shut.
Leo. Now. Dad takes you to a shrink. The shrink came recommended by the lady cop because she's worked with trauma victims before. I go because Dad needs my help getting you to the car. The reporters are hungry, and the walk to our garage, where the car is parked, is long. We leave out the back door. We make a run for it, but the reporters are ready and waiting. They're like vultures. They close in on us the second we're out the door. They call out questions. Dad tells them, "Your First Amendment rights don't give you permission to trample our lawn." He's cheesed off, but trying not to fly off the handle because the reporters would only get that on video and show it on TV. Still, Dad threatens to press trespassing charges. It takes a while for the two fat cops to get out of their car, shut down the reporters' inquisition, and get them off our lawn. Between Dad and me, you shake. You're not used to the pandemonium, to the sunlight, to the noise. Dad's got his hooded parka on you, and you hide beneath the hood like Little Red Riding Hood, looking scared as hell because the wolf is about to eat you alive. You've got my blanket with you, which makes me feel all sorts of things I've never felt inside. But I don't point it out because I don't want you to feel weirded out. And besides, externalizing feelings isn't my thing. So instead, I pretend that I don't see the blanket. When we get to the shrink's office, Dad and I stay in the waiting room, much to his chagrin. He planned to go in with you, but the shrink says no, that it would be better if Dad stays put. We never know what you talk about or don't talk about with her. She's got a white noise machine on the floor, so Dad and I can't hear what you say. I see Dad looking at it. I read his mind. He's thinking about pulling the plug, but he never does. This is what you told the police. You were kept in a locked basement by a man and a woman, who the cops now need to find. You don't know how you got there. You don't know much about your life before. You've blocked most of it out, though you have hazy memories of our house, Dad's face, the fact that Mom is dead. Dad's hoping the shrink can squeeze the rest of it out of you, especially your last minutes with Mom. He needs to know once and for all what happened. Dad's willing to try just about anything to make it so. Medicine, hypnosis. We go back to the police after seeing the shrink. The lady cop is waiting for us when we get there. "Can I talk to you, Josh?" she asks, and they disappear. I'm left with you. Someone else might try and make small talk with you, but I just stand there like some dope, not sure what to say. I should say something to make you feel better, but I can't find the words. Anything I might say would sound stupid, so I say nothing. Dad and the lady cop stand in the far corner of the room. She holds a file folder in her hands, but she never opens it. She does all of the talking. Dad's head nods. "What was that all about?" I ask when Dad comes back. "The DNA results." "What about them?" "It's her. She's your sister." I thought we already knew that. Today, when talking with the lady cop, you remember that the man's and the woman's names are Eddie and Martha. They're the ones who kept you. The lady cop asks if you can describe them, and you do, but it's fuzzy at best. Things like brown hair and a fat face. She gets a sketch artist to sit with you. Then she talks to Dad. She asks whether Mom knew anyone named Eddie or Martha. Mom didn't, as far as Dad knows. The lady cop thinks maybe this had something to do with money. Maybe Mom owed money to someone, and so they took you as payment. She asks Dad if Mom was in debt to anyone, if Mom had gotten in over her head. Did she have a history of gambling? A drug addiction? Was she selling? There's a thing with some suburban moms, selling prescription drugs like Vicodin and their kids Adderall to make ends meet. It's been on the news. Dad has doubts. Even after all that's happened, he still hero worships Mom. Sure, she took you. She ended her own life. I kinda hate her for it. But he idolizes her. Meredith wouldn't have done that. I know that's what you want to believe, Josh, but we have to consider the possibilities. Mom hadn't been herself before it happened. Something went down that made her want to kill herself. We don't know what. Dad wonders aloud about a middleman. What if Mom put you somewhere safe, and then that person gave you away? That's the only way he can think that you would have ended up with Eddie and Martha. In an instant, Dad becomes obsessed with this idea of a middleman. There never was much of an investigation into what happened to Mom. When she was thought to be missing, there were a few suspects, like Dad. But as soon as it became apparent she offed herself, they were all suddenly innocent. Only Mom was to blame, even though there were things found during the investigation that the cops swept under the rug. After the coroner said suicide, the focus shifted to finding you. Except that Mom's note, "You'll never find her, don't even try," made the cops think Mom had given you to someone she knew, someone she trusted. The cops spoke to everyone Mom ever knew. There were never any leads. Back then, there was never any question of if someone stole you. Dad took comfort in that, even though he wanted you back. He stuck with that story my whole life, telling me, and anyone who would listen, how my big sister Delilah was in safe hands, because Mom never would have let anything bad happen to you. It's the only way he could sleep at night. I'm starting to think that's not the way it went down.
Meredith. 11 years before. March. Dinner is in the oven. With classes to teach in the afternoon, I got a late start. Josh comes home from work with Delilah and Leo in tow, having picked them up from Charlotte's on the way home. How'd everything go with the kids, I ask. What I really mean is, how did everything go with Leo? Delilah would have been fine because she's always fine when she's away from us. She's playful and unreserved, always able to find a friend. But I want to know how Leo was when Josh picked him up. Had he stopped crying after I left? Of course he had. Charlotte would have called and told me if he hadn't. Wouldn't she? I would have canceled my classes, gone back and picked him up. It would have broken my heart for him to cry at Charlotte's all day.
Everything was fine.
Josh says. He's nonchalant about it. I have the disadvantage of dropping Leo off, of seeing him cry, of having to push him into another woman's arms for comfort. Josh gets to be the one to pick him up and bring him home. What were they doing when you got there? I ask.
Playing outside,
he says. This week is spring-like, sunny, warm. Winter has left us, though maybe not for good.
How long until dinner will be ready?
He asks. About 30 minutes, I tell him, asking how the pitch went today. It went well, Josh says, grinning from ear to ear. They landed the client.
I meant to call,
he says.
but the afternoon got away from me. There was a lot of celebrating.
I imagine they cracked open a bottle of champagne after the deal was finalized. I can see how thrilled Josh is, and I'm thrilled for him as a result. It's fine, I say. I go to him, feeling terrible that I didn't think to do something more special for him tonight, knowing when he left this morning that this deal was nearly a sure thing. I should have made his favorite dinner. I should have called the sitter and made reservations for Josh and me at the steakhouse in town. Instead, I'm making a rather prosaic baked chicken recipe that feels suddenly inadequate for Josh's good news. I'm just so happy for you, I say.
Happy for us,
Says Josh, still grinning. We'll have some champagne with dinner, I say.
Sounds perfect.
He excuses himself to go upstairs and change. While waiting for the chicken to bake, I run a bath. Delilah goes first. She's in a mood. Stupid Lily Morris, she says, pouting. I hate her. Delilah plops herself down into the warm water. She does it with such ferocity the water splashes outside the tub. What did she do? I ask. She's trying to steal my friend. She's a thief, Mommy. A friend thief. Oh, honey, I say, my heart breaking for her. I wish I could tell her that in 10 years from now, none of this will matter. That when she's 16, she won't even remember this little disappointment. But I don't want to trivialize her pain. Words like that are of little comfort to a sad 6-year-old. I'm sorry she upset you. Friendships can be hard. I ask, do you think you could all be friends? Lily Morris doesn't like me, she complains. She doesn't know you, that's all. She'd love you if she got to know you. How could she not? I ask, smiling at her. Maybe we could invite both Piper and Lily over for a play date, I say. I tell her that we could make cookies, do a craft. I don't know when we'd find the time to do that. But Delilah likes that idea. It settles her. It gives her something to look forward to. We'll find the time. We'll make the time. Leo is up next. With Leo naked in the tub, I see the bruise on his bottom. It's about the size of a baseball. What happened? I gasp. I run a finger over it and he winces. It hurts to touch. The bruise is red. It's fresh. The area around it is swollen. It hasn't had a chance to turn purple. This bruise happened today. Did you bump into something? I ask Leo. He stares in reply. He says nothing. Either he doesn't know or he won't say. Do you remember, Leo, how this happened? I ask again. This time he shakes his head. Leo asks for his bath toys. I get them for him. But this time, when he lines his whale and fish up on the edge of the tub, they don't gracefully swan dive into the water as they usually do. Instead, they kick one another into the tub. It's aggressive, mean. The much bigger whale uses its big blue fin to firmly kick the tiny, unsuspecting red fish into the water. The fish falls, becomes submerged. But only for a moment. It floats back to the surface. Leo grabs the fish. He sets it back on the edge of the tub. It happens all over again. Leo, I say. My voice is more firm. Did someone do this to you? I ask, pointing for a third time to the bruise. Leo doesn't answer with words. Instead, he lifts a finger to his lips, says, shh. Suddenly, my heart is in my throat. Did someone do this to him and tell him not to tell? After I get him out of the bath, I call Charlotte. Charlotte should have told Josh at pickup if something happened to Leo. I ask Josh. She didn't. He goes to see the bruise for himself. Charlotte answers on the third ring. Hi, Meredith, she says. Her voice is sing-song. Charlotte is older than me. She was a teacher once. She taught at an alternative school in town. It's what they call an in lieu of expulsion program. Kids that would otherwise be expelled from their current schools get transferred there. Burnout is high. Charlotte didn't last long before she started her own in-home daycare. I tell Charlotte why I'm calling. I say what I saw in the bath. I ask, "Did Leo fall at your house? Did he get hurt? Do you know?" "Let me think," she says. Charlotte watches a number of kids. They range in age from 18 months to 12 years. The older kids, like Delilah, are in school most of the day. But at 3 o'clock, Charlotte and the others walk to pick them up. Then her number of charges doubles. It's organized chaos whenever I'm there. "No," Charlotte says after a short hiatus. "I don't remember anything happening to Leo. I didn't see anything happen. Leo didn't tell me if he got hurt." There's a pause. She asks, "Is that what he said, Meredith? That he fell at my house?" "No," I tell her. "He didn't say that. But I was just wondering, since he hasn't been home all day and he didn't have the bruise this morning." I don't mean for it to sound accusatory. "I'd like to think Leo would have told me if he was hurt," Charlotte says. "We could have put some ice on it." The way that she says it touches a raw nerve. She's blaming Leo. Maybe not for what happened, but for not coming to her for help. That said, I don't want to make more out of this than there is. He's a kid. Kids bump and bruise themselves all the time. Besides, Leo is the shrinking violet type. He would never have gone to Charlotte for comfort. That's outside his comfort zone. The only way Charlotte would have known is if Delilah saw it happen and told. Charlotte came recommended from nearly everyone in the neighborhood who has kids. She's a patient, loving, grandmotherly type, though she isn't a grandmother because she never had kids of her own. People that we know called her a godsend, an angel, the best. It doesn't get better than that. I say, "I know you would have, Charlotte. I'll talk to Leo. Make sure he knows he can tell you if he ever gets hurt at your house again." I do talk to Leo, but it only settles me somewhat. Because the realization that harm can come to one of my kids when I'm not there to protect them still terrifies me.
Kate. 11 years before. May. The next morning, Bea walks in on me when I'm on the phone. I'm in the bedroom. I thought she was outside in her studio working, and so I didn't even try and be quiet. I had no intention of telling her what I had planned, knowing she'd try and talk me out of it if I did. "Did I get that right?" she asks from behind. I spin to face her. I hadn't heard her come in. She looks disappointed in me. She stands there, showered and dressed, while my own hair, still wet from a shower, air dries. I'm in a towel, hurrying to get dressed before the workers arrive and find me this way. Bea asks in disbelief, "You made an appointment with Dr. Feingold?" I go to my dresser. I riffle through it for something to wear, putting Bea off. I don't know how to respond to her, though it's not worth a lie. Bea and I aren't the type to lie to one another. But more than that, Bea heard what she heard. She knows what I've done. I step into a pair of underpants and jeans. "Didn't you know?" I ask, keeping my voice light. "Surprise," I say. "I'm pregnant." "Kate," she says, shaking her head in dismay. She knows as well as I do that I'm not pregnant. She asks, "And what exactly are you going to say when he tests you at his office and it comes back negative?" My answer is immediate, because I've thought this through. A false positive. Home pregnancy tests are good, but they're not foolproof. It happens, I say. Last night I couldn't sleep. How could I possibly sleep with all that's happening? My mind was consumed with thoughts of Meredith and Delilah, wondering where they were. As I was sleeping in my bed, all I could think about was where they were sleeping, if they were sleeping. I thought about Shelby sleeping forever. I imagined what she must have gone through in the moments before she died. I wondered what exactly someone did to take her life. Was she stabbed? Shot? Suffocated? No one has said. My mind drifted then to the blood the police found in Josh and Meredith's garage. Was it Meredith's blood? Delilah's? How did it get there? My thoughts then shifted to Dr. Feingold, the malpractice suit, 2 figures hiding in the darkness of the Dickeys' home that night, weeks ago when Cassandra saw. Was it Dr. Feingold that she saw? Did he do something to Meredith and Delilah? At some point in the middle of the night, I knew that I needed to meet this man. I need to see for myself if he's someone capable of murder. Then I'm going with you, B decides. You can't, I say. Why the hell not? She asks. She's angry because she's worried for me. Because 2 women can't conceive on their own, I say. It would raise questions. Dr. Feingold would want to know why we didn't just go see our fertility specialist if we were pregnant. We don't have to tell him we're gay, she says. We'll tell him I'm your friend. This baby is the result of a one-night stand with some man. I'm not letting you do this alone. He could be dangerous, Kate. We don't know. Either I go with, she says, giving me an ultimatum. Because quite often that's what B is in our relationship, the decision maker. Or you don't go. B won't be talked out of it. She's decided, and so I agree. I finish getting ready and follow B downstairs, where I sit down at the kitchen counter and research symptoms of early pregnancy on the laptop. I won't have to fake the nausea, because with Meredith and Delilah still missing, I feel constantly sick to my stomach. I can hardly keep anything down.
Meredith. 11 years before. April. Over the weekend, a client goes into labor. It's Saturday. Ordinarily, Josh would be home. But on this particular Saturday, he's entertaining clients at a Cubs game. They have a suite on the first baseline. The weather is terrible, windy and cold, but they'll be indoors. They also have access to as much food and beer as they can eat and drink. Josh asked if I minded if he went. He was excited, like a kid on Christmas Eve. How could I say no? I was hoping my client wouldn't go into labor today, not with Josh gone and the kids home with me. I need to make arrangements for them. I go to Cassandra's first. I bring the kids with me, out into the inclement weather. It's not raining, but the skies are portentous. The wind spins the hair around our heads. It's like walking into a wall. It's hard to walk at all. I grab the kids by the hand and pull them across the street. The wind tries to push us back. I could call Cassandra, but refusing in person is harder to do than over the phone. Marty answers the door. The surprise is evident. He hadn't expected to see me.
Meredith,
He says, glancing down at the cold kids, then back up at me.
what's up?
Josh and Cassandra knows that Marty and I both went to the same college in Indiana. What they don't know is that we were friends, that we lived in the same co-ed dorm our freshman year. They also don't know that we dated, that we were hot and heavy for a while, until we weren't. Marty and I lost contact after college. He's originally from Indiana. He stayed there and attended grad school after I left. We didn't talk again after that. I didn't think we ever would. In fact, I forgot all about Marty, except for those random thoughts that come to you at random times, like how I lost my virginity to him. I thought about him mostly in terms of Delilah, knowing that one day my daughter would grow up, go to college, and discover handsome, charming, smooth-talking boys like Marty Hanaka, the kind you could never say no to. I didn't want that to happen. I wanted someone more like Josh for Delilah. Sturdy, honest, dependable. When, 10 months ago, Cassandra and Marty moved into the house across the street from ours, I couldn't believe my eyes. Marty isn't one for social media. It's not like we were Facebook friends. He isn't on Facebook at all. He could have been dead and I wouldn't have known. By the time he moved across the street, he had a master's degree and was working as a market research analyst in Chicago. He was no longer 22. Now he was 36, married, with 2 kids. "I'm sorry to bother you," I say.
You're never a bother,
He says. He smiles. Marty has a way of putting me at ease. He's still just as handsome and charming as he's always been. Sometimes when we speak, it's like 14 years hasn't passed since I last saw him.
What can I do for you?
Is Cassandra home? I ask, looking past him. There is noise and activity deeper inside the house.
She was out shopping,
Marty says.
but I think I just heard her come in the back door. Let me see.
He says. But he doesn't need to. "Oh, Meredith," Cassandra says, suddenly appearing in the doorway from the kitchen. She wears a coat, but her cheeks are pink. 40 degrees and gray is much more appropriate for this time of year than the weather we've been having. Still, it comes as a blow. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Everyone hates it, our eternal winter. Cassandra takes a look at the kids and knows exactly why I'm here. "I didn't know you were stopping by," she says. "I've been out running errands. Just popped back in for a minute because I forgot a return." As she makes her way to a coat closet, opens the door and draws out a shopping bag. Marty looks incredulous.
You're heading back out?
He asks. He looks at his watch.
I thought you'd be done by now. I told you I need to go to the gym.
I'm embarrassed to be witness to their tiff. The kids and I still stand outside, on the stoop, freezing cold. No one has invited us in. "Yes," Cassandra says to Marty. "I have a few more stops to make. It's not like I can easily do this during the week with the kids, and you're never home." In this way, she's able to dodge my question altogether. It would be wrong of me to ask her to run her errands another day. She knows I'm not that forward. But she also knows I wouldn't leave my kids with Marty. Marty doesn't know them, and vice versa. Cassandra thinks I don't know Marty, that our encounters are limited to the rare barbecues and progressive dinners our street throws. She's wrong. It wasn't my decision not to tell Josh and Cassandra about our past. It just happened. Josh and Cassandra were right there when we first saw each other after all those years. It was last summer. Someone in the neighborhood had thrown a barbecue. Josh met them first, then brought them over to meet me. Marty thrust out a hand. He introduced himself as if he was someone I'd never met. I went along with it. I don't know why we did it that way, but we couldn't take it back after the fact. "What's Josh up to today?" Cassandra asks. I say, "Cubs game." "Must be nice," she says. "You and the kids didn't go?" "It was for work," I say. "He should bring you and the kids along on his fun outings," she says. "I don't know how fun they are," I say. It's a lie. Josh always enjoys himself at events like this, though they're chock full of schmoozing clients. It would be a terrible place for the kids. He's working when he's there, I remind her, trying to get to know prospective clients. Trying to convince prospective clients to trust him with their millions of dollars. "Of course," she says. "You didn't say why you stopped by," Cassandra remembers. "Oh," I say, feeling awkward. It's not like I can ask her or Marty now to watch the kids. Not after their little row. Neither of them wants to be home with their own kids. They want to be out, doing things. I can't burden them with my kids, too. Especially not when there's this sudden, untold strain on Cassandra and my friendship. It's about Piper, I say. Oh? She asks. Beside me, Delilah looks up at the mention of her friend's name. Yes, I say. Delilah was wondering if she would like to come over for a play date this week. We were thinking about inviting little Lily Morris, too. Oh, yes, she says. That would be lovely. Wonderful, I say. I'll call Amber and set a date. We leave. I go to Bea and Kate's house next. I try not to worry about whatever is going on with Cassandra. She's being snippy. But maybe it has nothing to do with me. Maybe it has something to do with her marriage. If I was a better friend, I would ask her about it. I would bring baked goods and ask her if everything was all right. I will do that when things settle down and I have more time. I ring Bea and Kate's bell. Bea opens the door. Bea is a beautiful woman. She's as tall as Josh. At first glance, she seems unapproachable. But she's not at all. Bea has tattoos, too many to count. They mean things. A bird in a cage, a woman's name written in Old English font. When she's had a few drinks, she tells you what they mean. The woman's name, contrary to what I first thought, is her sister, who has special needs. Bea's eyes light up when she sees Delilah and Leo.
How are my two favorite people?
She asks. Bea dresses in an effortlessly cool grunge style. I could never pull it off. If I tried, it would look all wrong on me. But not Bea. Ripped jeans, Doc Martens, a newsboy hat. At Bea's feet, Delilah giggles. She tells Bea that they are good. She's bubbly as she says it, the word mixed up in her laugh. Shy Leo says nothing, but he grins, the kind of grin that spreads to his eyes. He's happy to see Bea. Bea looks to me. What's going on? She asks. I groan. I hate to bother you, I say. Bea doesn't let me get the rest out.
You've got a client?
She asks. I say, yes, her water just broke. She's on the way to the hospital. It's her third, so... Bea stops me there. She takes charge as Bea does. Relief overwhelms me. I admire Bea's can-do attitude. She's a problem solver. She says to the kids,
I've had my heart set on pizza for the last hour, but there was no way I can eat a pizza all by myself, and Miss Kate's at work.
She looks pleadingly at Delilah and Leo.
You think you could help me out with this?
There's nothing my kids love more in this world than pizza. Delilah screams, yes! Leo nods his head. God, Bea, I say, setting a hand on her arm. You're a lifesaver. I can't thank you enough for this. She tells me,
you'd do the same for me.
The four of us walk back to our house. Delilah and Leo gather a few of their things to bring with them. I say I'll walk them back, but Bea says no.
I've got it from here. You need to go, she says.
And I do. The phone in my pocket pings every few minutes. It's my client. She's in the passenger's seat of her husband's car, texting updates. On the expressway, traffic. Give me a hug, I tell the kids. You're going to stay and play with Miss Bea today. The kids do as they're told. Bea grabs them each by a hand and leaves. Leo has no qualms in getting left with Bea. He goes with her willingly, without a backward glance in my direction. It's telling. Something about Charlotte's house has him spooked. Seeing Leo with B warms my heart. I feel at peace, watching him walk voluntarily away, blue blankie dragging through the grass. The birth is quick. My client nearly delivers without me. Sometimes this happens. As I'm leaving, Josh calls. He's on his way home from the baseball game.
Oh,
He says.
I didn't think you'd answer. I was going to leave a message.
Why's that? I ask, wondering why he didn't think I'd answer his call.
You're at a birth,
He says. I find my car in the hospital's parking garage. I get in and lock the doors. I keep my eyes peeled to the rearview mirror. I don't like not knowing what's behind me, if anyone is there. Just leaving, I say. I start the car and shift into reverse, glad to be moving. How did you know? I ask. I would think that he's spoken to B, except that if Josh didn't know I was at a birth, he wouldn't have called B. Unless B called him for something, I think, hoping the kids are all right.
the app.
He says.
I see that you're at the hospital.
Oh, I say. Right. His words leave me feeling exposed, like someone is watching me. Because he is. I picture Josh looking at the app on his phone. I picture the little thumbnail image of my own face on the map. I imagine it moving as I leave the parking garage and pull out onto the street. Josh all the while watching. I ask Josh about the baseball game and what time he'll be home. He'll be there sooner than me. He'll get the kids from B. We say our goodbyes and Josh tells me,
Drive carefully.
I end the call. I'm driving through the intersection when my phone pings the arrival of a new text. I shouldn't look when I'm driving, but I do. It's from the same 630 number that's been sending me threatening texts. Just seeing the number strikes terror into me. I pull over into the parking lot of a golf course. My hands are shaking too much to drive. But also, I want to read the text without distraction. For a second, I think of Josh. I picture him staring at the app on his phone, wondering why I've pulled off the road and into the parking lot. Does the app show enough detail for that? I take a deep breath. I warily read the text. I hope you haven't forgotten about me, because I haven't forgotten about you. The emoji this time is the face screaming in fear.
Kate. 11 years before. May. Dr. Feingold's office is located on the third floor of a medical professional building that sits adjacent to the hospital. The building itself is modern, full of natural lighting and glass. In the lobby, there's a line waiting for the elevator, and so B and I take the stairs to the third floor. We say very little as we ascend the steep steps, conserving our breath for the climb. But I can tell from B's silence that she wishes I'd change my mind. I'm dead set on this. I've decided this is something I need to do. When we reach the third floor, we walk side by side down the hall. As we close in on Dr. Feingold's office, B finally asks, "What do you hope to get out of this?" Her words embittered and disapproving. She sets a hand on my arm and forces me to stop, to look at her, and I do. I can't put it into words what I hope to gain without it sounding ignorant, and so I say nothing. In my silence, B asks, "You think he's just going to come right out and tell you he did something to Meredith?" "No," I say, shaking my head. "Of course not." "Then what?" she asks. "You're going to ask him?" "Of course not," I say again, trying to explain that what I'm hoping for isn't a confession, but rather a hunch, some gut reaction, an inner voice telling me that Dr. Feingold did something to our friend. When we come to it, The waiting room is small but inviting. A receptionist takes my name. She hands me some forms and tells us to have a seat. The nurse, she says, will be with us shortly. I fill out the forms while I wait. I write down my name and address. Bea glances down at the paperwork as I do. She nudges me hard. "What are you doing?" she hisses beneath her breath, seeing that I've just left my real name and address. Bea rarely gets angry at me. But this isn't anger. Our eyes meet, and I see in them that Bea is scared. She's worried I'm getting in over my head like Meredith did. And now Meredith is gone. I didn't think a fake name and address were necessary. It's not like someone of Dr. Feingold's pay grade deals with paperwork. But clearly Bea thinks it is. "Go get another form. Start over," she says. But it's too late for that because, a breath later, the door opens and a nurse comes for me, calling out my name into the waiting room. "Here," I say, standing, and the nurse smiles at Bea on her chair, thinking Bea will stay in the waiting room and wait. But instead, Bea stands. "Oh," the nurse says. "Your friend can come too if you'd like." "Yes, please. The baby's father," I say. "Couldn't be here." I try my best to stay calm. I focus on breathing. Even though it feels like the truth is obvious, Dr. Feingold and his staff have no reason to believe my intentions for being here are anything but genuine. As far as they know, I'm an ecstatic new mom-to-be. And so I slap a silly grin on my face and follow the nurse back into the exam room, where I go blathering on and on about the pregnancy and the new baby and how excited I am to be a mom. I ask the nurse questions. "Twins," I tell her, "run in my family. Is it possible it's twins? How soon would we know?" She humors me. "Maybe," she says, asking who in the family has twins and whether my husband and I would be happy with news like that. "Of course," I say. "Who wouldn't be thrilled?" I tell her I've always wanted a large family. "Some women aren't," she says. She looks down at my hand when she says, "husband." I don't wear a wedding ring. Bea and I aren't married. Not yet, though we have high hopes that one day soon gay marriage will be legal in our state. We talked about going somewhere else to get married. Massachusetts, maybe. But something about it didn't feel right if our marriage wasn't going to be recognized or accepted once we were back home. What I do wear is a promise ring. It's dainty and thin. Some discerning person might see that Bea wears the same thing, a silver band with a delicate knot. We picked them out together, with a promise that when we could, we would get married. "It might be too soon to detect multiples by ultrasound," she says. "But Dr. Feingold is the expert. He'll know." She takes my vitals. She asks for information, like the date of my last menstrual period, which I know because I did my research and knew this is something she would ask. I give a fabricated date, one that would make sense with me being newly pregnant, approximately 5 or 6 weeks along. At her request, I go to the bathroom and leave a urine sample. When I come back, the nurse is gone. A paper gown sits on the exam table for me. I change into it. Bea and I wait for the doctor to come. "It isn't too late," Bea says, as I situate myself on the table, staring down at the stirrups, feeling sick to my stomach. I don't know how this is going to go. I don't know what to anticipate. But I also don't know how much it matters. Before too long, the nurse will run the urine sample I've left for her. She'll figure out I'm not pregnant. My time with the doctor will be short. Before he delivers the bad news, I feign sadness and Bea and I leave. But at least I'll get my eyes on him before that happens. "We can still go," Bea says. "We don't have to do this." "And what would we say?" I ask, thinking it would look strange if we were to suddenly leave. "That there's been a family emergency." But leaving isn't an option for me. Not until I've seen and spoken to him. We've come this far. I close my eyes. I take a deep breath. "It will all be over in a few minutes. Nothing," I say, "will go wrong. As far as he knows, I'm just another pregnant woman. Try and act normal," I tell her. There are magazines on a countertop. I tell her to pick one and pretend to read. The knock on the exam room door is ungentle. 2 quick cracks, and then he lets himself in. My own gynecologist opens it an inch before calling into the room and asking if I'm dressed. Only then, when I tell her I am, does she come in. But Dr. Feingold doesn't wait. He stands in the doorway, stern but smiling, the kind of smile that doesn't reach his eyes. It's insincere. He's a tall man. He wears a white doctor smock over a pair of gray pants and a collared shirt. He's about the age I pictured him to be, based on Jeanette's description of him. She said that he was uncompromising. This made him older in my mind, old school, someone who's been around the block a few times and is set in his ways. He's probably 65, thinking about retirement, about becoming a snowbird, not wanting the Tebow's malpractice case to be the low note he ends his career on. Dr. Feingold's hair is graying and thin. He himself is thin.
Dr. Feingold,
He says.
And who do we have here?
He asks, meaning me, and it upsets me already that he doesn't know my name, that he didn't bother to look before coming into the room. He's businesslike, clinical. My gynecologist is warm. I can't say with any certainty that she remembers me from year to year, but she's never given me a reason to think she doesn't. She sits down on her stool and chats a while before starting her exam. She asks about my family. She asks about me. It's like we're old friends. Even as a vet, I let dogs sniff me before I start an exam. It's our way of getting to know one another before I touch them. I tell him, I'm Kate, and this is my friend Bea. Bea sits on her chair. Her discomfort is palpable to me, though I'm not sure he notices, because he never looks at Bea. Her hands are folded together on her lap, and she's clutching them so tightly that the skin has turned white. Bea hates the lack of control.
So you say you're pregnant,
He says. He sees pregnant women every day. There's nothing remarkable about it. Not for him, but for a first-time mom, it's miraculous. I try to remember this, to remember to be ecstatic, not scared. I am, I say, beaming. I took 3 of those home pregnancy tests. I tell him, elated, because any other woman in my position, having peed on 3 sticks and saw a total of 6 pink lines, would never have a reason to believe she wasn't pregnant.
And?
He prompts about the home pregnancy tests. All positive, I say with a grin, setting a hand on my abdomen. He looks skeptically at me.
All of them?
He asks, eyes narrowing. Yes, sir, I say, shifting my eager demeanor. My smile melts away and I ask, is there a problem? Because he's given me reason to believe there is. I go with it. He says,
The test we ran was negative.
Silence falls over the room. He doesn't say he's sorry. In no way does he apologize for the bad news. He doesn't break it to me lightly. He stands, watching me, waiting for me to say something in reply. I don't understand, I say after a while, claiming ignorance and shock. My voice trembles because I'm scared. It has the desired effect. But the tests I took at home, I say, letting my voice drift, letting the doctor infer what comes next. He's dispassionate. He lectures.
Sometimes we have what's called a chemical pregnancy, an early miscarriage shortly after implantation. So soon, in fact, that women often assume it's that time of the month,
he says, which strikes me as both an archaic saying and a chauvinistic one. I dated a boy in high school before coming to terms with my sexuality. All I had to do was be in a bad mood, and he assumed it was that time of the month. He'd badger me about it. Once, after a fight, he gifted me with a box of Tampax. It's just a joke, Kate, he said when I broke up with him over it. Can't you take a little joke?
These women never know they're pregnant,
Dr. Feingold says.
This could be the reason your home pregnancy tests were positive.
He asks if I had any bleeding following the home pregnancy tests, any spotting. I shake my head vigorously. I say, no.
We'll do a blood test to know for certain.
He tells me a blood test can tell us exactly how much HCG is in my system, if any. He tells me only pregnant women's bodies make HCG.
No HCG, no baby,
he says, just like that. He shrugs as he says it, as if what we're discussing is something far less consequential than a life. It doesn't matter that my baby is fictional, that my baby never did exist. That doesn't make it okay. Because to another woman, this moment means everything.
I wouldn't worry yet,
he says. And though the words themselves are heartening in nature, meant to put me at ease, the delivery is anything but. His words fall flat. There's no encouraging smile, not even a fake one. What Dr. Feingold wants, I think, is to forestall any emotion, for me to cry later, at home, alone, because crying is messy. It's not his cup of tea.
The blood test,
he tells me.
Gets sent to the lab. Results will be back in a couple of days. Soon as the exam is through, I'll send the nurse back in for the blood. Now let's take a look,
he says, motioning for me to lie back on the exam table. My breath catches. Under my arms, I begin to sweat. I know that a pap smear and a pelvic exam are routine during a first prenatal appointment. I came across that when I did my research in preparation for the appointment. But I hadn't expected it to get so far. With the pregnancy now nearly debunked, there is no reason for Dr. Feingold to do this until after the blood work, until after we know for certain if I'm pregnant, which I'm not. The thought of this man touching me, of his fingers inside me, makes me nauseous. I think of Shelby being murdered, of her naked body dragged to the riverbank and abandoned there. Did this man do that to her? Shouldn't we wait for the results of the blood work? I ask. Only then does he smile. It's supercilious, predatory.
If I'm going to be your doctor,
he says,
you need to trust me. Okay, Katie?
He asks, and I mechanically nod, speechless, not able to correct his blunder. I've never been a Katie or a Catherine. I've only ever been known as Kate. It's the name my parents gave to me, not the diminutive form of something else.
There are changes to the uterus when a woman is pregnant. These can sometimes be detected during a pelvic exam,
he says by rote, and though I know he won't feel these changes, any mother-to-be, I think, would do whatever he asked to know if she was pregnant. Any mother-to-be in my position would be desperate for confirmation of the pregnancy. What choice do I have? I go to lie back, but then I stop myself. I sit back up, propping myself on my elbows. I have questions to ask, and if I'm going to ask them, I need to ask them now. As soon as Dr. Feingold completes his exam and comes back with the bad news, I'm not pregnant, my questions will be moot. No baby, no need for a baby doctor. A friend of mine, I say, speaking quickly now, letting my nerves get the best of me. A different friend, not this one, I say about B. She had a baby recently. It was awful, I say. The labor was long. The nursing staff went through 3 shift changes while she was in labor. She saw 3 different doctors from her medical practice in that time. It was impersonal, not at all what she imagined about giving birth to her first child. In retrospect, she wishes she had hired a doula, someone who was there only for her. If she had to do it all over again, she would have hired one, she said. What are your thoughts? I come out and ask. On doulas. Dr. Feingold steps back to the wall. There, he reaches inside a box for a pair of latex gloves. He returns, standing before me, sliding the gloves onto his hands. I don't see a doctor with gloves. I see a murderer hiding fingerprints. My heart beats hard. Dr. Feingold says,
Unlike your friend's obstetric practice, I'm the only doctor here. If you're pregnant, I will be the one delivering your baby. You can count on that. In my experience, with the right doctor, he says. A doula is unnecessary.
Oh, I say, trying to mask my shaky voice. I could be done there. I could let it go. But there's more to say. That surprises me, I tell him. Because I've been doing research into doulas, just in case, just in case I am pregnant. I've been reading blog posts and stuff. Reviews. Some women really rave about the support and assistance hiring a doula can provide. He says.
Doulas can be very expensive,
I say. I've done the math. I think I can afford a doula. Dr. Feingold smiles, but he says nothing. I ask Bea to pass me my bag, and reluctantly she does. She doesn't know what I've done. I reach a hand inside my bag. I draw out a slip of paper where I've written names down. I hold the list out to Dr. Feingold. He takes it from me and has a look. These were a few local doulas whose names I kept coming across in my research, I say. There are 3 names on the list. Chloe Nord, Christine Frank, and Meredith Dickey. All 3 are local doulas. All 3 are spoken of highly on local moms' Facebook groups and would be the kind of women I'd look for if I was pregnant and seeking a doula. I refuse to turn and look at Bea, knowing she's likely pissed. She'll tell me this was too risky, that I went too far, bringing Meredith's name up, that I crossed a line. But I'm so close. I can't let it go. I asked Dr. Feingold, if I did decide to hire a doula, would you recommend any of these women? Dr. Feingold takes a long look. He thinks, and I appreciate the attention he gives it, though I don't think for a minute he's being sincere. He's thinking before he speaks, being extra cautious. He doesn't want to say the wrong thing. He tells me,
if you felt the need to hire a doula,
he says, with the emphasis on if.
Either of the first 2 would be good. But this Dickey one,
he says, tapping at the paper with his hand, and I think he's going to trash talk Meredith at first.
Meredith Dickey,
he says.
I don't know her.
Before passing the list back to me and getting on with his exam. He's lying. A bald-faced lie. He does know Meredith. Dr. Feingold tells me again to lie down on the table. It's stern the way he says it this time. Subconsciously, I clutch the plackets of my robe together. My mouth tastes suddenly metallic. I lie down flat and defensive on the exam table, pressing my knees together. Bea sits unconsciously forward in her chair. The doctor, noticing this, says,
if you'd rather, your friend can wait outside.
It isn't such an odd thing to say. If she was my friend, my platonic friend, I wouldn't want her to see me naked. This would be awkward. Be in such close proximity during a pelvic exam. This is awkward. But the idea of Dr. Feingold and me alone, with me naked, his hands inside me, makes my flesh crawl. Bea can't leave. My memory is rubbish, I say, swallowing hard and scared, voice trembling. I can no longer control it. I asked her to come along to remember all the things I'd forget to ask. She has 3 kids, I say. She knows a thing or 2 about being pregnant. This is my first, I tell him, voice diminishing as I say it, taking on the somber tone of a woman who may or may not have miscarried. Bea shifts her chair in another direction and looks away. Dr. Feingold motions for me to slide to the end of the exam table and stick my feet in the stirrups. I do, lying spread eagle on the table before him. Dr. Feingold sets his firm hands on my bare knees. He presses my legs wider before dropping somewhere that I can't see. I'm flat on my back. I can't see what he's doing. I close my eyes, try and transport myself somewhere far from here. My own gynecologist talks me through the entire exam, as if every time is the first time. A little pressure, she forewarns. Just try and relax for me, Kate. You'll hear a click. But Dr. Feingold doesn't speak. Before I can process what's happening, his cold speculum is inside me, blades clicking open, and I gasp, not ready for the pressure of it, for the pain. Dr. Feingold moves fast, shifting the cold metal to get a good look inside me. My eyes fly open and I bite down hard on my lower lip, tasting blood. Before I can catch my breath from the sudden plunge of the speculum, it's out, gone, replaced with his invasive hand, and he's feeling around, groping, another hand applying pressure to the outside of me, to my abdomen. It's routine for him, automatic. But it's awful for me, unbearable. Knowing these hands are the hands of a killer makes the heat rush to my face. I think again of Shelby's body there at the riverbank, dead for days. This man may have stolen a life. He may have left a helpless infant without a mother. There's a sudden ringing in my ears, a blackness spreading from the periphery of my vision so that I think I could pass out. My legs close against my will, and Dr. Feingold tells me sharply to open back up, that the more still I sit, as if I'm a 4-year-old having a dental cleaning, the quicker he will be done. "Everything okay, Kate?" Bea asks as tears prick my eyes and I force them back. I mumble an affirmation. I can't see her from my vantage point, but I hear the fear and disgust in her voice, same as in mine. When he's done, he pulls his hand abruptly from me, and he tells me to sit up.
"The blood test,"
He says flatly.
"will be more definitive."
"What does that mean?" I ask, struggling to sit up, clutching the robe together at the chest and lap. Dr. Feingold's eyes go there, to my hands, which are shaking.
"It may be too soon to see any changes in the uterus,"
He says. "So you didn't see any changes? I'm not pregnant then?" I ask. "You think I miscarried? Or you think the home pregnancy tests were wrong?" I don't have to simulate the fear, the shock, the disgust. It's already there.
"The nurse will be in to do blood work,"
He tells me.
"I'm not into speculating. I prefer things to be conclusive. Let's see what we learn from the blood work and figure out where to go from there. You might want to hold off on interviewing doulas until we know more,"
He says as he leaves.
Meredith. 11 years before. April. Shelby Tebow goes into labor 2 weeks early. The call comes in the middle of the night. It's Jason who calls from Shelby's phone. Her contractions are close. I tell him to go to the hospital. I say that I will meet them there. I meet Jason for the first time. He's everything I expected him to be, except that his voice, now that I hear it, is not the same one I heard when I was standing outside their home. That was another man. It calls everything I know about Shelby Tebow into question. Shelby gets examined first by a triage nurse to see if she'll be admitted or sent home. The suggestion of going back home gets Jason provoked, though it's standard protocol to be examined before being admitted. Jason gets angry with the triage nurse. "You need to simmer down, sir," she tells him. He stands too close, breathing down her neck as she examines Shelby. The nurse tells him to back away and give her room. She examines Shelby, who is 5 centimeters dilated. Her contractions are less than 4 minutes apart. Shelby gets admitted. She changes into a hospital gown and takes her place in the bed. In time, Dr. Feingold comes. I've never had the pleasure of working with Dr. Feingold before, but his reputation precedes him. He's overweening and uncompromising. He tries to relegate me to the corner of the room. I won't have it. Shelby is my client as much as she is his. He wants to check her progress. He jams his fingers inside her cervix, far less gently than the triage nurse. Shelby recoils on the hospital bed. She presses her knees together. She tries pulling away from him.
"You need to hold still,"
he says. It's apathetic. "You're hurting me," she whimpers. He makes light of her pain.
"This doesn't hurt,"
he says, going on. He wouldn't know. He's never had a cervical exam before. Shelby squirms. He tells her to hold still. He says that the more still she holds, the sooner he will be done. It's denigrating.
All done,
Dr. Feingold says to Shelby as he yanks the latex glove from his hand.
Now that wasn't so bad, was it?
She won't look at him. Dr. Feingold doesn't use electronic fetal monitoring to continuously monitor the baby's heart. Instead, he listens with a Doppler device. Many obstetricians do. Electronic fetal monitoring isn't necessary for everyone, unless they're high risk. But intermittent auscultation is exactly that, intermittent, and requires diligence on the part of Dr. Feingold and the labor nurse. Tonight, the hospital is busy. Many women are in labor, including another of Dr. Feingold's patients. The nurse says, "Must be a full moon." There's no truth in that. It's only folklore. Changes in barometric pressure can cause women to go into labor, but not full moons. It's more likely there's a storm coming than that there's a full moon. Dr. Feingold steps out of the room. Before he leaves, he asks me to step out into the hall with him. He says to me privately, as if we're in cahoots about this,
"You've got your work cut out for you with this one."
He's smirking as he asks,
"Is this what they mean when they say, 'attention whore'?"
I'm so shocked that at first I don't speak. I just stare, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. My clients, I tell him when I catch my breath, are always looking for OB recommendations. I wouldn't recommend you to anyone, doctor. If I had personal experience with Dr. Feingold before, I would have told Shelby to run in the other direction. I have a growing list of doctors I won't work with, of hospitals I won't go to. He'd just been added to my list. He believes his medical degree gives him carte blanche. It doesn't. Once he's gone, I return to Shelby's side. She tells me, "I hate him." Don't worry about Dr. Feingold, I say. Just think of your beautiful baby and the life you'll share. You're almost through, Shelby. Within an hour, a nurse comes in to check Shelby's progress. Already? I ask when she tells me what she's here to do. It seems too soon for another cervical check. Dr. Feingold wants to know. She goes to Shelby. "Let's have a look-see," she says. She motions for Shelby to bend her knees and open up. Shelby does as she's told. She doesn't know that she can say no. She doesn't know what I know. There isn't any good research that says cervical exams are absolutely necessary during labor. They're also not 100% accurate. One person's measurements are not the same as the next, and they need not be done every hour. "Are you okay, Shelby?" I ask, my hand in the way to prevent the nurse from touching my client without her consent. Is it okay with you if the nurse checks your cervix? That's when they see how far dilated you are. That's what Dr. Feingold did a little while ago when he was here, I say. Because informed consent is important. A person should know what they're saying yes to. Shelby draws backward on the bed. She whimpers. "Is it going to hurt as much as last time?" "It might," I say. "And it might not. It's your call, Shelby. If you don't want the nurse to check, she won't," I tell her as the nurse pulls a face. Shelby thinks about it. She decides. She looks to me and there's an inappreciable shake of the head. "Not now," she says. "Not if I don't have to." It's been barely an hour, I say to the nurse. It's too soon for another check. The nurse leaves. She's not happy with me. Shelby asks, "What if she doesn't come back?" This is the problem. Laboring women don't want to piss anyone off because they need them. Which means that sometimes unnecessary things are done to a woman's body during labor for the sake of convenience or efficiency. Sometimes I'm as much of a bodyguard as anything else. I promise her she'll come back. Shelby doesn't handle the contractions well. Her threshold for pain isn't high. I sit with her. I try and help her breathe through them, but she's too beside herself to breathe. She asks for her epidural. The anesthesiologist is called, but he's not immediately available. What Shelby wants is immediate relief, but she has to wait.
What the fuck is taking so long?
Jason asks. He paces the room. I ask him to calm down. I tell him quietly that he's not helping anything by getting upset. He needs to be a calming presence for Shelby's sake. The epidural comes. Jason is asked to leave for the placement of it. This makes him irate. I go with him. In the hall, I try to explain that it's a sterile procedure, a catheter being inserted directly into Shelby's epidural space. It's also a liability. Fathers are notorious for passing out at the sight of needles. It takes longer than expected because Shelby won't hold still. This sends Jason off the deep end. I have to physically restrain him to keep him from going back into the labor room. The epidural slows Shelby's progression. What was quick is now slow. The relief, though, is immediate. She nearly goes numb from the waist down. I sit on the edge of the hospital bed beside her. I push the hair from her eyes. I offer her ice chips and a massage. She declines both, preferring sleep. Sleep is a good idea. She needs her rest. As she sleeps, Jason Tebow talks to me. He's cynical, hostile. He swears a lot. But maybe he's not the monster my imagination made him out to be. There's a softer side to him. He's tender toward Shelby. It's endearing. I can see that, though he has a temper, he loves her dearly. As she sleeps, Jason moves to the edge of the bed. He watches her. He strokes her head. He holds her hand. He tells me,
My father was never around. He left when I was 5, got remarried, had another kid. For a few years, I'd get a present at Christmas and on my birthday. After that, nothing.
The look on his face is melancholic.
I'm going to do better for my kid,
he promises. I'm sure you will, I say. He reaches out, touches Shelby's abdomen.
I'd give my kid the world if I could.
I tell him, I believe you would.
Can I tell you something?
He asks. Of course, I say.
I think Shelby's going to leave me. I think she's going to take my kid away with her when she goes.
Why would she do that? I ask. I shouldn't have asked. I regret it as soon as I do. It's none of my business. I shouldn't let myself get drawn into their marriage.
She's cheating on me,
he says.
I know she is.
I know this, too. At least, I think I do. There was a man in their home the day I stopped by. He stood at the top of the stairs beckoning for Shelby to come. Shelby was desperate for me to leave. It wasn't so that Jason wouldn't see me and get upset. It was so that she could get back to her man. This makes me see Shelby in a different light. Their marriage is far from perfect. But it's not all on Jason, I don't think. They're both responsible for this. I consider the things she suggested about him, the conclusion I drew, that he was hurting her. Was there any truth to that, or was she laying the groundwork for divorce? Things like child custody and alimony would be affected if a judge thought Jason has been abusive toward her. A claim of domestic abuse would swing the balance in Shelby's favor. But I'm only theorizing. There's no way to know for sure. I can't stop myself. How do you know? She told you?
She didn't have to,
He says. He says that he just knows. Have you talked to her about it? I ask. He shakes his head. He looks at me. His eyes are a mix of angry and sad. He's sullen. He says,
I know how it is. When people get divorced, the mother always keeps the baby. Shelby can't ever take my baby from me.
Fathers have rights too, I tell him. But he isn't wrong. Custody is almost always granted to the mother. He says,
Every other weekend isn't good enough for me.
Give it time, Jason. Talk to her. Maybe you're wrong. Pregnancy is hard. You might have misread the situation. Maybe it's the hormones making her distant, not some other guy.
I'm not a fucking idiot,
he says. I swallow hard. His quick temper makes me nervous. I lower my voice and move physically away, though I've not yet seen him be physical, only verbal in his assaults. I didn't say you are.
She's cheating on me,
he says.
And there's no way in hell that if and when she decides to leave me, I'm letting her take my baby away.
Later, Shelby wakes. The nurse comes in to check on her. Her dilation and effacement haven't changed much. We wait a while longer. When Shelby fails to progress, the doctor orders Pitocin. This strengthens her contractions. Soon, Shelby is in pain. Jason wants to know why.
The fucking epidural isn't working. Shouldn't she be numb?
He asks. Even with the epidural, the pressure can become more intense as time goes on.
Call the doctor. Get him to fix it,
he says. We need her to feel the pressure of the contractions now. It will help Shelby push your baby out, I say. And then I turn my back to him. My energy needs to be spent comforting Shelby, not mollifying him. We try again to work on her breathing, but Shelby is too far gone for that. When she's reached 10 centimeters, the nurse has Shelby labor down for a while before she starts to push, in the hopes that the uterus and contractions will do some of the work for her. But the contractions are unbearable. There's the greatest desire to bear down. When it's time to push, I talk to Shelby about breathing, about effective pushing. When she screams at me that she can't do it, I tell her that she already is. You're doing it, Shelby. You are doing it. I smile encouragingly. When Jason looks like he might be sick, I suggest he step out into the hall for air. He does as I say. After a few minutes, he comes back. I feed Shelby ice chips during each push. She pushes a long while. First-time mothers who've had an epidural tend to push anywhere up to 3 hours, sometimes more, which is fine so long as the mother and baby aren't in distress, or the mother too exhausted to push. By the time Dr. Feingold returns, Shelby is completely spent. What his patients like about Dr. Feingold is that he's a solo practitioner. He's not part of a big group. There's comfort in that. When his patients deliver, they know just exactly what they'll get. The other groups have upward of 10 obstetricians on staff. When it comes to delivery, you might get one you like. You might get one you don't like. You might get one you've never seen before. That prospect worries many. That's why they settle for a no-nonsense man like Dr. Feingold. With him, there are few, if any, unknowns. He's been doing this for decades. The first thing Dr. Feingold says to her is, "The better you push, the sooner you'll be done." That's not necessarily true. It's also patronizing. That the baby doesn't move despite Shelby's pushing isn't her fault. "I can't do it," Shelby cries out. The sweat drips from her hairline. It rolls down her cheek. "Get this baby out of me!" she screams. Jason, beside me, is incensed. I pull Dr. Feingold aside and suggest that Shelby can't do this, that she's had enough. Shelby doesn't have any real qualms in having a cesarean. It's not her first choice, but she's fine having one if necessary. And to me, taking her exhaustion into account, the prolonged labor, the fact that things have stalled, it seems necessary, prudent even. Dr. Feingold is dismissive of my concerns. "I'm the doctor," he reminds me, loud enough that everyone in the room can hear. He glares at me as he says it. "I've been in practice for 30-odd years. Why don't you let me decide how this is going to go, unless you have some medical degree that I don't know about?" He walks away from me. He returns to Shelby. "Besides," he tells her, as if he was talking to her all along, "a C-section will leave you with an ugly scar, and no one wants that." A healthy baby. That was Shelby's only request when we discussed her birth plan. Instead of a C-section, Dr. Feingold decides to use forceps to help get the baby out. Very few doctors use them anymore. Mostly only old-school ones like Dr. Feingold. The use of forceps poses a potential risk. Dr. Feingold doesn't discuss these risks with Shelby or Jason. He only tells her what she wants to hear, that he's going to help get this baby out of her now. But that's not all. Because Shelby isn't allowed the opportunity to give informed consent before he cuts an episiotomy, using a pair of scissors to cut her perineum instead of having it tear on its own, if at all. An episiotomy should be an exception these days, not the norm, and it should always come with a clear explanation of the possible complications, of which there are many, from painful sex to fecal incontinence. I'm appalled. "Doctor," I say tersely. But it's too late, because it's done. He glares at me over my client, where I stand by her side, trying to comfort her. "Would you like to wait in the hall?" he asks. I don't move. He doesn't look at Shelby when he speaks to her. "I'm going to get this baby out of you. Sound good?" Shelby unleashes a scream with the next contraction. Dr. Feingold finds humor in it. "I'll take that as a yes," he says arrogantly. It makes me irate. The absence of a no should never mean yes. I've worked hard to create a culture of consent with my clients, especially in situations like this, where Shelby is vulnerable and Dr. Feingold in a position of power. There are risks in all manners of delivery. I know that. But a woman should be made aware of these risks. She should be given the opportunity to weigh the options for herself. I see Dr. Feingold preparing the forceps for use. I won't be silenced. "There are possible complications to using forceps to aid in delivery, Shelby," I say, speaking quickly, urgently. I stand at the side of the bed, leaned into her. I look in her eyes. Shelby is completely spent. The exhaustion is tangible. She'd do anything for this delivery to be through. The worst being brain damage, skull fracture, death. You should know this before... Dr. Feingold cuts me off. "Your doula," he says smugly, degradingly, "has no medical training. Are you going to listen to her or me?" Another contraction racks Shelby. "Just get this baby out of me!" she screams. Dr. Feingold takes that for consent. He applies forceps to the baby's head. He uses the forceps to first turn the baby's head. With the next contraction, He instructs Shelby to push as he drags the baby out. As he does, Shelby screams in excruciating pain, despite the epidural, as if she's being torn in two. The baby doesn't cry when she arrives. My first thought is that she won't survive.
Kate. 11 years before. May. You should have told me you were going to ask about Meredith. Bea shouts at me as we make our way across the parking lot and toward the car. The rain is coming down hard, the parking lot riddled with puddles that we step into, sending rainwater everywhere, soaking our legs and feet. We use whatever we can to keep ourselves marginally dry. Bea has slipped out of a jacket and holds it over her head. I use my tote bag, though it's canvas and doesn't do much to fend off the rain. The rain leaks through. I get wet anyway despite the bag. The medical building backs up to an expressway. Traffic is heavy and loud. The fact that it's raining again only compounds the problem. The rain is as loud as the street traffic. The streets are wet. People tend to drive like idiots when the streets are wet, meaning that every few seconds someone lays on their horn. Bea isn't shouting at me, though she is angry. She's shouting over the noise. "Why?" I shout back as we reach the car. Bea and I part ways, me going to the driver's side where I open the door and slide quickly in before the rain has a chance to follow me. My body is sore from the exam. I feel dirty, sick. I want nothing more than to go home, to shower, change, wash Dr. Feingold's hands from me. On the other side of the car, Bea slips into the passenger seat, slamming the door closed. She turns to me and says, "So I could have talked you out of it. You told me you just wanted to get eyes on him, Kate. You didn't tell me you were going to ask about Meredith." She pauses for breath. "He isn't a nice man," she says, which I know. Even if he hasn't killed Shelby or done something to Meredith, he still wouldn't be a nice man. He's arrogant, insensitive, abrasive. I turn on the car and begin to drive. Rain pours down from the sky. The wipers whip back and forth across the glass. They can't keep up with the downpour. I have trouble seeing out the windshield as I pull out of the parking lot and into the street. I cut it too close, cutting off another car. The driver lays on their horn for a prolonged period of time, putting me even more on edge than I was to begin with. Usually I'd step on the gas and pull away, but I can't with the streets as wet as they are. It takes time for us to pick up speed. "Careful, Kate," Bea scolds. "That was close." The other car switches lanes and speeds around us, inconvenienced and apparently immune to the weather. The window is all fogged up. I rub at the glass with the sleeve of a shirt, clearing a semicircle out of which I just barely see. I turn on both the rear and the front defrost. "I didn't tell you," I say to Bea, "because I knew what you'd say." "And what's that?" she asks. She tosses her wet jacket into the back seat. "You tell me not to go through with it." "You're damn right," she says. "The man is in the middle of a malpractice suit. Meredith is a witness. She was going to expose him. Regardless of what's happened to Shelby or Meredith, you think bringing her name up wouldn't tip him off to something? He knows where we live, Kate," she says. "He knows because you told him. You wrote it down on those forms. If he figures out we're Meredith's next-door neighbors, he'll think we're colluding with her." "But you saw his reaction," I ask. Fighting through the fog to see, I lean forward in my seat, gazing out that 4-inch circle that gradually grows, but not quickly enough for me. I consider pulling over, waiting the deluge out. But more than anything, I want to be home, behind a locked door. I need a shower. I need clean, dry clothes. It's cold in the car, and I'm drenched to the bone. You saw how he responded when I asked about Meredith, didn't you? He lied, Bea. He said he'd never heard of her when he has. Why would he lie if he hasn't done something to her? I don't know. But listen, Bea says, her tone softening so that she's hard to hear over the pelting rain, which isn't only rain now, but hail. It stabs at the hood of the car like knives. It's time we stop being amateur sleuths and let the police handle this. We're in over our heads, she says, sounding scared. Bea is the strong one, my fearless leader. I've never known Bea to be scared. I know we are, I say, feeling guilty for what I've done, for worrying Bea like this. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have brought Meredith up. That was stupid of me, I say, though I'm glad I did it. I got the answer I was looking for. I came out of the appointment with exactly what I was hoping to get. A gut reaction telling me that yes, this is a man who could hurt another human being. The rear windshield starts to clear. As it does, the street behind me becomes minimally visible, enough to see a pair of headlights riding my tail from behind. At first, I think nothing of it. I wish only that the other driver would slow down. The roads are wet. They're slick. I can feel the slipperiness and the unpredictability of the street in my hands as I cling tightly to the steering wheel, going below the speed limit. The rain comes down so quickly that the wipers can't keep up. It makes it difficult, if not nearly impossible, to see. I focus my attention on the taillights of the car in front of me and try to keep in a straight line. But I can't see the markings on the street to know for certain if I'm between the white lines or if I've glided over them, into oncoming traffic. As we pass the cars that move in the opposite direction of us, I hold my breath, hoping and praying that there's enough space between us because I don't honestly know. I keep at a safe distance from the driver before me. It's safer that way, in case he or she needs to slam on the brakes. And because the spray of rainwater from their tires only exacerbates my visibility problem. I only wish the driver behind me would do the same. He's close to rear-ending me. The rain brings out the worst in drivers. I step on the gas, hoping to widen the distance between us. But it doesn't help because this other driver only speeds up as I do, still riding my tail. I can't get a good look at the car. The rain is thick. It's impossible to see through, other than where cars or traffic signals emit light. "What's wrong?" Bea asks, sensing my growing agitation. "This idiot driver is riding my tail," I say. Bea takes a cursory glance in the side mirror. "Just take your time," she says. "He can go around us if he wants." Bea keeps talking. She's talking about what's just happened with Dr. Feingold, I think. But what she's specifically saying, I don't know, because I've unintentionally tuned her out. My attention is honed in on this car behind us. I'm trying not to panic, wishing that this other driver would do what Bea said, get in the left lane and pass. He's making me a nervous wreck, but I don't feel comfortable speeding up. Not that it would necessarily matter because he'd just go faster too. I close in on an intersection. I've lost all sense of direction because of the rain. I can't get my bearings and realize almost too quickly that this intersection is where I need to turn to go home. Without thinking or indicating, I yank on the steering wheel and we sharply turn. The street must be lower in the intersection because the standing water is deep. For a second, the car loses traction and I think we're about to hydroplane. I resist the urge to slam on the brakes, riding it out instead, letting the car self-correct. Bea falls into me. "What was that?" she asks, panicked, as I regain control of the car. Bea rights herself on the seat, staring out the window to orient herself to where we are. "Sorry," I say, feeling breathless, my heart racing over what just happened. "I almost missed the turn." "Yeah, well," she says. "You could have taken another one. You could have turned around in a parking lot. What are you trying to do, kill us, Kate?" I go quiet. I focus on the road. I hate it when Bea and I fight. She's angry with me, but she's also angry for me because of what happened with Dr. Feingold. While I endured his pelvic exam, she was forced to watch. That must have been as awful for her as it was for me. We've both come undone. Bea knows this as well as me. Her tone softens. She lays a hand on my arm. "You want to pull over and I'll drive? You've been through a lot today, and this weather is the pits. Why don't you let me drive, Kate?" I shrug her off. "I've got it. I'm fine. Besides, we're almost home." I glance into the rearview mirror. That same car is still riding our tail. The driver made the same last-minute 90-degree turn as me. I become hyper-aware. This driver is following us. He doesn't want to lose sight of Bea and me. It's the reason he follows so closely, because he doesn't want to allow enough room for another car to slip in and separate us. I feel it in my gut. I try so hard to get a look at the driver, but his car and his face are fuzzy and indistinct because of the rain. If it wasn't for headlights tailing me, I might not know someone was there. I say to B, I think that car is following us.
What car?
She asks. The one behind us, riding my tail.
B turns in her seat to look out the rear window.
Who is it?
She asks.
Can you tell?
This damn rain, I say. I can't get a good look. B and I left the medical building together. We were in the elevator alone. No one was with us. Dr. Feingold could have conceivably taken the stairs and followed us out that way. B and I were so distracted in the parking lot that we nearly ran to the car, arguing, desperate to get out of the pelting rain. We didn't pay attention to who else was in the parking lot with us. Dr. Feingold could have been 10 feet behind and we wouldn't have known.
Maybe it's that car you cut off leaving the doctor's office, she says. He was pissed. People get road rage.
That driver passed me, I remind her. He's gone. We're still miles from our house. I'm panicking, not wanting to lead this person directly to where B and I live. Though, if it is Dr. Feingold, that doesn't matter because I've already given him my address. How stupid I've been. I keep driving because I can't think of anything else to do. If this person's intent is to scare and intimidate us, then they've succeeded. I practically lose the ability to drive because I'm so nervous. I drive slowly, hands locked on the 10 and 2 position.
Just try and ignore him,
B says. But that's easier said than done. She leans forward in her seat to turn the radio on, a nice distraction. We don't speak. Before I know it, I'm closing in on our home. I'm just a few miles from it, and still not sure what to do. I can't go home. I can't lead this individual to our house. Who's to say what he'll do when we get there? Though for the first time ever, I take comfort in the fact that our house likely swarms with workers. Certainly no one would harm B or me while witnesses watch on. It's just by dumb luck that we pass the police station on the way home. It becomes visible through the rain, only because a patrol car with lights and sirens blazing comes speeding out of the parking lot as we draw near. Certainly the driver of this other car wouldn't be stupid enough to follow us into the police station parking lot. As I approach the parking lot, I turn my signal on and ease up on the gas. I make the turn into the parking lot as the other car switches lanes and accelerates down the road, leaving a spray of rainwater in its wake. Both B and I try, but neither of us manages to get a good look at the driver or the license plate. It's all just a blur, indecipherable in the rain.
Leo. Now. On your third day home, you start talking about some kid named Gus. It's by accident that it happens. Someone's playing ball outside. The thump of the ball hitting concrete carries inside. It gets your attention. It's just a basketball, Dad says, seeing that you've gone white. Ever since you've been home, Dad's neurotic about keeping doors and windows shut and locked, the blinds closed. You can never be too careful. He spends his nights awake. He sits in the parlor and reads. No one's taking you on his watch. Gus plays basketball, you say. Dad looks up from his scrambled eggs and asks, "Who's Gus?" You tell him. Dad goes white too. He excuses himself and leaves the room, taking his cell phone with him. You weren't alone in that basement. Someone was with you. Someone got left behind. We drive back down to the police station. The lady cop becomes more assertive in her questioning. She no longer tiptoes around you like you might break. Now that we know someone else is still there, it's time, she says, to get down to business. She asks what you know about this kid, Gus. You don't know much. You can't even tell the lady cop what he looks like because, for all your time together, you never got a good look at his face. You don't know how old he is. You don't know where he's from. The lady cop looks in those missing kids databases. She and her henchmen come up with a handful of missing kids named Gus, or some variation of it. Argus, Augustus, Gustavo. They show you pictures, and ask if any of them is your Gus. You don't know. A missing kid from Cookeville, Tennessee might be, you think. But really, you don't know. You're just trying to please the lady cop by saying something. I probably would too. I spent a lot of time on those missing kids websites when you were gone. Did you know that? Here's the cracked thing about those sites. Not only do they have pictures of the missing kids that they're looking for, sometimes what they have is found skeletal remains, and they're trying to figure out who they belong to. They call these kids Jane and John. There are a bajillion of them, just red and blue dots all over a map. One dot for each unidentifiable body they've found. Cops don't know who they are, but they're in bad shape when they find them, or parts of them anyway. There's no end to the evil things people will do to one another. When you were gone, I spent a lot of time online wondering if you were going to be one of the unidentifiable. I told Dad about these kids. He took my internet away for a month. I never mentioned them again. I wasn't stupid enough to suggest to Dad that you were skeletal remains. Still, I put the idea in his head. The lady cop asks you a lot of questions. You know nothing. We get nowhere. When they first found you, a local cop drove you around and around that town, trying to see if you could remember where you'd been. But other than identifying smokestacks and a fence, you were clueless. I looked that town up on the internet, if it can even be called a town. You have to zoom in real close on the map to see it. It's called Michael, and has a population of about 45. It's 5 hours from our place, somewhere close to the Mississippi, in an area that's all farmland and trees. Every year, it floods. From the couple of pictures I saw of it on the internet, it's pretty skeevy. Vacant storefronts with boarded up and broken windows, decrepit farmhouses. The only other houses besides farmhouses are tornado bait, aka mobile homes. Makes me wonder how you ended up there. Dad's the one who suggests hypnosis to see if that will help dredge up memories. About Mom, about Gus. The lady cop isn't going for it. She says you're not in the right state of mind for that. It's true. You're shell-shocked. You don't sleep. And even when you do, you have nightmares. You wake up sweating and screaming. You sleep on the basement floor at night because it's the only place you can actually sleep. You can't look anyone in the eye. You're afraid of running water. You shit bricks when the elementary school bus drives by. Someone's child, Dad tells the lady cop, is still missing. Mine is home. I can't have that on my conscience.
Meredith. 11 years before. May. The Tebow's baby is covered in forceps marks and bruising when she arrives. Within minutes of her birth, her tiny head begins to swell. Within hours, she begins to seize. A cranial head ultrasound is performed, where doctors discover an intracranial hemorrhage, otherwise known as a brain bleed. The cause? Excessive mechanical force to her head, resulting from forceps misuse. The baby's condition improves by the time she's allowed to go home, but even when she does go home, there's much uncertainty about her future. The days and weeks pass. The Tebows meet with an attorney. They decide to sue Dr. Feingold for malpractice. Shelby calls and asks if I think it's a good idea. Jason says we're doing it whether I like it or not. He's pissed. Dr. Feingold screwed up. This isn't for me to decide. You have to do what's right for your family, I tell her. She has a case. I was there. I saw with my own eyes. I saw him do things to Shelby's body without her consent, things that carried a great deal of risk. A malpractice suit can't change anything that's happened. Their baby will likely have special needs. A settlement could help pay for the baby's care. If I can help in any way, I will. Whatever you and Jason need. The attorney looks through Shelby's and the baby's medical records. He speaks with medical experts. He decides that the Tebows have a case. The next week, Dr. Feingold receives the medical malpractice complaint. The first thing he does is call me.
Those folks wouldn't know their ass from their elbow. Far be it for them to decide that I did something wrong. You put the idea into their head.
I shouldn't be speaking to you, I say.
If you did this, he says, if this was your idea, I'll ruin you. Do you hear me? I will ruin you.
He enunciates one word at a time. I will ruin you. I hang up the phone. My whole body shakes long after I do. For over an hour, I sit at the kitchen table, unable to move. My thoughts dwell on one thing. How will he ruin me, exactly? Will he ruin my career? Or will he physically ruin me? Josh comes home with the kids. They're bubbly, loud. Delilah is excited. Their classroom is getting caterpillars. When they turn into butterflies, they'll release them outside. She hugs me. She's getting taller. Her arms, when she wraps them around me, reach my waist. She asks me, "When can I have a play date with Piper and stupid Lily Morris?" "Delilah," I tell her, "we don't call anybody stupid." "But she is," she pouts. "Delilah," I warn. My voice is stern. "Fine, but when can we have a play date? And does Lily Morris have to come?" she pleads. She sets her hands on her hips. One juts out. Only 6, and already she has a flair for the dramatic. I smile at her, wishing life could only be this complex. I do feel badly for her. I know how hard it is to be left out. "Yes," I tell her, "Lily Morris has to come, because we don't want to leave anyone out. That doesn't feel good, does it?" Once the kids leave, I tell Josh, "I was just about to start dinner." In the next room, the TV turns on. I haven't so much as thought about dinner.
How about we order something?
He suggests. I like that idea. I don't feel like cooking. My stomach is in knots. I don't even know that I could eat. Josh is looking at me. He's incredibly handsome. Josh has always been incredibly handsome. He's dapper. His suit is slim-fitting, navy. He has many suits. While other men collect cigars or license plates, Josh collects suits. Some are tailor-made and others off the rack. He's always trying to impress. He has a likable personality, a gravitational field. People are drawn to him. He's outgoing. His smile lights up a room. Everyone likes Josh. I should trust him enough to tell him what happened to the Tebows, what's happening with Dr. Feingold, and about the threatening texts. But he would be disappointed after the fact. And he would worry. He would want to know how and why I got myself into this situation to begin with. And then he'd want to completely revamp the way I do my work, to some other formula where he believes I'm at less personal and professional risk. But I love what I do. I love the way that I do it. I put the Tebows and Dr. Feingold out of my mind. Soon it will be through.
Leo. Now. Around the same time you disappeared, some other lady did too. They found her, except that by the time they did, she was already dead. For a while, cops thought it was all connected. They were wrong. Now, the lady's husband is in the slammer. He'll be there for a long time, 20 to life, 'cause they found her bloody clothes in a dumpster behind where he worked. That night, the lady cop calls Dad on the phone. He takes it into another room because he doesn't want you to hear what she's saying. But when I ask, he tells me. Turns out, the people who took you were dumb enough to use their real names, because there is a real Eddie and Martha Cutter living in Michael, Illinois. Eddie and Martha own a house on Calhoun Street. They've owned it 12 years. The lady cop texts Dad a picture. It's not the nicest house, because half of its shutters are missing, and there's mildew on the white siding. The trees grow out of control, nearly hiding the house. The inside is 10 times worse. It's filthy. The carpet is stained. There's water damage on the walls, turned black with mold. There's standing water on the floor. Dirty dishes pile up in the kitchen sink. The only problem is that Eddie and Martha are not living there anymore, because when the cops went to investigate, the house was abandoned. Detective Rawlings is trying to locate their family, to see if they know anything about their whereabouts. I'm wondering what happens if they try and come here. There are no pictures of the basement. The lady cop told Dad about the conditions they kept you in, but Dad can't tell me because he's too busy crying his eyes out. Your friend Gus was nowhere in sight. There was blood in the basement. You get the idea. There's more urgency about getting your memories back. The lady cop doesn't come right out and say it, but she thinks hypnosis is bullshit. But Dad looked into it and said that if they can relax you enough, you might just remember something your mind has been keeping from you. The night before the hypnosis, we're all getting ready for bed. You're in your bedroom, Dad's in his. From the hall, I hear you making noise in your room. I wonder what you're up to in there. I go to see. You're not so hesitant when you open the door, like maybe you're getting the hang of Dad and me. What are you doing in here? I ask, looking around. The lights in the room are off. Nothing, you say. You're sheepish. You don't want to tell me. You must be doing something. It's something stupid, you say. Like what? Just a game I play. What's it called? I ask. It don't really have a name. How do you play it? You don't want to, but you show me anyway, after a while of me begging. You think I'm going to make fun of you for it. I don't. Instead, I play your game with you. It's not super dark in your room because of a light from down the hall, so you close the bedroom door, trapping both you and me inside. Still, it's not black. Outside your window, the moon is bright. It's better when you can't see nothing, you tell me. Why's it better? I ask. It just is. That's how the game is played. We got to close our eyes, you say, to make up for the lack of blackness. You tell me to keep my hands at my sides. It's cheating, you say, if you feel with your hands first. We stand with our backs to one wall. The object of the game, you tell me, is to be the one to get closest to the opposite wall without running into it. We can't use our hands. I try. I fail. I feel like a fish out of water trying to walk with my eyes closed. I can't even walk in a straight line. I plow into the bed frame and give up. This game is dumb, but I don't tell you that. But I watch as you keep going. You stop within a centimeter of the wall, like you had some sixth sense that it was there. How'd you do that? I ask. You tell me it's one of those things you got real good at, finding your way around in the dark. There wasn't no light where they kept us, you say. None at all. When someone takes your eyes away from you, you figure out how to get by on other things. So that's what you did. You learned to survive on your other senses and on instinct. It's pretty cool. Wanna play again? You ask. I don't. Not really. There's a stinging pain in my thigh from where I ran into the bed frame. Chances are good it'll bruise. I don't feel like doing that again. Still, I shrug my shoulders and say, why not? 'Cause I can tell it's what you want to do.
Meredith. 11 years before. May. I haven't forgotten about Cassandra. I've been busy, but all the while she's been on my mind. I want to be a better friend to her than I've been. I've been so busy burdening her with my needs that I've forgotten about hers. Something is off with Cassandra. I have to know what it is. On a Friday afternoon, I pick up a bundt cake from the local bakery. After Delilah is in school and Leo with Charlotte, I walk it to Cassandra's house. I go to her door and knock. She answers with Arlo in her arms. "What are you doing here?" she asks. Her tone is curt. I present the bundt cake. I thought we could talk. It feels like we never have the time to just talk anymore. "I miss you, Cassandra," I say. She harumphs, which is how I know that she's really put out about something. "Come in," she tells me. I step inside and out of my shoes. "You want coffee?" she asks. I tell her yes, following her into the kitchen. Cassandra wears a dress, which she almost always does. It's long and cotton and comfortable looking, but still a dress. She looks lovely in it. I can't remember the last time I wore a dress. "I'm glad you stopped by," she says, as I help myself to a chair. I watch her brew a pot of coffee one-handed with Arlo in the other. It's effortless. I would have dropped either Arlo or the coffee by now. I've been wanting to for a while. Things have been so busy. "I have something I want to show you." "Oh?" I ask, thinking it's something having to do with the kids. Something having to do with Delilah, Piper, Lily, and their little squabble. I hope that Delilah hasn't done something she shouldn't have, like give Lily Morris a mean picture. Cassandra brings a book to the table. It's a photo album. People don't keep photo albums anymore. Everything is digital these days. If anything, people scrapbook. Scrapbooks are lovely, but I don't have the time for that. The album shows its age. The plastic photo sleeves bend. The pictures themselves look old, taken with a 35mm camera. No one has cameras anymore. Cassandra thumbs through to a certain page. She lays the album flat when she finds it. I see enough red to know what it is. The name of my alma mater is written on almost every t-shirt and sweatshirt in the book. We lived in campus gear when we were in college. She points to a picture. There I am. There Marty is. My cheeks go flush. I have a hard time swallowing. My saliva is suddenly thick. Her voice quavers when she speaks, in both anger and pain. She asks, "Why wouldn't you and Marty tell me, unless you had something to hide? I've known for weeks what you two were up to," she goes on, without waiting for an answer. "You thought you could get away with it." She doesn't know that we dated, that we slept together. But the picture is damning enough. In it, we stand side by side. Marty's arm is thrown around my shoulders. It's casual, comfortable. We knew each other. We knew each other well. That we didn't tell her and Josh looks bad. If I told you that nothing has happened between Marty and me, would you believe me? I ask. "You could try, but I wouldn't believe you." I look her in the eye. She looks away. She sets Arlo in his seat and cuts him a piece of the cake. I tell her, nothing has happened between Marty and me in 18 years. She looks back to me. But something did happen between Marty and you? That was a long time ago, Cassandra. We didn't know you back then. You didn't exist to us. But you dated? It was only young love. She looks aghast when I say this. You loved him? I regret my choice of words immediately. I should have phrased it differently. I never should have said the word love. I thought I did. I was blinded by all those overpowering emotions that we feel when we're 18. But now I know that it wasn't love at all. Cassandra, what you and Marty have is love. That was just naivete, infatuation, two stupid kids. Why should I believe anything you say, she asks, when you've been lying to me all this time? I never lied, I remind her. You've been keeping secrets from me, keeping me in the dark. Cassandra is a gorgeous woman. She's elegant and articulate and savvy and smart. In no way would Marty want me now that he has Cassandra. But it's hard to know these things about ourselves. Cassandra feels deceived. We did it for your sake, for yours and Josh's, I say. Cassandra sits upright. Does Josh know? She asks. I tell her, no. I couldn't bring myself to tell him. Not that it mattered either way, because there is nothing going on with Marty and me. I swear to you, Cassandra, on my life, on my children's lives, there is nothing going on between Marty and me. Did you sleep with him? She asks. Cassandra, don't do this. Did you? She demands. We've both forgotten all about the coffee and cake. The cake sits beside us. Only Arlo eats it. The coffee has finished brewing. It waits for us in the pot. I was 18, I say. It's not the answer she's looking for. So you did sleep with him then? Cassandra, answer the question, Meredith. Did you or did you not sleep with my husband? She's yelling now. In his high chair, Arlo gets scared. To appease him, Cassandra offers up another slice of cake. I watch him take it by the handful, shove it in until he's covered with it. There's cake in his hair. I did, I whisper, though he wasn't her husband then. But to remind her of that would only make her more upset. Things go from bad to worse, quickly. Cassandra already knew I'd slept with Marty before she asked, because wedged between 2 pages of the photo album is a note, folded in half, that I wrote him over a decade and a half ago. I know what it is as she unfolds it and forces it into my hands. I can't bring myself to read the note, though I know what it says. After months of dating, I'd gotten pregnant. The baby was Marty's. I was fully intent on keeping the baby, which I explained to Marty in the note. He could be a part of the baby's life, if he so chose, but there was no obligation. As it turned out, he didn't have to choose, because 2 days later I miscarried. What did you do with the baby? She asks. We lost it at 12 weeks. Shame, she says icily. It terrifies Cassandra, knowing how close Marty came to having a child that wasn't hers. If I hadn't miscarried, Marty and I may have raised the child together. We may have gotten married. The life she knows might not have existed. Are you still fucking my husband? She asks coolly, and I gasp. Of course not, I breathe out. I'm not stupid, she says. I know. Know what? I ask, truly confused. I know what you and he are up to. His late-night grocery store runs. Those 10 o'clock ice cream cravings. She puts it all in air quotes, implying she doesn't for a minute think Marty runs off to the grocery store that late at night because he's craving ice cream. Do you know that sometimes he thinks I'm so dense I won't realize how he comes home empty-handed? He doesn't even bother picking up ice cream as part of his charade. He just goes and fucks you and comes back, and then he climbs into bed with me, 9 times out of 10 forgetting to put back on his ring. It saddens me to think of Marty sneaking out late at night to cheat on her, though I can't say I find it shocking. Not because of anything Cassandra has done or not done, but because the Marty I knew in college was slick. He was a ladies' man. Maybe he hasn't changed as much as I thought. What shocks me is that Cassandra thinks that I, too, slip out of my house at 10 o'clock some nights, leaving Josh and the kids behind, and go to meet up with Marty. Cassandra, if Marty is seeing another woman, I say, it isn't me. And why should I believe you, Meredith? Why should I believe anything you say? I've never lied to you, I say. Bullshit! She snaps, again startling Arlo. I've never seen Cassandra so angry. I've never heard her use this language in front of her kids. I don't blame her for being upset, especially if she believes there's something going on between Marty and me. Still, she's taking it to the extreme. You have lied to me, Meredith. You've been lying to me since the day we met. If I did, it was lying by omission and not an outright lie. There's a difference. Is there? She asks. I say nothing. In truth, I don't know that there is. When do you plan to tell Josh? She asks. It isn't so much a question as it is an ultimatum. I'll tell him, if that's what you want me to do, I say. I'll tell him now that Cassandra knows. But I want to be able to tell him on my own terms. I don't want Cassandra to be the one who tells him. Please let me speak to him first, before you do. I wouldn't do that to you, Meredith, she says. I'm not that kind of friend. It's a slap in the face. She isn't the kind of person who would hurt a friend, but I am. I rise from the chair. I show myself to the door. She follows. At the door, I turn to face her. I'm so sorry that we didn't tell you, I say in a last-ditch effort to apologize. Marty and I thought it was for the best. Marty and I, she parrots, her anger tangible. She's red in the face, her poise and aplomb gone. She believes that Marty is cheating on her with me. That if, or when, he sneaks out of his house late at night to rendezvous with some woman, that woman is me. It's not, of course. My marriage means everything to me. Josh means everything to me. I would never do something like that to him. Or to Cassandra, for that matter. I'm not that kind of woman. There's nothing that I can say to make her believe me. It's best that I just leave. As I step through the doorframe, Cassandra barks out, I hope you rot in hell, Meredith! I hope you both rot in hell! I can't help but notice how her word choice is a carbon copy of the threatening texts I've been receiving. The language of the texts returns to me. I know what you did. I hope you die. You'll never get away with it, bitch. I hope you rot in hell, Meredith. Cassandra has been the one sending me these texts. I wheel around to face her. It was you, I say, more shocked than anything. There's a tremor in my voice. You're the one who's been sending me those awful texts. You're the one who's been trying to scare the shit out of me. Did it work? She asks, satisfied in herself because she can see that it has. Were you following me? I ask, aghast, thinking of the time a text arrived just as I was leaving the hospital, as if the sender knew I was on my way home and alone. If I was, she asks, would it be anywhere as awful as what you've done? As what you're still doing? I consider the threatening, hateful wording of the texts. Was she hyperbolizing only? Or does she want me dead? Do I have a reason to be scared for my safety? For my life? I've done nothing, I say, trying to justify again how Marty and I withheld the information about our past for her sake, for Josh's. We didn't do it to hurt anyone. But I barely get the words out before the door slams closed, a deadbolt slipping into place on the other side. I won't let Delilah play with Piper. Delilah begs, "Please, Mommy, please!" She wants to know why. When I tire of making excuses, I snap at her, "Because Mommy said so!" Feeling guilty for losing my patience with Delilah. It's not her fault. It's mine. I can't go outside and face Cassandra, but I also can't trust her to watch my child. The next day, they have Lily Morris over to play. Cassandra must purposefully send the girls into the front yard to rub it in Delilah's face. She sits in the front window and cries, heartbroken that she hasn't been invited. Not that I would have allowed her to go even if she was. Piper and Lily dance around the front yard, laughing, holding hands. I'm appalled that Cassandra would stoop so low as to hurt my child in an effort to get back at me. In the coming days, Leo continues to cry every time I leave him with Charlotte. He clings to me and begs, "No, Mommy, no!" I feel awful making him go. I think about calling in sick to work, staying home with Leo. But doing so would only be a disservice to him, because the days he has to go would then be 10 times worse. I make deals with Leo. I bargain with him. If you don't cry all week, Mommy and Leo will do something special on the weekend. Just you and me. I tell him we'll go to the Children's Museum together, or to the Children's Garden at the Arboretum if the weather cooperates. His pick. The mommy guilt is getting to me. I spend time thinking about quitting the yoga studio, about taking on fewer clients, if any clients at all. For as much as I love being a doula, I've been having misgivings ever since the Tebow baby was born. I think of Jason and Shelby often. I haven't stayed in touch well enough. It's hard to do. The baby has suffered irreparable damage. I don't know to what extent. I've started to second-guess the way I handled things in the labor and delivery room. I didn't do everything in my power to protect Shelby. I could have done more. I could have physically put myself between Dr. Feingold and my client. I call Jeanette. I tell her what happened. We talk it through. As a midwife, Jeanette is one of the few people I know familiar with my line of work. Maybe it's time, I tell her, that I set my work aside and focus on my own family for a change. She tells me the same thing I told Shelby. You have to do what's best for your family. But, Meredith, she says, you handled Dr. Feingold exactly as I would have. Don't ever let yourself think you're not a good doula or that you didn't do everything you could for that woman. You're only human. All the time, I find myself staring out the window at Marty and Cassandra's house. I think that if Cassandra had the cunningness to buy a burner phone, to follow me around town and send intimidating texts, She's capable of much worse. Are the texts only empty threats? Or do I have a reason to fear for my family and my safety?
Leo. Now. On your 4th day home, I go back to school. I walk there, taking the long way. I still can't walk by our old babysitter's house without feeling the need to dry heave, even though last I heard, she and her husband don't live there anymore. Dad says not to talk to the kids at school about you. If anyone asks, I'm supposed to say my dad told me not to talk about it. That goes over about as well as to be expected. During lunch, I get my cafeteria tray knocked out of my hands because I won't spill the details of what happened to you. The tray falls. Dr. Carmichael blames me because by the time it hits the ground, Adam Beltner is nowhere around. Everyone laughs. Look at that idiot, they say. Dr. Carmichael makes me clean it up. By the time I do, there's no time left to eat. I go hungry. I get nudged during the day. Kids ask questions that I ignore. They throw things at me. They call me names. Jagoff. Jerkweed. They stare. They point fingers and laugh. The effing reporters have snapped about a gazillion pictures of you since you've been home. They're in the paper. They're all over Snapchat and Instagram. Kids keep sharing them on their own stories, like what's happened to you is their own tragedy. Everyone's seen the pictures. It's the same picture, taken from 10 angles by 10 different photographers. In them, you're red, covered with blisters on your arms and face. Bleach burns, the doctor said. 2nd degree. They'll probably scar. Your clothes don't fit right. You haven't bathed in 11 years. You look like trash. I overhear some kid call you a burrito face because of the blisters and burns. I go to punch him in the face, but Piper Hanaka gets in my way. Ignore him, Leo. He's like just trying to screw with you. Don't give him what he wants. Piper Hanaka is your age. She's 2 years older than me. She's a senior, practically engaged to some guy she's been dating since freshman year. Rumor has it, they're going to different colleges next year. They've decided to break up before they go. Neither wants to hold the other back, and if it's meant to be, I've overheard her say, it will be. It sounds very mature, and also stupid as shit. But it means that in exactly 8 months from now, Piper Hanaka will be single. Not that she'd ever want me. Do you remember Piper Hanaka? You used to be friends. I don't remember that. She told me once, all cloak and dagger-like in the hall. Just sidled up to me at my locker and said she had a dream about you. I went mute. I didn't know what to say, so I said nothing. Then she said, "Do you want to know what it was about, Leo?" I said, "Okay, I guess." She told me about her dream, how the two of you were trying to pick all the woolly bear caterpillars up off the street. You did it so the cars couldn't drive over them. You'd gather them in the palms of your hands, then run them back to the trees. You'd set them on the leaves, watch them walk away. By the time they reached the end of the leaf, they were moths. They could fly. In her dream, you were still 6. I thought it might mean something. I thought her dream might be premonitory, like you were dead, and you'd turned into an angel with wings, and were flying to heaven. But as it turned out, it was just a dream. Not all dreams mean something. She said, "I still think about her, you know. I think about how we used to hang out when we were kids. I wonder if we'd still be friends if she never went away." Went away, she said, like you had some choice in the matter. I didn't hold it against her. She's the only one who ever talked to me about you in a way that wasn't brutally honest. She's also one of the few who doesn't give in to the herd mentality and make fun of me. Piper Hanaka used to live across the street from us. You and she used to ride your bikes on the sidewalk, do cartwheels, play house, climb trees. I don't remember any of it. Any knowledge I have is secondhand from Dad. Piper and her family moved after everything happened. I don't remember them living there. As far as I know, That's always been old Mr. Murphy's house. But Dad said their house was on the market within 5 days of Mom being dead. They didn't go far, 'cause Piper is still at the same school as me. They stayed in town, just on the other side of it, where they didn't have to look out their window and be reminded that bad things happen to good people every day. It's like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. All the time, we're closer to disaster than we think. I asked Dad to put our house on the market too. I wanted to get up and go. I wanted to start over somewhere else, as someone new, where no one had heard of Mom and you. Dad said no, because what if you came back and couldn't find us? As long as you were gone, he would never leave. Time stood still in your absence. To be straight, Piper Hanaka and I are not friends. Piper Hanaka is way too cool to be my friend. In case you didn't realize it by now, I have no friends. That said, Piper Hanaka doesn't want to see me get expelled for punching some douchebag in the face. She stands in between him and me until I back down and leave.
Kate. 11 years before. May. The rest of the way home, we're on the lookout for the car. Both Bea and I are circumspect, though I start to second-guess myself, wondering if the car was following us at all, or if it was just another car having as much difficulty navigating the roads as I was. I may never know. By the time we reach our neighborhood, the rain has let up. Still, everything is gray and nondescript. The streets are empty. The trees hang heavy with rainwater, their branches, what's left of them anyway, reaching down to touch the ground. The weaker of the twigs have fallen, unable to sustain the weight of the water or the force of the wind. Hail remains, melting on lawns. I slip down the alley behind our house. Most of the homes in the neighborhood have alleys to provide rear access, because it keeps things uniform and aesthetically pleasing from the street. The alley is narrow. It's wide enough that 2 cars going in opposite directions can just eke through. I pull down the alley going slowly. About 100 feet ahead, Josh returns from wherever he's been. I pull into our driveway and park, and Bea and I get out, making our way to him. He stands by his car waiting. No one is allowed in the Dickeys' garage, because it's been deemed a potential crime scene. Yellow caution tape surrounds the door. I see Bea's eyes go to it, and then move away. It's hard to believe something bad may have happened there.
I was out searching for Meredith and Delilah,
Josh says, before we can even think to ask. He wears a button-down shirt, and only half of the shirt is still tucked into the waistband of his jeans. He isn't wearing a belt, and his jeans slip. He grabs a hold of the waistband and hikes them back into place. His eyes are fat. I didn't know the search party was headed out again today, I say, feeling guilty that Bea and I weren't there to help. Tomorrow I'm scheduled to work at the animal hospital, so I won't be able to help then either.
It wasn't. Not with these storms. But I couldn't just sit around all day doing nothing,
he says. Bea asks Josh where he looked, and he rattles off a half-dozen locations, mostly parks and other outdoorsy places that Meredith likes to take the kids. Though with the weather as inclement as it is, there's no chance they would have been at a park.
Stupid, right?
He asks. His dog, Wyatt, spent the day alone because Josh didn't have the patience to take him, worried the dog would only slow him down. There are only so many places he could bring a dog. He tells us he needs to take Wyatt for a quick walk and then go get Leo, who's with the sitter. He's overwhelmed. He's strung out. Have you told Leo anything about Meredith and Delilah? I ask. Josh closes his eyes. He shakes his head vigorously. He looks at me.
I can't. What would I even say?
He asks, venting about how it's all so tiresome and incapacitating because he doesn't want to walk the dog or get Leo. All he wants to do is be out there, searching for Meredith and Delilah. He hates being home, being idle. It feels shiftless. He should be pounding the pavement looking for his family. Leo is your family, Josh. He needs you as much as Meredith and Delilah do. Let me walk Wyatt, Bea offers. Kate and I will keep him while you go get Leo. Spend time with him. Talk to him. He's a smart boy, an observant boy. Surely he realizes that Meredith and Delilah aren't here. When is he ever without Delilah? She asks. It's conceivable that Meredith has been at work all this time. She has had back-to-back births before. But other than the few hours Delilah is at school, she and Leo are never apart. Bea goes with Josh to retrieve Wyatt. I let myself into the house alone, slipping past the workers. They don't stop what they're doing, but I see their gazes fall to me out of the corners of their eyes. Their conversation, spoken in some other language that I don't speak, goes on. I don't know what they're saying. I climb the stairs and move down the hall for the bedroom. It's dark in the hall. The light from the windows doesn't reach here. I lock the bedroom door and then slide a chair in front of it for good measure. Ordinarily, I wouldn't ever shower with workers in the house, but I can't bear to go another second without. In the bathroom, I undress. I hear the workers in our house. I hear their tools and their noise, rehabbing the second bath down the hall. With the other bathroom inoperative, this is the only one in use for now. It's the one in Bea's and my bedroom, which means that when we're not home, the men are in here doing their business. It's no longer just mine and Bea's because they leave the toilet seat up, our own towels tilted and wet. I stand in the shower, letting hot water wash away the memory of Dr. Feingold's hands. I lather the soap onto a loofah and scour my body with it. I pile on shampoo and scrub at my scalp, though he didn't touch my scalp. But as far as I'm concerned, his hands have been everywhere. By the time I come out of the bathroom and dress, the men are packing up their things and leaving. I watch through the slats in the blinds as they load their belongings into their trucks and drive slowly away. The earth outside is sopping wet. The puddles are profuse. Not even puddles anymore, but now flooding. The sky is darkening, though I don't know if it's due to the weather or because night will be here soon. It's hard to say anymore. I can't remember the last time we saw the sun. That alone would be depressing enough. But with what's happened with Shelby, with Meredith and Delilah, things are dire. Bea and Wyatt are just back from their walk. I watch them out the window as they arrive home, coming up the path into the front door. The door closes and Bea's voice calls for me up the stairs. "Be right down," I call, as I run a comb through my wet hair. Back in the bathroom, I towel dry the ends of it and throw it into a messy bun. I gather the towels to wash, heading downstairs, watching where I step because our home is covered in rosin paper and plastic sheeting, and sometimes nails or debris get dropped. We have to clean up after the workers leave. Zeus is here somewhere, but wherever he is, he's hiding. He doesn't like having people in the house any more than I do. Bea changes out of her wet clothes and into something dry. She pours me a glass of wine and brings it to the sofa, where we sit with Wyatt at our feet. Dusk falls, and the house turns dark. Bea and I make our way around, turning on lights. We reconvene on the sofa. "I've been thinking," she says. I sip from my glass of wine. "About what?" "Just because Dr. Feingold is a creep," she says, "doesn't make him a murderer." "Why do you say that?" "What if he lied about knowing Meredith, not because he's somehow involved in her disappearance, but because of the malpractice suit? Think about it, Kate. If he believed for a second that you were pregnant and in need of a doula, he wouldn't want Meredith to scare you away. Meredith would have badmouthed him after what went down with that Tebow baby. It's bad for business." I consider what she said. "I guess you're right," I tell her, though this doesn't make him any less culpable in my mind. He's still on the suspect list as far as I'm concerned. "I think we can't just gloss over the husband," Bea says. "He and Shelby had problems. He was the only one who knew she'd gone running that night. He had a motive to kill her, and he had the means. And maybe Josh is right. Maybe the husband only said what he said about Dr. Feingold to clear his own name." "But the midwife backed his story up." "I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm suggesting the husband had a hidden agenda in telling us. Because let's be honest, Kate, until he did,
We were convinced he was a wife killer, but now we're not so sure. He planted that seed of reasonable doubt.
B is right. He did. Before yesterday, there was only one name on my suspect list, and now there are two. But we saw Dr. Feingold, I argue, still feeling the way he forced my knees apart, the way he thrust his fingers inside me as if hollowing out a pumpkin. Hours later, I could convince myself that he didn't do anything unethical. It was the rote, forceful way that he did it that left me feeling violated and strange. That along with the knowledge of Shelby's murder, with the image of him dragging her cold, naked body out there into the woods and discarding her like trash. We spoke to him. The man is detestable. He's a swine.
That doesn't make him a murderer.
We need to call the police. We need to tell them what we know. B agrees. Her cell phone is on the coffee table. She grabs it and looks up a non-emergency number. The police are conducting their own investigation. They've already questioned Jason Tebow about a bajillion times and are trying to do a deep dive into the contents of Meredith's phone. Though without the phone itself, that's proven problematic. B says to whoever answers,
I have some information on the Dickey missing persons case.
She's put on hold. While we wait, I drink my wine, liking the way it both dulls my senses and gives me courage. I ask B to put the phone on speaker so that I can listen in. She does, scooching closer to me with the phone between us. A female detective comes on the line.
I heard you have some information for me, she says.
Yes, I say, over anxious to speak.
And who am I speaking to?
It's B who tells her.
Okay, Kate and B, she says. What do you know?
I go first. I start with Cassandra Hanaka from across the street. I feel extra guilty that we've been sitting on this information for over 24 hours now and haven't told. But with the discovery of the body yesterday and all the intense emotion that went with it, B and I let it slip. I tell the detective about the night Cassandra was up with her son, seeing people in Josh and Meredith's yard late at night. We were thinking that maybe one of the neighbors has a home security system, and it caught a glimpse of them. B and I don't have a home security system. It never felt necessary until now.
Unfortunately, she says. Many home security systems nowadays only offer a live feed. They don't record. And those that do only store the footage for a couple of days. But we'll look into it. We might just get lucky. I'll talk to Mr. Dickey, too, and see if he recalls anything amiss that night or the following day. What day did Mrs. Hanaka say this happened? She asks.
She didn't, I say. She wasn't sure. She could only guess about a week or two ago. B goes next. She tells the detective about the Tebow's malpractice suit against Dr. Feingold, because there's another possible suspect to consider besides Jason Tebow. The detective already knows about the malpractice suit. What she doesn't know is that Meredith was Shelby's doula. B tells her. I'm ashamed to admit to our own run-in with Dr. Feingold. I let B tell the detective, feeling embarrassed as she does. The detective tells us in the future to leave the police work to the police. The detective says that she'll be in touch. We end the call. B and I turn on the TV. I drink my wine and try to wind down as another thunderstorm tears through town. But I can't relax, because I can't stop thinking about Meredith and Delilah out there in this rain, cold and scared and wet. The lightning is rapid fire. The thunder is so intense it feels like the entire house will give. And then, suddenly it's black in the house. The storm has stolen our power from us. The blackness is so unexpected that my heart nearly stops. Without meaning to, I scream. The low drone of the refrigerator goes suddenly quiet. The dryer, a ceiling fan, and the TV turn off. The house is silent, abnormally so. I never noticed the whir of the ceiling fan, but the absence of it I do. The absence of it is deafening. Wyatt begins to moan at my feet, and I rub his ears, saying, "It's okay. It's okay." But I don't know that it is. I push myself from the seat, leaving in search of candles and flashlights, coming back with as many as I can find. Until now, we'd been one of the lucky ones with power. Our luck has run out, it seems. I sit beside B. I light the candles, setting them on the coffee table. I hand B a flashlight, and then use mine to scan the darkest corners of the room. The furniture startles me as I try and make sense of the shadows to understand that they're not human, but synthetic. No one is here but B and me. Outside, the storm rages. It's more thunder and wind than anything. B and I sit on the sofa with Wyatt, listening for the sound of the tornado siren to warn us to run and hide. The wind rouses the trees and shrubs. Their limbs scrape against the side of the house, against the window screens, making them rasp. And then, a door from upstairs slams suddenly closed and B and I both scream. Maybe it was Zeus, I say, which is ridiculous because our 10-pound cat could never slam a door like that. The workers, B says, trying to be the rational one, though I don't know that either of us believe it. They must have left a window open. The wind blew the door closed, she says, though neither of us has the courage to go see, though if the window is open, it will soon take in water. We scoot closer together on the sofa, clinging to each other. I'm scared. I feel vulnerable and exposed. I hate feeling vulnerable. I push myself up off the sofa again and go to the coat rack. What are you doing? B asks. I don't say. She shines her flashlight on me, watching as I go. Beside the coat rack is an umbrella stand. I reach my hand in and take out our giant golf umbrella. We may need something to protect ourselves with. My eyes reach up from the umbrella stand. They move to the window. The windows on our home are ornamental, made to look pretty more than to be practical. Even on the brightest of days, our house is dark. The windows don't let much light in. Now they're lined with rain. But none of that matters, because no matter how small or ornamental, the thing that catches my eye when I look out the window is that the homes across the street from us are still lit. Unlike ours, they're not dark. Porch and garage lights are on. Inside the homes, I see people mulling about, backlit by bedroom and living room lights. Across the street, I see Marty, Cassandra's husband, standing in the foyer of his own home beneath a caged chandelier. The chandelier is radiant. Yellow light spills down on him. B, I breathe out, but my throat is so bone dry that I can hardly speak. I choke on the words. Tears prick my eyes. What I need to tell her is that the power outage isn't citywide. I need to say that the power to our house alone has been cut. Our circuit breaker is outside, that metal box recessed into the sidewall. Someone slipped around the periphery of our home in the dark. They went to the circuit breaker and purposefully turned the main breaker handle off. The only way to get the power back on is for B or me to go outside and turn it on. The circuit breaker isn't easy to find. It's camouflaged, painted yellow to match the house. I only know where it is because the workers use it frequently when they're working on the house, shutting the electricity off here and there so they don't electrocute themselves. Someone would have had to scope the place out in daylight to know where it is. My mind goes a step further, preying on my worst fears. Because there's a key to our house just outside the front door in that lockbox. Anyone who knows the combination to the lockbox could let themselves in. What's wrong? B asks, coming to me, patting my back to make the coughing fit stop. Look, is all I manage to say as I point a shaky finger across the street toward Marty and Cassandra's house. It takes B a moment to process what I'm saying. She sees Marty there in the foyer. She watches as he removes a coat and hangs it on a hook because he's evidently just come home. She sees Cassandra come to him, and we watch as an altercation transpires. Cassandra hurls something in his direction before getting in his face. She's upset. He's apologetic. He reaches gently for her. She shoves him away. Just then, one of the kids comes running in and falls. He begins to cry, breaking up the fight. Marty scoops the boy into his arms, and they all leave the lit foyer. Cassandra in one direction, Marty and the boy another. "What am I looking at?" he asks. What she doesn't see is the bigger picture, that ours is the only house on the block without power. I tell her, and though it's too dark to see Bee's expression, I see her back go straight like a scared cat. She stands momentarily taller, taking in what I'm saying. "Oh God," she says. "What are you thinking?" "That someone shut off the main breaker to our house." "Why?" she asks. "Why would anyone do that?" "I don't know," I tell her, whispering, because if my worst fears are true, then someone has already stolen the key from the lockbox and is in the house with us. The same key fits 2 doors in our house. The front door, by which Bea and I stand, and a side door, the one we use when we come in from the alley in back, where we park our cars. The workers know this because the side door is wider and a better angle at which to get large panels of drywall in. Anyone keeping close tabs on our house might know this too. The side door enters into the laundry room. From there, a person would have access to the kitchen, which would bring them to the servant stairs. From there, they could go anywhere. Neither Bea nor me wants to go alone to check on the circuit breaker, but also neither of us wants to be the one left behind. In the end, we decide to go together. I turn on my flashlight. Bea tells me to turn it off, that we can't be drawing attention to ourselves with the light. We have to go out quiet and blind. We leave our flashlights behind. I set my hand on the door handle and turn. I peel the door slowly back. Bea stands behind me with a hand on my lower back. Together we take one hesitant step out. I'm hyper-aware of my surroundings, though the wind is a distraction. It blows my hair about my face, threatens to tear the door right from out of my hand and throw it open wide. The world is dark and disorienting, making me lose my bearings, even in my own front yard. I don't know where things are, and I find myself tripping down the porch step, though Bea latches on and steadies me. Lightning flares, not in the distance, but close, right above us. The storm is here. Bea and I have just made our way onto the lawn, feet sinking into mud, when the heavens open and rain comes flooding down, drenching us both. The rain is cold, debilitating, but we keep going, eyes scanning the yard, searching wildly through the rain for signs of life. The circuit breaker is on the side of the house. Our neighborhood is old and developed. The yard is full of trees, each of which looks human to me. Bea and I cling to each other as we walk. Bea looks left, I look right. From time to time, we both look behind. My neck stiffens, my sixth sense telling me that Bea and I are being watched, followed, tracked. Is it paranoia only? Or is someone there? I can't tell. I stop Bea to have a good look, but she tugs on my hand, urging me on. We have to turn the power on so we can get back inside, out of this storm. Halfway to the circuit breaker, I regret not bringing the flashlight. Not for light, but for self-defense. I regret not bringing the umbrella. We have nothing to protect ourselves with. Bea and I move quickly, nearly running, but our movements are lumbering, the wind holding us back. It blows against us so that Bea and I have to swim upstream, fighting against the wind to get to the side of the house. We trip over fallen sticks, our feet sink into mud, it splashes up my legs, making them cold and dirty and wet. We round the corner of the house, Bea in the lead now, dragging me behind. We stay close to the house, using it for wind resistance, for protection from the elements. The rain comes down sideways, straight into our eyes, nearly blinding us. Suddenly from behind, I hear footsteps. Breathing. Bea and I are not alone. I spin wildly, just barely making out the whites of a man's eyes standing 3 feet behind me. I scream, and something subliminal kicks in, an animal instinct. I make a fist. I use the weight of my whole body, driving my fist into the man's abdomen so that he doubles over in pain. It's only when he cries out that I recognize the voice. It's Josh. "Oh God, Josh!" I say, going to him and helping him stand upright. I've knocked the wind out of him and it hurts. He's bent downward in the rain, stooped, trying to find his breath. His diaphragm is in spasm. He can't breathe. I latch onto him, steadying him, helping him rise back up to standing. "I'm so sorry. Oh God, Josh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were..." But then suddenly I stop. Because I find myself wondering why Josh is out here in the rain. Why Josh is hiding out on the side of our house, so close to the circuit breaker. Confusion fills me, and I think of the police officers questioning Josh, of them asking for an alibi, of the blood they found in his garage. But Josh loves Meredith. Josh would never hurt Meredith. Or would he? I step away from him. My pulse beats so fast it makes me dizzy. My legs become weak. "Did you cut the power to our house?" I ask, my voice swallowed up at first by the wind. "What?" he asks, his own voice barely audible. "Did you cut the power to our house?" I scream this time. "What are you talking about?" Josh asks. He pushes against his knees to try and stand upright. "The power is out in our house. Someone cut the power to our house. Was it you?" "Kate," he says, still nearly breathless, still in pain. "Why would I do that? The power is out on the whole street." "It's not," I assert, pointing at the glowing homes that stare at us from the other side of the road. He reaches out to lay a hand on my shoulder. I draw swiftly back. "It is on our side, Kate," he says consolingly. "Our whole side of the street is dark. They must have a different power line than us. Look," he says, motioning to his own black house just 20 feet away. "My power is out too. A tree fell on a power line. The electric company is working on it. I checked the website on my phone. Power should be restored by morning," he says. Behind us, Josh's house is black. The homes beyond his are black too. I couldn't see these homes when Bea and I looked out the living room window, because they're in line with ours. I only had a view of the other side of the street. Josh didn't cut the power to our house. No one did. The power is out because of the storm, and I feel like a fool for thinking Josh had plans to hurt Bea and me. It's not Josh's fault that someone scared us, that someone might have followed Bea and me home from the appointment. It's not Josh's fault that I was stupid enough to leave my real name and address or schedule an appointment with Dr. Feingold in the first place. I put myself in harm's way. The relief floods me. There on the lawn, I begin to cry. All that pent-up emotion finally making its way out. Bea rubs tiny circles on my back, but it's Josh who consoles me. He takes my wet, shivering body into his arms and holds me. "What's happening," he says, "is destroying me. My life is nothing without Meredith and Delilah. This is hard on all of us. We're all coming undone." Bea retrieves Wyatt, which is the reason Josh was on his way over, to get his dog. We all go back to Josh's house, where inside Leo sleeps. We stand on the porch, protected from the rain by the roof, though we're all soaked through and cold. I shiver, wrapping my arms around myself to keep marginally warm. There on the porch, Josh tells us. "Detective Rollings called about an hour ago. The blood in the garage didn't belong to Meredith or Delilah." I look up sharply. "Then who?" I ask. "The police don't know. It didn't match anything in their database. But maybe it's old," Bea suggests. "You said the blood was hard to see. For all you know, it's been there for years. Maybe it belonged to some previous owner." Josh shakes his head. "Forensics was able to determine that the bloodstain is only days old," he says. After that, we go silent. There's nothing to say. Something happened in that garage, but we don't know what.
Meredith. 11 years before. May. I can't keep concealing so much from Josh. I'm falling apart at the seams, trying to keep the truth from him. It's time to tell him what's been going on. The events of the last couple of months have driven a wedge between us, whether he knows it or not. I want to get back to the couple we used to be. I need to tell him about Marty and me. I can't count on Cassandra not going back on her word and letting me tell him first. If she told him, what would she say? Cassandra thinks that Marty and I are still sleeping together now. Thursday night, I call the teenage girl down the street to stay with the kids. They're in bed when she comes. It will be easy for her. She just needs to be a warm body. I tell Josh that I'm taking him out for dinner. "What's the occasion?" he asks, grinning at me. It's been so long since Josh and I have had any alone time. With kids constantly at our heels, we can hardly have an adult conversation anymore. What Josh and I really need is a weekend away. What I wouldn't give for Josh's parents to drive in from Michigan and stay with the kids for a couple of nights. We could book a room at the Four Seasons downtown. We could do adult things. Go to a show, sleep in past 7 in the morning. We could catch up on all the conversations we never have time for, or those that get interrupted by the kids. It's been a long time since Josh has offered more than a sentence or two about work, about his clients, about his coworkers, because every time he tries, his words are punctuated with kids' needs and arguments. "Can I have more milk? He's touching me! I hate broccoli." "No occasion," I say, leaning into him. "Can't a wife just want to spend a night with her husband?" I take Josh to an overpriced bar that overlooks the river. The food is good. It's known for its burgers, though the real draw is the view. The restaurant is 2 floors, with a second-story deck, which is where we sit. The deck has a retractable roof so that when it's cool outside, as it is tonight, patrons can stay warm while enjoying the view. Josh says it's genius. The place is thriving because Thursday nights feature live music and dancing. With a hand on my lower back, Josh steers me through the crowded restaurant. He pulls out my chair for me. He lets me sit first. He does all those romantic gestures that fall by the wayside when we're shepherding kids around. We order drinks. I'm het up, but on the outside it doesn't show. Once the drinks arrive, I tell myself, I'll tell Josh everything I came to say. I'll start with Dr. Feingold and the malpractice suit. I'll work my way toward Marty. I'll tell Josh that Marty and I didn't tell him and Cassandra about us because it didn't matter, because what happened between Marty and me was nothing. I won't make the mistake again of using the term young love. There must be skeletons in Josh's closet, too, something he's never told me. If what he's told me is true, he had a 6 lovers before me. I had Marty and only one other. It's not that bad. The fact that Josh knows him is only coincidental. The drinks come. The first sip comes as a jolt to my system. It's all vodka and beer. With that first sip, Josh reaches a hand across the table. Our fingers intertwine. It's electric. "This is nice," Josh says, grinning across the table at me. My heart skips a beat at his touch. Under the table, his leg skims mine. The look in Josh's eye is unmistakable. I know what he's thinking. I know what he wants. I want it too. "I can't remember the last time it was just you and me for dinner." We never thought our family would end with 2 kids. We imagined more. We envisioned a large family like Josh's, with 4, 5, 6 kids. We haven't closed the door on that. Maybe tonight we can try for more. I think what another baby could do for our family, how it could bring us closer. I feel warm inside, flushed in a good way. Maybe it's the rush of alcohol to my system. Maybe it's the way Josh looks at me, like he can't tear his eyes off me. I won't tell him now. I don't want to ruin the mood. When this moment passes, I'll tell him. I take a long, slow sip of my drink, hoping it calms my frenzied nerves.
Have you had a chance to look over your menu?
The waiter is there, standing beside the table. He's young. Everyone looks young to me these days. We haven't had a chance to look over the menu because we've been so busy staring at one another. That doesn't matter. We've been here before. We know what we want. I go first, and Josh orders after me. The waiter leaves. Josh raises his beer glass.
To us,
he says. Our glasses clink. The sound of it is thin.
Did I ever tell you how lucky I am to have found you?
He asks. I'm the lucky one, I say. We were 25 when we met. I was driving down the expressway when some asshole took a glancing blow at me. We were going fast. It could have been cataclysmic. My car spun out of control, smashing into the guardrail on the driver's side before coming to a stop. The driver kept going. Josh was in the car behind me. He was the one who called 911. He was the one who spoke to me, keeping me calm and awake through the broken window until the paramedics and the fire department got there, and I had to be extricated from the car. He was the one waiting for me when I woke up, though he had to lie to the nurse and say he was my brother or she wouldn't have let him in. Family only. Josh is able to sweet-talk himself into almost any situation. Suffice it to say, Josh saved my life. By the time I arrived at the hospital, I'd lost a significant amount of blood. I was bleeding internally. I was going into shock. I mean it when I say that I'm the lucky one. I watch as a man takes the stage. He tunes his guitar as his band joins him on stage. They start to play. The rooftop is congested. People everywhere, until there are more people than seats. They come up for the music and the view. There is a bar up here. Bodies crowd around it, ordering drinks. It isn't a college crowd. The college kids go to the fratty bars with dollar drinks and moshing, where people dance on tabletops when they've had too much to drink. This place is just expensive enough to keep the college kids out. Dance with me, Josh says. His chair skids backward. He stands up. He reaches out a hand to me. I hesitate, looking around. No one else is dancing yet. Someone has to go first. He won't take no for an answer. I set my hand in his. I let him pull me to my feet. The room is unsteady. The bartender was generous with his pour. On the dance floor, Josh twirls me. People clap. Someone whistles and it's reverberant. When I come back to center, Josh stops me from spinning. He presses his hands around the small of my back, steadying me. He pulls me against him until we're flush. He gazes down at me, giving me bedroom eyes. Butterflies dance in my stomach. A body brushes past mine. Excuse me! I feel the mistaken plunge of an elbow to my side. Before I can reply, Josh's lips press against mine. It's tender, teasing. My body responds. He whispers in my ear, I love you more than anything. And then the music begins. I can't hear anything over the sound of it. I wrap my arms around Josh's neck. I rest my head against his chest. We sway. Josh strokes his hands up and down my sides. Everything I came to tell him slips away. The next song is faster, something pop. We're no longer alone on the dance floor. It's become crowded. Bodies bump into one another. The floor thumps with the vibration of the bass. It's not always a dance bar, but on Thursday nights, that mold is broken. Josh and I draw apart. The music is upbeat, not the kind of music for a slow dance. And then I'm dancing with some other man that I don't know. His hungry brown eyes leer at me. The man spins me as Josh had. His hand is sweaty, grasping. He spins me once, and then I'm back in Josh's safe embrace. Forked lightning flashes across the sky. We see it through the glass roof. People gasp. I expect a barrage of rain to fall next. The rain doesn't come. The night stays dry, but charged with electricity. Back at the table, 2 fresh drinks wait for us. There's a sheen of sweat on Josh's forehead. He still grins at me, gulping his beer. The dancing has made him thirsty. Our desire has morphed into something giddy, impetuous. We giggle at one another over our glasses.
Should we ask for the check?
Josh mischievously asks. We haven't gotten our food.
We could always get fast food if you're hungry.
If we go home, there will be a babysitter and a dog waiting for us. There will be kids to be quiet for. But Josh and I aren't above taking the car somewhere remote. I grin back. Let's go. I want more than ever to be alone with Josh. Josh's eyes go roving around the rooftop for our waiter. Hey, neighbor. The voice is sing-song when it comes. We look and see Kate sitting at the table beside us, her smile a mile wide. Kate and Bee are here, getting situated in their seats where the host has just sat them. What are the odds? Bee asks, reaching for her menu and having a look. Just then, our food arrives, the waiter skirting around glasses and silverware to deliver it. Josh and I exchange a disenchanted glance. We can no longer leave. At Josh's suggestion, we slide Kate and Bee's table closer to ours, make it a table for 4 instead of 2 for 2. It dampens the mood. It doesn't kill it. The pining I feel will still be here an hour from now. Drinks arrive for Kate and Bee. Kate offers up a toast. For Bee. It's Bee's birthday. Today, Bee is 30 years old. They came to celebrate. Glasses rise up above the tabletop. Someone clinks too hard and sticky liquid spills over the edge of a glass and onto our hands. Laughter ensues. Kate scrambles for napkins, apologizing. Bee asks, "What are you doing out on a Thursday night?" Josh makes eyes at me.
Do I really need a reason to spend a night with my beautiful wife?
The food is plentiful. The portions are large. I eat it all because the alcohol has made me famished. Food is delivered for Bee and Kate. More drinks, a round on Josh and me for Bee's birthday. Someone on the rooftop catches wind of Bee's birthday, and then everyone is singing happy birthday to Bee. It's cacophonous. It's not pretty. Bee tries hiding her face behind a dessert menu, which Kate snatches away. Bee's not really embarrassed. It's all for show. Bee isn't the type to embarrass easily. When it's done, they kiss. Kate and Bee are opposites. Kate is conventional. Bee is not. Kate doesn't stand out the way that Bea does. Bea is arresting. She's indelible in the way she looks and in the way she carries herself. Nothing and nobody can touch Bea. Tonight's outfit of choice: black tights with short shorts, a faux fur leopard print jacket over a t-shirt, Doc Martens. Few people could get away with it. We dance. I'm dancing with Josh, and then I'm dancing with Kate and Bea. String lights run across the glass ceiling. It's ambient. I lose all track of time. Beneath my feet, the floor moves like the sandy bottom of the ocean when waves roll in and then out. Josh is here now, and we're slow dancing. And then Josh is gone, and it's Kate who dances with me. There's a tap on my shoulder, and Josh is back. His face has changed. "What's wrong?" I ask. We stand beside the table, the four of us. Kate polishes off her drink. Bea's hips still sway. Josh shouts over the noise. "The sitter has called. Delilah had a nightmare and woke up. She's inconsolable." The news sobers me. I'm having too much fun to leave, but Josh says, "I told the sitter we'd be home in a few." Kate leans in to Bea. "We should go too. The night is coming to an end." Bea is tugging on Kate's hand, drawing her back to the dance floor. The look in her eye is pleading. "Just one more song, one more drink. Please, Kate." Kate protests. "It's getting late. I have to work in the morning." Bea is pouting now. "But it's my birthday." She dances alone beside us, hands in the air, eyes closed, the music moving her. She's a sight for sore eyes. Kate is in a bind, torn between wanting to leave and not wanting to disappoint Bea on her birthday. She confesses to Josh and me that she has surgeries to perform in the morning. Today she spent 10 hours on her feet. There was a euthanasia. She's tired and emotionally spent. I'm the only one who doesn't have to work in the morning. I say to Josh, "Why don't you give Kate a ride home? Check on Delilah, get her back to bed. I'll stay with Bea for one more drink." "You don't mind?" Kate is grateful. "I don't mind." She hugs me. Josh's lips press against my ear. His words tingle down to my toes. "Wake me up when you get home, if you know what I mean." He draws back, eyes on mine. I taste the beer on his lips when he kisses me. I watch Kate and Josh leave, weaving their way through the crowds. Bea takes me by the hand. We're dancing. It's easy to see why Kate is so enamored with Bea. The music, the alcohol, have a narcotic effect on me. The bartender has been generous with his vodka tonight. "You're a good friend for staying with me." "It's not every day you turn 30. There's a slowness to my words. I feel giddy, euphoric. We dance some more. The brown-haired man is there. He wants to dance with me. Bea tells him to get lost. We fold ourselves in half, laughing. I laugh so hard my stomach hurts. Back at the table, the waiter delivers more drinks. The bill comes. Someone pays. Bea and I are walking toward the parking garage. Neither of us should be driving after all we've had to drink. But I can't call Josh to come and get us because then he'd have to wake the kids. Bea won't call Kate because Kate has to work in the morning. "Look at that," Bea says, pointing upward. The streets of town are tricked out with a million tiny white lights, like stars. There's a nip in the night air. Bea clings to me. We're riding the elevator up. It's slow and creaky. There are soda cans in the corner of it. The floor is sticky. The doors open. We step out and look for Bee's car. It's not there. She starts to laugh. "What is it?" I ask. We're on the wrong floor. It seems hysterically funny. We're both folded over again in laughter. We get back in the elevator and ride down this time. The doors open and there is Bee's car. We get inside. Bee turns on the car. She turns on the radio. We're singing. I feel happy, drunk. Bee spins the car down the parking garage ramp and out onto the street. They say most accidents happen within 5 miles of a person's home. I never see it coming.
Kate. 11 years before. May. 3 things happen in the coming days. A paternity test, administered by the police with Jason's permission, reveals that Jason Tebow is not the father of baby Grace. The news stuns both Bee and me. As it turns out, monogamy was neither Jason's nor Shelby's cup of tea. A day later, a nurse from Dr. Feingold's office calls with the news. The blood test results came back. "I'm sorry, honey," she says over the phone, "but it's not good news. You're not pregnant." I pretend to be sad as I mutter my thanks and hang up the phone. The search for Meredith and Delilah continues, and then stalls. Josh's grassroots efforts waxes and then wanes as people start to lose hope. They give up. Their lives move on while Josh's, Meredith's, and Delilah's don't. For a while, the police augment the search with dogs and divers, searching the woods and the river for Meredith and Delilah. The state police become involved. Soon after, Meredith and Delilah become national news. Still, they're not found. The weather doesn't help. Almost every day the search is called off because of unsafe river conditions and the threat of more rain. And then one morning, I wake up to the ping of my phone, an incoming message on the group chat. When I look, there on my phone is a photo of the back end of a car, and on it, a close-up of a license plate number. I'm still out of focus from sleep. It takes me a moment to process what I'm looking at. When I do, I see that the photo is of Meredith's license plate. It's Meredith's car. I sit suddenly upright in bed. I shout for Bee, but she's outside in her studio working again. Over the next few seconds, the group chat becomes a flurry of activity. Meredith's car has been spotted by a member of our group in the parking lot of a motel 2 towns over. The police have been notified. Bee sees the text too. She comes running in to find me. Unshowered and undercaffeinated, Bee and I decide to drive Josh to the motel. He's been in touch with the detective, but refuses to stay home and wait for news, though that's exactly what she told him to do. He's understandably worked up and in no state to drive himself. The 3 of us drop Leo off with the babysitter on the way. While Josh walks him to the front door, I call my office and ask them to reschedule my morning patients. Josh, Meredith, and Delilah need me now. The drive feels long, though it can't be more than 20 minutes. All the way we don't speak, each lost in our own thoughts, thinking the very worst. The motel is located off a 2-lane highway in an unincorporated part of town. There isn't much around it, other than a handful of industrial buildings and open land, much of it for sale and underwater. When we arrive at the motel, there is an obvious police presence in the parking lot. We don't see Meredith's car at first, but we're drawn there by the circle of officers that surround it. Josh throws his door open while the car is still moving. He leaps from the car and runs toward Meredith's. The doors, the trunk of it, are open, and police are looking inside. I can't find Meredith or Delilah. "Do you see them?" I ask Bee, glancing around the parking lot. "I don't," says Bee. She looks too, but all we see are a handful of bystanders and police. I pull into an empty spot. The parking lot is not large. I park the car and Bee and I make our way toward Josh. We don't get far before we're stopped by police and forced to wait a good 30 feet back, away from what the officer calls a crime scene. His words make my throat go suddenly dry, and I'm certain they found something inside Meredith's car. A body, more blood. Bea grabs my hand as he says it, and together we stand rooted in place, waiting anxiously for Josh to return with news. The motel itself is somewhat skeevy. It's dilapidated and small, a single-story building with doors that enter from the outside. In the parking lot, a 1970s neon sign flashes, vacancy, advertising rooms for just $50 a night, or $200 a week. I'm guessing much of the clientele is homeless. They live here. This isn't the kind of place the Meredith I know would ever go. What did they find? Bea asks when Josh comes to stand by us.
The car,
Josh tells us breathlessly.
is empty. No sign of either of them, though there's mud all over the driver's side. Blood in the passenger seat. An officer went inside and spoke to the clerk. He was told that Meredith checked in on the same day she disappeared. She paid cash. She rented the room for the month and declined daily maid service. The police are going to search the room.
He stops there, dragging his hands through his hair. His eyes are exhausted but hopped up on adrenaline. They don't look right.
I'm supposed to sit tight and wait, but...
His voice trails. Two things flash across Josh's face in that instant. Hope and despair. Bea reaches for him. We stand together like that, the three of us in a row, holding hands. The officers step inside a room and close the door behind themselves. It takes too long for them to return. With each passing minute, my concern grows exponentially. I fidget. I can hardly stand still. But I force myself to for Josh's sake. Josh asks things like,
"What do you think is taking so long?"
God bless Bea. She comes up with reasonable explanations that put Josh at ease, like, they'd want to talk to her. They'd have questions for her if she was there. But I think that if Meredith and Delilah were there in the room, the officers would be back immediately. But they're not. Too much time passes as we watch from behind the barricade tape, staring expectantly at the closed motel door. A few officers remain to keep watch on us. They speak to one another through walkie-talkies, though the voices are muffled and low. We can't hear what they say. But then, as we watch, two of the officers leave and move toward the room. They're led inside by someone we can't see. The door closes. There is a window in the room, but the curtains are drawn. We can't see anything.
"What's happening?"
Josh calls out, but no one responds. The number of bystanders has doubled since we arrived. Cars on the highway slow down as they pass, staring out their windows at us. I swallow hard when the first officer emerges from the room. The day is overcast, though there's no rain. Today, shockingly, there isn't even a threat of rain. Somewhere behind the dense clouds, the sun fights to get through. And at first I thought it was propitious. Sunlight after all these days in the dark. But now I'm not so sure. The officer holds his hat in his hands. He moves across the parking lot and toward us, his head hanging low. The female detective follows behind, 3 steps back. Beside me, Bea grips my hand tightly in hers. No one says a word. No one breathes. When the detective arrives, she asks Josh if she can speak with him. Josh quickly obliges, stepping beneath the barricade tape. He follows the detective. They go to a spot far enough away where no one can hear, but everyone can see. There they speak. It doesn't take long. As a dozen spectators watch on, Josh falls to his knees in the parking lot. He cries. His plaintive sobs are audible even from this distance as he lets out a desperate, elongated, "No," that will stay with me my whole life. His movements become feral, rabid, as he smacks at the gravelly parking lot with his bare hands, then looks skyward, begging, demanding to know why. "Why?" he screams.
Why?
Meredith. 11 years before. May. My eyes are closed. I'm belting out the refrain to a song. I don't know the words. I make them up as I go. They sound perfect to my ears. Bea and I laugh, giddy, euphoric. We drive so fast the car becomes airborne. We fly. We've left downtown. The lights are behind us now. The street's dark. Bea must see something because there's an inappreciable gasp a second before impact. I hear it later only in retrospect. The impact is pronounced. A dull, heavy thud. And then it's quiet. When it happens, I jerk upright in my seat. I'm stunned. My eyes go wide. Bea tries slamming on the brakes, but because of the speed of the car, we don't immediately stop. We go forward another few feet. The car jounces, running over whatever we've hit. Bea brakes harder. This time we stop. My seatbelt locks, pinning me in place. She slips the car into reverse, going backward. Again, the car jounces. I fall silent. I gaze into the darkened world beyond the windshield, seeing nothing, only stars. Beside me, Bea keeps saying, "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit." All I can ask is, what was it? Foxes scavenge the neighborhood at night. Coyotes, too. There are many of them. The neighbors are always warning people with outdoor cats and little dogs to watch out. Bea doesn't tell me. She just says, "Oh shit, oh shit." She slams her hands against the steering wheel. The mood in the car has changed. It's deathly quiet. Bea gets out of the car. Her movements are stiff. They're robotic. She leaves her door open. She steps around the front end of the car. I sit in the passenger's seat, watching, still pinned in place by the seatbelt. Bea is all aglow in the light from the headlights. She looks angelic. I'm buzzed. Things happen in slow motion. My depth perception is off. I feel disconnected, but still cognizant because the buzz is wearing off. Bea and Kate have a cat. They foster things. Bea would never intentionally hurt anything. She's beside herself with guilt. She folds herself in half, puts a hand to her mouth, and cries. It happens only momentarily. Bea isn't one to cry. She snaps back up. She wipes her eyes. She rushes to the car. As she descends into the driver's seat, she's chillingly composed. She's hatched a plan. The first thing she does is slam her door closed. The car fades to black. She kills the headlights. The street before us also turns black. Our streetlights are lanterns. They're more decorative than practical. "What are you doing?" I ask. If the animal is dead, there's nothing we can do for it. If it's still alive, we can call Kate. Kate could help. Bea turns to me. She grabs a hold of my arm so tightly it hurts. Her nails dig into me. "You can't tell anybody about this. Do you hear me, Meredith? You have to promise me that. Do you promise?" she says. I quickly sober up because she's scaring me. People run over animals all the time. It's why there's a word for it. Roadkill. I'm not insensitive, but these things happen. Get a grip, Bea. My voice is light when I speak, an insouciant whisper. People hit animals all the time. It's fine. Is it still alive? I try to free my arm. Bee won't let me. If anything, she holds more tightly. My forearm begins to throb. The light in the car is negligible. I can just make out the shape of her, though the details are imprecise. "Promise me," Bee demands. Her voice is unshaken. But there's something off about her eyes. They're not quite right. At her behest, I do. "I promise, Bee. I won't say a thing." I tell her that whatever ran out into the street did so before she had a chance to react. She can't beat herself up over it. It's the thing's own fault. When I was 16, I ran over a whole litter of raccoons. Babies, I tell her. I'd just gotten my license. I was driving at night. I never saw them, yet the guilt ate at me for months. I felt awful about it. "It wasn't a fucking raccoon, Meredith!" Bee screams. In all the time that I've known her, I've never known Bee to lose her temper. I've never seen this side of Bee. She's tough. She's iron-willed. But this is a Bee that I don't know. This is a Bee that's reactive. Silence fills the car. She stares at me, wild-eyed, her hair falling in her eyes. I can't hear my own panicked breathing, but I can feel the way my chest rises and falls. "Bee," I say. It comes out as a breath. "What is it? What did you hit?" Her silence terrifies me. She lets go of my arm. She relaxes back into her seat, staring ahead. I get out of the car. I stagger to the front end of it. I have to see what it is. I prepare myself for the worst. Roadkill is never pretty. Decapitation comes to mind, as does limb loss. Something horrific has happened here, something that's shaken Bee to the core. And then I see, in the faint glow of the nighttime sky, it's not an animal. The horror washes over me. My heart palpitates. My legs are like rubber. My palms sweat. I stand frozen at first, gaping, my sweaty hands pressed to my mouth to hold a scream back. It's a person. Female, based on the hair length and body shape. She's lying face down on the street, a barely perceptible pool of blackness spreading beneath her. Her arms are up like goalposts. It's the same way Delilah used to sleep as a baby, on her chest with arms up and over her head. This woman's long hair surrounds her. Her legs are tucked beneath the car. Bee steps from the car. She comes to stand beside me. She should have been wearing reflective gear, a fucking headlamp. She should have been on the sidewalk. My legs finally give. I drop to my knees, not by choice but out of necessity. The gravel from the street digs into my skin. I reach out for the woman, but Bee says, "Don't touch her," as I do. Her words are sharp. They startle me. "Why?" I ask, dismayed, looking over my shoulder at Bee. "We have to help her, Bee. She needs our help. We can't just leave her here." "Of course we're not going to leave her here. Help me," she says, dropping down to the other side of the woman. Bee wears gloves now. They must have been in her car, remnants from the winter. My hands are bare. Bee tells me to bury my hands in my shirt sleeves so we don't touch her with our hands. I don't think to ask why. I just do. We try to turn her over. She doesn't weigh much. But she's limp, sagging, all dead weight. At first, we can't pick her up. We have to roll her onto her back. In my head, I think that we shouldn't be doing this. You're never supposed to move someone who's injured. We should leave her where she is and call for help. But that thought never leaves my head. It stays where it is. I listen to B. I go through the motions mostly because I think I'm in shock. This isn't happening. I'm not here. I've dissociated myself from what's happening, and though physically some part of me kneels on the street, turning this woman over onto her back, the rest of me watches, horrified, from a distance. It's only when she's flat on her back that I get a good look at the woman. The alcohol inside me rises up, and I find myself rushing into nearby bushes to be sick. I begin to howl. In an instant, B is there, in my face, taking me to task. "Shut up, Meredith," she snaps, more panicked than anything. "You'll wake the whole fucking street." She presses a hand to my mouth and holds my cries in. I have to fight her off to breathe. B is scared. I know that. She's panicking. I am too. The woman on the street is Shelby. I push past B. I rush back to the car. I dig inside my purse for my phone. No sooner have I found it than B is there. She snatches it from my hand. "Give that back," I say. "What do you think you're doing? Who are you going to call?" I grapple with her for my phone, but B is bigger and stronger than me. She wins. "I know her, B," I say, and I explain. B's face falls, but to her it changes nothing. "We need to call 911, I insist. "We need to call for an ambulance. She needs help." "We're drunk," B chastises. "And she's dead, Meredith. She's dead." I checked for a pulse. There's none. There's nothing we can do for her. I'll go to jail if anyone finds out about this. "So what do you want to do?" I ask. "You want to just leave?" It's unfathomable. Leaving Shelby here in the middle of the road for someone else to find. B shakes her head. "Of course not, Meredith," she says. "We can't just leave her here." And I'm relieved at first. At first, I think B plans to do the right thing. But then she says, "We need to get rid of her." And my heart stops. "What do you mean?" I ask, aghast. "We need to take her somewhere secluded, where she won't be found for a while, if ever." "No," I say, my head jerking wildly back and forth. "No, B, why would we do that? You're out of your mind." "Listen to me," B says, her voice controlled. She grips my head in her hands, forces me to look at her. "Just listen to me. I know you're upset. I get that, Meredith. I'm upset too. But think about it for a minute. Just stop and think. This woman is dead. There's nothing we can do for her. If she was alive, Meredith, I'd call an ambulance. I'd take her to the emergency room myself. But she's dead. She's fucking dead. Nothing we do now can change that. But if we turn ourselves in, we're fucked. I'm fucked. We can't save her, but we can save ourselves." "We leave her here then," I say, decisive. "We leave her here and we make an anonymous call to the police." If the alternative is hiding her body, it's better to leave her here. "We can't do that," B says. "Why? What difference does it make?" B's response is thoughtful, swift. She's 2 steps ahead of me. "Because if we leave her here, the police are searching for the driver of a hit and run by morning at the latest, if not tonight. If we get rid of her, they're looking for a missing person. It's different. Don't you see that, Meredith? For all we know, there are tire impressions on her body, paint on her clothes, evidence that connects her to me. We have no other choice. she says. I know this is hard, but we have to get rid of her. I shake my head frantically. The tears come. They're inaudible, falling from my eyes. I can't be a part of this, I rant. I turn away. I set my hand on the door handle. I think about leaving. Where would I go? What would I do? Bea grabs me before I can leave. I try shrugging her off, but can't. I turn back to her. Stop it, Bea, I say. Let me go. I won't be a part of this. I can't have this on my conscience. We should call the police. You should turn yourself in. Snap out of it, she says, as she slaps me hard. I fall silent, shocked. My cheek stings. My hand goes to it as I choke on a sob. Haven't you figured it out yet? She asks. She has the presence of mind to keep her voice quiet. You're no innocent bystander, she says. You're already a part of it. What do you think Josh would say if he knew we plowed down some woman in the street? You think that husband of yours would ever think the same of you? Shame and fear wash over me. What would Josh do if he knew? Running into Shelby was an accident. But would he judge me for getting in the car with Bea when she was so obviously drunk? I don't know, I say frantically, shaking my head. I don't know what he'd do. Get out of the car, Meredith. Now. I can't carry her alone. She's firm. We're no longer on a level playing field. Now Bea is in control. We get out of the car. We go back to the body. With Shelby on her back, she's easier to carry. Bea slips her arms under Shelby's underarms and lifts her upper half. She has to slide her out from under the car first, before I can take her feet. All the while, I sob, my body in spasms. Bea tells me to be quiet, to walk faster. It's only a matter of time before someone comes. I go through the motions. I do as I'm told. This isn't happening, I tell myself. This isn't real. I keep waiting for myself to wake up. This is all just a dream, a horrible nightmare. I never wake up. We haul Shelby to the back end of the car. She's as limp as a rag doll. There's a mark on her head from where she landed on the concrete. It's swollen. It bleeds. Blood comes from her mouth. Whatever caused her death is far worse than skin deep. Head trauma, organ failure, internal hemorrhaging. Bea shuffles her into one hand so she can pop the trunk. It's awkward and ungainly. Shelby's head sags backward, practically snaps. As Bea opens the trunk, a negligible light comes out. But on the dark street, it might as well be the sun. Bea panics. Hurry, she says, nearly throwing her half of Shelby into the trunk. Beside jumper cables, a box of cat litter. There's a dull thud when Shelby's head hits the inside of the trunk. It sickens me. I won't do the same. I carefully, tenderly, lay Shelby's lower half inside and rearrange her so that she's comfortable. Bea doesn't like this. Hurry up, Meredith. Just put her in. Her eyes appraise the street. There are houses. Most are dark. Most everyone has gone to sleep. Of the few homes still lit, the windows are empty. No one's watching. I step back from the trunk. As Bea is closing it, I swear I hear Shelby moan. My blood curdles. Only Bea felt for a pulse. I never checked. What was that? I ask, panicked. Open it back up, I say. But Bea just looks at me. It's time to go, Meredith. She starts to walk away. She made a noise. I heard her, I insist. We have to see. What if she's still alive? What if B is mistaken? B says, I didn't hear anything. Please, B, I beg. Please open it so that I can check. Get in the fucking car, she says, walking around to the driver's side and getting in. I follow suit, only because B tells me that when we get where we're going, I can see if she's still alive. She starts the car. She doesn't turn the headlights on. If she's alive, we take her to the hospital, I say. Promise me, B. Promise me we can take her to the hospital if she's alive. She isn't alive. I heard her. She made a noise. You're hearing things. B pulls away. I don't know where we're going or how long it will take to get there. If Shelby is alive, I pray there's enough oxygen in the trunk to last a while. But what about the exhaust pipe so close to the trunk? Does carbon dioxide get in? And if she's bleeding internally, how long until she bleeds out? It's only after we've gone a block that B turns on the headlights. If you heard something, B says after a while, it's because bodies make noises when they die. B keeps her eyes on the road. She won't look at me. Rain begins to fall in big, fat glops. It splatters against the windshield. If the weathercasters are right, this is the first of many rains to come. Can't we just check? I ask, a few miles from home. The hospital is nearby. If we check and she's alive, we can take her there. Shut up, Meredith. Just please shut the fuck up, B snaps. I fall silent. I think of Shelby in the trunk. I think of what we've done. I think of Jason and her baby at home. I think of Josh, at home in our bed, waiting for me to come. We drive for miles. We drive through town and then keep going. The road turns wooded. It cuts through the river's floodplain, on the outer edges of a forest preserve. The houses disappear. The road turns narrow, gravel. The trees close ranks around us, scratching on the hood of the car. That's where B stops the car, in the middle of the abandoned gravel road. We get out. We can't do this! I don't want to do this, B. I'm not going to jail, she says. She's hell-bent on that. I've never seen this side of B. I don't know who this woman is. But I know this woman is as scared as me, even if it manifests itself as anger and control. B is a good person. She's not a psychopath. But she's backed into a corner, desperate for a way out. This is that way. She opens the trunk. I brace myself, not knowing whether we'll find Shelby dead or alive. Shelby is dead. She has no pulse. Already, the earliest stages of rigor mortis have begun to set in. Her face is fixed in a terrifying grimace. The coloration of her skin has changed. But she's shifted positions since we laid her in the trunk. This bothers me. Was she alive and deliberatively moved inside the trunk, trying desperately to get out? Or was she dead and kinetic energy moved her? I can't stop thinking about it, obsessing over it. But other than to assuage my guilt, it doesn't matter. Shelby is dead. I've lost all track of time. I don't know how long ago the accident was or how long we were driving. The rain is steady. As we carry Shelby deeper into the woods, she slips. Her ankles, in my wet hands, are like sardines. They're hard to hold on to. The ground is soft, wet. We trip over tree roots. We sink into the mud. Here we don't have to worry about being quiet. We go a couple 100 feet, deep into the trees. I hear the river flowing in the distance. It moves fast. My first thought is that Bee is going to toss Shelby's body into the river. But then she stops short of the river. She sets her half of Shelby on the ground. It's ungentle. With her gloved hands, Bee starts digging into the softened earth. "You just going to stand there and watch?" she asks. I gently lower Shelby's legs to the ground. I drop to my knees. I start carving away at the dirt, with my hands still covered by my shirt sleeves. Shelby's body lies beside me, watching. My actions are reactive, unconscious. I go through the motions because I don't know what else to do. I can't leave. Bee is the one with the keys. She's calling the shots. I cry as I dig. For a minute, my whole body heaves. I try to get control of myself, but I'm so overcome with emotion. Shock, horror, guilt, fear. It takes forever to dig a hole big enough for Shelby's body. It's sloppy at best. It's not nearly deep or wide enough. We don't have a shovel. But at some point, Bee finds an ice scraper in her trunk, and we take turns with that. We find tree limbs and use those, too, to chisel away the dirt. Before we bury her, Bee strips her of her clothes. She savagely tears her shirt from her head. She yanks her pants down. She leaves her underwear around her knees. Naked, Shelby still carries the baby weight. She hasn't lost the extra pounds that worried her so. Her breasts are huge, sagging. They fall out of the bra that Bee tugs from her arms. I watch Bee as she takes Shelby's shoes. I think of the shame and indignity of being found naked. One final disgrace. I look away. I can't watch. "Why, Bee?" I ask. "If she's naked, it implies something sexual happened here. The police will go searching for a man." We drag her into the hole. We use the dirt and the mud that we've unearthed to cover her up. We canvass the forest, gathering whatever detritus we can find, leaves and sticks. We lay those on top of the mud. Shelby's body shows as a protuberance from the earth, but it's slight. With any luck, no one will find her here. At some point in our drive home, it stops raining. Bee stops just short of our houses, pulling to the side of the street. "What are we doing?" I ask. Bee kills the engine. She says only, "Follow me." We get out of the car and start moving down the sidewalk. We're both filthy, caked with mud. It's on my clothes, my hands, my shoes. It's in my hair. Bee asks if I have bleach. I tell her I do. By now, the rain has washed Shelby's blood from the street. It's no longer visible. No one will know it was there. But Bee's trunk still shows evidence of blood. That needs to be cleaned. "Where is it?" she asks, walking fast. Her legs are longer than mine. She doesn't wait up for me. I have to jog to keep up. "In the garage," I say. It's where Josh and I keep all the cleaning supplies, so that Wyatt and the kids can't get into them by accident. We come to my house. It's surreal, standing outside it at this time of night. I don't recognize my own yard. "Go get it," she says about the bleach. "I'll wait here." She stands in the yard. The yard is wooded. The neighborhood is hundreds of years old. Some of the trees were here before the homes. They provide coverage. No one can see us, we think. My house is dark. The porch lights are off. Josh must have forgotten to turn them on for me. He often does. It has to be the middle of the night. If Josh were to wake, he'd be worried. But Josh is a sound sleeper. The odds of him waking up are slim. It's far more likely one of the kids would wake up and come looking for me. I wonder about Jason. Is he sound asleep like Josh? Or is he awake, worried, wondering why Shelby isn't home from her run? I slink into the garage. I leave the lights off. I move by rote. I find the bleach and return to B. It's cold outside. Only now, as the adrenaline slows, do I notice. I start to shiver. It's slight at first, but then turns considerable. My body jerks. B takes the bleach from my hand. "I'll take it from here," she says. "Go take a shower and go to bed. And remember, not a word to anyone. Do you hear? Not a word." I offer to help B clean. She doesn't want my help. Before she leaves, she makes me strip naked. "Why?" I ask. "Just do it," she says. On my own front lawn, I stand and strip down to my underwear and bra. I'm too devastated to be self-conscious. B takes my clothes from me. "What are you doing with those?" I ask. "They're covered in mud, in blood." "I have to get rid of them. They're evidence," is what she says. And then, "Go home, Meredith. Go home to your husband and kids. Forget all about what happened tonight." She starts to walk away from me. I grab her arm. "And if I can't?" I ask, knowing I'll never forget this night. "You need to," she says, as she shrugs me off and leaves.
Leo. Now. I don't go to the hypnosis. I go to school because Dad makes me go. He's worried I've missed so many days that I'm starting to fall behind. The day sucks, as school days do. When I get home, you and Dad are in the kitchen. I come in and overhear you tell Dad that you're sorry. I hang back by the door, watching you, wondering what you're sorry for. You look so small. You stare down at your hands, picking at hangnails that you've torn and bitten off. Dad's bought you clothes of your own, and even though they fit right, they're not right. Girls don't wear clothes like that these days, because Dad had to shop in the little girls section and not the one for teens. There's a panda bear on your shirt. It has rainbows for ears. A girl like Piper Hanaka wouldn't be caught dead wearing that. "I'm sorry, sir," you say again. Dad tells you, "There's nothing to be sorry for. You didn't know. How could you have known?" There's a quaver to Dad's voice. I know it by heart. He just barely manages to keep the valve closed so the waterworks don't begin. As I watch, Dad puts his arms out like he might hug you. You shrink back, banging into the countertop. Dad gets the point. He puts his arms down, knowing you're more of a trauma victim than his daughter. You may never be the daughter he used to know. Dad hasn't gone back to work since you've been home. He's on what's called FMLA. He isn't getting paid, but that doesn't matter because we have money. Dad's a workaholic. After you and Mom left, he would rather have been at work than home with me. We never went on vacation or did anything fun. He thinks he's undeserving of nice things. His car is a 12-year-old Passat with 100,000 miles on it, when he could easily afford the same Mercedes-Benz the neighbors just got. "It's not your fault," Dad says. I close the front door and let my backpack drop loud enough that you know I'm home. I go to the kitchen. "How did it go?" I ask. I help myself to an apple, sink my teeth into it. You and Dad are mute. "The hypnosis," I say, with a mouthful of apple. because no one's answering me. How did it go? Good, Dad says, busying himself making dinner. He takes ground beef from the refrigerator, a skillet from the cabinet. He sets the skillet down lightly, careful to keep noise to a minimum for your sake. It was very informative. We learned a lot. I'm glad we did it. Talk about beating around the bush. I look from Dad to you. You stand with your shoulders rounded, your head slumped forward. I take another bite of my apple. My question this time is less open-ended. What did you find out? It's quiet at first. Everyone's disinclined to tell me. I wait it out, and in the end, you're the one who does. Gus ain't real, you say. You shuffle your feet, staring down at them so that your hair falls in your eyes. My jaw hits the floor. What do you mean, he isn't real? You're red-faced when you say it. Gus is pretend. I made him all up. This gets a rise out of me. After all that Dad has done for you, you go and do something stupid like this. You got Dad and the cops all worked up about some kid who didn't exist. Why would you do that? I ask. I didn't mean to. What do you mean you didn't mean to? I'm mad because a person doesn't just go and invent another person by accident. You did it for attention, for a reaction. Leave it be, Leo, Dad says. His voice is stern. He frowns at me. But I won't leave it be. She's a liar, Dad. You pull a face. Dad does too. I might as well have hit you. Don't call your sister names. But she is, I say. She's not. Then what is she? A schizo? It's out of my mouth before I can think better of it. I don't mean to be a jerkweed. I just am. But I'm pissed, because I thought you and I were getting close. I thought you were opening up to me. Turns out I was wrong. Dad slams a wooden spoon on the countertop. The sound is loud. Damn it, Leo! Just shut up! You don't know what you're talking about. In all my life, Dad's never told me to shut up. You freak out because of the noise. You're shaking. You start to cry. Or maybe that's pretend too. Maybe you're making that up just to dupe us. Dad coaxes you into a chair. He gets you something to drink. He gets you one of those pills the shrink prescribed for you. If I lied, Dad would take my internet away for a month. You lie, and he babies you. After you're done shitting your pants, Dad goes back to his ground beef. I stand there, watching the whole thing, and then leave. No one asks about my day.
Meredith. 11 years before. May. The next morning, I'm sore. My whole body aches. I wake to Josh's lips teasing mine. My eyes open, and there he is, suspended above me.
You were supposed to wake me up when you got home,
He razzes me.
We had a date.
I'm sorry, I say. My saliva is thick, my mouth like cotton. It's hard to swallow.
Don't tell me you forgot.
I'll make it up to you. I have trouble getting out of bed. It takes time. The room spins. I have a headache, one that creeps up the back of my neck. Josh, watching me, laughs.
Looks like you and B had fun after we left.
My cheeks flame. Josh doesn't know the half of it. All he knows is that B and I stayed at the bar and had another drink after he and Kate left. He thinks I'm hungover.
What time did you get home? I tried staying up for a while,
He says. And I tell him that I don't know, that we lost track of time. B didn't want to leave, I say. What I wouldn't give to go back to last night. To go home with Josh instead of staying with B. I push myself from bed. I think that when Josh looks at me, I must look different, changed. Last night, after I let myself in, I showered in our first-floor bathroom. I couldn't risk waking him or the kids. I went to bed with my hair still wet. That was only 4 or 5 hours ago. If he looks closely enough, he'll see it's still wet.
You want coffee?
Josh asks, standing at the mirror, fixing his tie. I say yes, though I'm not sure I can hold anything down.
Just give me a minute. I'll brew a fresh pot.
I'm no sooner on my feet than I have to rush past Josh and to the toilet. I fall to my knees before it, grasping the seat with clammy hands. The 3 or 4 drinks I had last night are not enough to make me sick. It's what came after that lays waste to my insides.
Wow,
Josh says, coming up behind me. He stands in the bathroom doorway, smirking proudly as I wipe the vomit from my mouth with the back of a hand.
that was a heck of a birthday celebration. You sure showed Bea a good time. She's lucky to have you.
I'm not known as being the life of the party. I'm more of a wet blanket when it comes to nights out. I'm typically the first to want to go home. This is uncharacteristic of me. Josh is relishing the idea of me being hungover because it doesn't happen often. He fetches a washcloth from the vanity. He soaks it in cold water and hands it to me. As I take it, I see mud still buried beneath my fingernails, despite my scrubbing last night. I hide my hands from Josh. My telltale heart is beating. Word begins to spread later that day. It starts on Facebook. It starts as a plea. Shelby and I are Facebook friends, as I'm Facebook friends with many of my clients. Shelby is tagged in another friend's post. That friend is looking for her. That evening, Shelby makes the local news. Josh and I watch together. The kids are in bed. It's the 10 o'clock news. I freeze up when the story breaks, barely daring to breathe as the anchorwoman talks about Shelby. I should tell Josh that I know her. I should tell Josh she's a client. But I get cold feet. I hesitate because I've never been much of an actor. I worry my reaction would come off as unauthentic and give me away. And then, because I didn't do it right away, I can't tell him later, because he'd want to know why I didn't tell him before. It's the same as what happened with Marty. As the days go on, I can't tell him about the malpractice suit or Dr. Feingold or any of it, because it would all look so dodgy and dishonest. I brood over the police coming by, asking if I know Shelby, and me having to decide whether to lie. If I lie, I'd never get away with it. But if I told the truth, it might get back to Josh, and then he'd discover the lie by omission. It's a catch-22. I can't win. The next day, Bea comes to the house. I'm alone when she comes. Should we be seen together? I ask when we're behind closed doors.
Why would that matter, Meredith? She asks.
Because of what we did, I hiss under my breath.
And what was that? She asks. Go to the bar and have a good time?
She tells me that to avoid suspicion, I have to act normal. I recoil, offended. I am acting normal, I say. Though I'm not. I'm far from it. Bea asks what I would do if a client of mine ever went missing. I don't know, I say, controlling the sudden urge to cry. Bea, before me, is impassive, tall. She looms over me in the foyer of my home. She didn't bring an umbrella, and so she's wet. She drips onto my entry rug. It's never happened before.
Don't be stupid,
she says, deadpan. It comes as a slap to the face.
Theoretically, Meredith, what would you do?
I swallow hard. I'd call her husband, express my condolences, see if there's anything I can do.
Then do it, she commands. Do it today.
She leaves the same way she came. I walk to the front window to watch her go, to be sure she's really gone. Outside, the world is charcoal gray. It's foggy. I can only see to the other side of the street. The world beyond evanesces into clouds. In the coming days, police descend upon our neighborhood like snow in winter. I watch from a distance. No one comes to our house asking questions, though I obsess over what I'll do when and if that happens. What we learn from word of mouth and the news. Josh is all worked up about it.
How does a grown woman just disappear?
He asks no one in particular. He's pacing the house. He tells me that he doesn't want me out after dark for anything, not until they find the person who did this to her. You're going to drive me to and from my births? I challenge. Wake the kids up in the middle of the night and make them come? He thinks it through. His answer to this is,
You'll take a cab. The driver can drop you off and pick you up at the hospital door.
You're being ridiculous, I say, trying hard to control the tremor in my voice. You do hear what they're saying, don't you, about the husband? How he killed her? I think I'm safe unless you have plans of killing me, I say, fleeing the room. I'm more contrary than I should be. The guilt ravages me. Not only Shelby's death, but that Jason may take the fall for it.
Are you mad?
Josh asks when he finds me later in the bathroom getting ready for bed.
Did I upset you?
He comes up behind me. He lays a tender hand on my lower back. He wraps around me from behind, so that his arms circle my midriff. He knots his hands. He lowers his chin to my shoulder. He says,
I couldn't live without you.
I don't deserve Josh after what I've done. Josh is a good man. I can only stand it a few seconds before I free myself of his hold.
What's wrong, Meredith?
He asks. Nothing, I snap at him. I'm fine.
You don't seem fine.
I am fine. I find myself searching things online. How exactly does one die in an auto-ped accident? Head trauma is often to blame. So too is organ damage, internal bleeding, damage to major arteries. I get sucked down a rabbit hole of information. Shelby's body should have ricocheted off the hood of the car when we hit her, because of the force of impact and because of Newton's laws of motion. She shouldn't have toppled over in front of it. This leads me to believe she wasn't standing upright, that she was hunkered down, doing something as innocuous as tying a shoe. Who'd ever think you could be killed while tying a shoe? Another thing I look up. Do corpses make sounds after death? The answer is yes. When a body is moved after death, the air left in the windpipe can escape. The result is a groan or a moan. I obsess over this. I try to replay the sound I heard as we laid Shelby in the trunk of Bee's car. Was it the contents of her trachea leaving, or was she still alive? Did Shelby ricochet off the hood of the car and land in front of it? Or like a domino, did she fall over? It doesn't matter. Either way, she's still dead. The rain won't let up for anything. I'm tormented by images of Shelby cold and naked, lying in the rain, shivering, soaked to the bone. I can't stand it. One morning, I stand at my closet, looking for something to wear. My mind screams at me to pick something. Just pick Pick something! The indecision paralyzes me. It's like this every day. But it isn't just the clothes. It's every one of the seemingly million inconsequential decisions I make every day. The kids are at my feet, arguing. I don't have the energy to react. Their voices sound muffled, as if I'm underwater and they're up above, as I stare into the endless abyss that is my closet. It's all too much. I settle on something. I get in the car. I take the kids where they need to be, though Leo begs and cries as I leave him with Charlotte. I can't go on with this guilt. I can't live like this, thinking of nothing but what Bea and I did. All day and night, I replay the moment of impact in my mind. I feel it still, the car crashing into her, and then, seconds later, the repulsive sensation of driving over her body, not once, but twice. I'm snowed under by what-ifs. What if I'd gone home with Josh? What if Bea and I hadn't had that last drink? What if I'd insisted on driving? What if Shelby had been on the sidewalk? What if her shoe hadn't come untied? If she hadn't been bent down tying it? If that's even what happened. The guilt is a heavy burden to bear. I feel battle-scarred. I go to the store. I no longer enjoy driving. I'm over-attentive. I drive below the speed limit. I step on the brakes when I see even the slightest movement in my peripheral vision. My heart races the entire time. It's not that I think I will be hurt. It's that I think I will hurt someone else. My hands on the steering wheel are slick. I can't get a good grip of the leather. Cars honk at me. I've become a danger because of my extreme caution. At the store, I buy a blanket. It's plaid and fleece. I take it to the woods alone, where I last saw Shelby. I have to search a while because the trees, the riverbank, all look the same to me, though the river is higher than it was the last time I was here. The days have become squally. We no longer see the sun. I find Shelby. It's been days since her death. The sight of her wrecks me. She's still mostly buried, but the rain has washed much of the forest floor away. I see parts of her. A single bloated leg lying on a bed of miry leaves. Strands of her dyed hair. I wear gloves as I take the blanket out of its packaging. I use care not to touch it. I go to her, lay the blanket on what's visible of her body. I don't want to look, but I can't tear my eyes away. What I see is unspeakable. Where the blood has settled, Shelby is purple. Gravity has taken its toll, pulling the stagnant blood down. Her lower half is entirely bruised. The flies have discovered Shelby's body. They buzz around. They land on her. I try to dispel them, but they're not scared of me. They leave and then they come back. When I look closely at Shelby's body, there are maggots. What I don't think about is my shoe prints left in the mud. I see them only as I'm leaving. I've seen enough cop shows to know that this is how people get caught. For a split second, I think about leaving the footprints there. Then it's out of my hands. If I'm meant to be caught, I will be. I think somewhere deep inside, that's what I want. To be caught. But I can't do it. I step out of my shoes. I retrace my steps. I sink to my knees, smear the shoe's tread away with my gloved hands, moving backward. By the time I'm done, I'm bathed in mud. I let the rain rinse me clean. I carry what remains into the car with me. Halfway home, I have to pull to the side of the road to hurl. Now when I think of her, she's alone. But at least she's not cold. It's the only thing that gets me through the night.
Leo. Now. Before bed, Dad comes into my room, where I'm doing algebra. Algebra is about the only class I like, because there's a right and a wrong answer, and no in between. There's no gray area, unlike in life. Life is all gray area. Can I come in? Dad asks. I shrug. It's your house. Don't be like that, Leo. Then how do you want me to be? I'm not usually so stubborn. He comes in and sits on the edge of my bed. I turn my back to him. I want you to listen, to hear me out. You're not giving her a fair shake. I turn around in my chair. I look at him. It's a swivel chair. I can go back to not looking anytime I want. I tell him, I'm listening. The way I say it is petulant. All my life I've had to be a grown-up. It's nice acting like a child for a change. Dad ages every day. He aged about a decade when Mom died. He's aged another now that you're home. His hair is gray. He has a paunch. There are dark circles under his eyes because he doesn't sleep. He's always tired. He doesn't eat much either. Not real food, though he's taken to feeding his depression with potato chips and beer. It's the reason for the paunch. He was an athlete once. I was a skeptic when he told me he competed in a marathon before I was born. I called bullshit. He showed me the medal to prove it. The only reason he ever runs now is when there's been a potential sighting of you. I don't remember Dad before, but there are the pictures, the home videos. In them, he's pretty jacked. He's a stud. He has brown hair, and plenty of it. His hair wasn't thin like it is now. It wasn't gray. His smile wasn't bogus back then either. He's let himself go. The way the psychiatrist explained it to me, Dad says, being isolated in the dark for as long as your sister was, drives people to the brink of insanity. It impairs their sense of time, their sleep cycles. Without being able to see, they suffer sensory deprivation. It fucks them up, Leo, he says. I go rigid because Dad just said fuck. Dad doesn't swear. This friend of Delilah's was a hallucination. But to her, he says, he was entirely real. Where she was kept, she had no one to talk to. She couldn't see anything in the dark. In the absence of all other stimuli, Leo, her mind kept working. And it created Gus, who, to your sister, was as real as you are to me. She wasn't lying. She's not a liar. She believed 110% that Gus was real. It's possible that Gus was the only thing that got her through all this. When he says it like that, I feel like a shithead for calling you a liar and a schizo. Dad doesn't make me apologize. I do it anyway. I get an idea then. I ask Dad to drag out the home videos, and we watch them. For just a little while, it's like you are you again, and Mom is still alive.
Meredith. 11 years before. May. I can't keep going on like this. Josh can tell that something is wrong. He asks me about it. He saunters up behind me when I'm at the stove or the sink. He massages my shoulders. As he does, I tense up. It isn't that I don't want Josh touching me. It has nothing to do with Josh. It's that Shelby is on my mind all the time. I see her when I'm awake. I see her when I'm lucky enough to sleep. The memory of her lying naked on that bed of leaves makes my flesh crawl. It will only be a matter of time before the animals find her, if they haven't already. Josh says things to me like,
Hey, babe, everything okay?
and that trite old saying,
Penny for your thoughts.
because he can tell I'm being pensive. I shrug him off when he does, tell him I'm fine. He says that he's beginning to hate that word, fine. The tension between us grows exponentially. Bea comes by almost every day. She skulks over when I'm home alone. She must monitor my comings and goings or keep an eagle eye on my car in the driveway. When she comes, I ask her things like, "What did you do with my clothes?" And "What did you do with Shelby's clothes?" I feel breathless all the time, in a constant state of panic. What makes it worse is having to hide my feelings from Josh and the rest of the world. Only when Bea is here can I speak freely. Bea, on the contrary, is always composed. She tells me not to worry about it. "I took care of it," she says, about the clothes, which doesn't answer my question. Took care of it how? "You didn't go to work today," Bea says accusatorially. "You had a class to teach at 9. I saw it on the website. You should have been there." I'm not feeling well. It's not a lie. Guilt isn't only emotional. It manifests itself in very physical ways. My head aches, my back aches, my stomach is in knots, and I'm constipated. I could never stay focused through class, much less make it through without that overwhelming urge to vomit or cry. I spend so much time ruminating about what Bea and I did that night, second-guessing the choices we made, the choices I made. I can't get away from it. I'm obsessed. My mind is in a constant state of flux. I can think of nothing else but what happened that night. I don't sleep. I barely eat. You need to act normal, Meredith. Normal. I'm not particularly religious. Josh, the kids, and I go to church on Easter and Christmas, but that's all. Still, there's a Bible verse that's been running never-ending through my mind since sometime last night. The truth will set you free. It sounds so simple. I make the mistake of telling Bea. We'll make the police see it was an accident, that you didn't mean to hit Shelby, I say. It was unpreventable. They'll understand. Bea stares at me, incredulous. Have you lost your damn mind? She snaps. They'll just fucking understand? I didn't step on a bug. I killed a person. We, Meredith, she says, we killed a person. I plead with her. Please, Bea, I can't go on living like this. You have to, she says. You have to figure it out. She takes a step closer. I was drunk, Meredith, and you knowingly permitted me to drive the car home. It's your fault as much as it is mine. You'll go to jail too, you know, if we're ever found out. How do you think Josh and the kids would fare while you're rotting away in jail for years? I've thought about this. I have an answer ready. It's not like they can do a breathalyzer now. It's too late to prove anything, and if you weren't drinking, it's a much lesser offense, like a misdemeanor. For a second, she just stares, and then, are you really that dumb? Since when did you turn into a lawyer anyway? I see now that Bea isn't hamstrung by the same guilt as me. The Bea I know isn't cruel. She's compassionate. She's outspoken, but kind. This Bea is scared. We're not just talking manslaughter anymore or a misdemeanor, she says, because we also carried her out to the woods and hid her. That's concealment of a homicide. She pauses for effect. It's time you set your fucking conscience aside and think about your kids. After she leaves, I collapse into an armchair. I don't move until 6 hours later when I hear Josh and the kids come home. I hear them outside first. I try and make myself look busy before they come in.
Leo. Now. Back at school, Piper Hanaka comes up to me. Hey, Leo, can I show you something? I'm at my locker, trying to open it for the third time because Adam Beltner already slammed it shut on me twice. I let it slide both times. He called me a wuss for it. If I'd have fought back, he would have exterminated me. I can't win, no matter what I do. You're lucky you never got to experience high school. High school is pretty fucked up. I tell Piper, sure, okay, I guess. It's game day, which means the cheerleaders wear their uniforms. The skirts are short enough that Piper is all legs. It barely covers her crotch. I learned the hard way that I'm not supposed to look at her legs because if I do, I get called things like Petey and perv. So I don't look at her at all. I pretend to be looking for something in my locker. I saw Delilah's picture in the paper. Yeah, me too. It's all so sad. Yeah, I know. Except, it's supposed to be happy too, because she's like, back. I don't know what to say, so I say, what do you want to show me? I've never had a girlfriend before. I've never even had a girl like me. Freshman year, someone told me in gym class that some girl named Molly liked me. I still have nightmares about it. It took me 3 days to get the guts to ask her to the homecoming dance. Turns out it was all a hoax. Kids laughed their asses off at my expense when she said no. Molly already had a date, a junior on the varsity football team, built like a linebacker because he was. Piper says, my mom, made me get rid of everything Delilah after she disappeared. She didn't think it was healthy to have it around. It sucked. I used to have half of a best friend's necklace that I shared with Delilah. My mom made me toss my half in the trash. She was all like, it doesn't mean anything without the other half. I cried over it. So she went and bought me a new best friend's necklace and told me I could give it to anyone I wanted. I might have been 6, but you don't just, forget your best friend. Who'd you give it to? Lily Morris. Do you remember her? She doesn't even live here anymore. She moved to, North Carolina when we were 12. I shake my head. I don't remember her. Doesn't matter. Lily was never a good friend anyway. In 4th grade, she started a rumor that I, peed my pants when I laughed. I want to ask her if it's true. If it is, I'd find it endearing. Anyway, my mom let me keep one picture of Delilah, though. That's cool, I say. Though it was a dick move for Mrs. Hanaka to make her get rid of everything that reminded her of you. Dad, on the other hand, kept everything. Your rainbow glitter shoes are still by the door, and have been for 11 years. You've probably noticed. Piper shows me the picture. You're a little kid in it. It's a close-up of yours and Piper's faces smashed side by side together. You're smiling. Half your teeth are missing. You're all red hair and freckles. Happy, like the kid I saw dancing around on Dad's home videos. Not scared, like the person you now are. It's just that I was digging around on the internet, trying to figure out if cleft chins are one of those things that just goes away, And they're not. No matter what kids like Adam Beltner say, I'm no idiot. I know what Piper means by this. What I don't know is how to feel about it. Piper cut out the picture of you in the newspaper. The Hanakas might be the only people in the world who still get the actual physical newspaper. She sets both pictures side by side, the one some asshole photographer shot yesterday, and the one of you when you were 6. They're mostly similar. Red hair, green eyes, except for that cleft chin. I never noticed before that you had a cleft chin. It's not something that's super obvious. It's on the small side, as cleft chins go, the kind of thing you might not notice unless someone else pointed it out for you. But now that I know it's there, it sticks out like a sore thumb. Except that on the picture taken yesterday, there's no cleft chin. None at all. Not even a small one. The bell rings. I look around, and the halls are empty. We're late for class. Piper is backing away from me. She hugs her books to her. "Don't be mad at me, Leo," she says, before she turns around and runs.
Meredith. 11 years before. May. I have a confession to make, Charlotte says. She's on the other end of my phone. Her tone is somber. It's evening. Josh and the kids have been home for hours. They're in the next room, watching TV together on the sofa. Josh has a book open on his lap, but he's laughing at the TV. It warms my heart that a 36-year-old man can find humor in preschool TV. Charlotte says, "Something happened." And there's the sense that she knows what Bea and I did. I go into a flat spin. I'm losing control. I'm in the kitchen when it happens. I've just finished washing dishes and wiping down the table. I pull out a chair and sink into it. "What's that?" I ask. I'm short of breath. My heart pounds in my chest. She says, "Someone has been picking on Leo." Before her voice cracks and she comes apart at the seams, saying, "Oh God, Meredith, I'm so sorry. I feel awful about it. I should have known." My mind doesn't change course so quickly. How would you have known? It's my job to know these things, especially after you called about the bruise. I should have paid more attention after that. I should have put more stock into what you said. But instead, I cast it off as kids being kids. I'm so sorry, Meredith. I wish I'd known sooner that he was being picked on. Picked on how? I ask, still breathless. And by whom? Brody Parker, she says. The name doesn't ring a bell. What did this boy do to Leo? Well, she says, chastened. I'm ashamed to admit this, Meredith. I hope you'll forgive me. But this afternoon, he locked Leo in the outdoor toy chest. I picture our own plastic toy chest. It's maybe 2 feet high by 2 feet wide by 3 feet long. Leo, at his last exam, was 38 inches tall. If Charlotte's toy chest is about the same size as ours, that means Leo's little legs wouldn't have been able to stretch fully out inside it. He would have had to bend at the knees. But is there enough width inside the toy chest for that? And what about the toys inside it? Was he lying on them too? Or did this Brody Parker have the decency to remove those before forcing Leo in? My mind is racing. But all I can say is, "It's raining outside, Charlotte. They were playing outside?" Brody asked if they could get the Nerf guns and bring them in. I said yes, because with all this rain, we're running out of things to do. Brody asked if Leo could help him carry the guns back in. I said yes. Then one of the toddlers wet herself, and I got all caught up in changing and washing her clothes. I didn't know that Leo hadn't come back in. Brody, she says by way of explanation, goes to the elementary school. We walk and pick him up, same as we do Delilah. We didn't get home until close to 3:30, and then the kids wanted a snack before they played, so... Her voice drifts. She's holding something back. What are you saying, Charlotte? I ask. It was less than an hour that he had Leo locked inside that chest of mine. And I gasp, imagining Leo trapped in a dark, cold toy chest all alone for an hour. What grade is Brody Parker in? I ask, imagining him as a kindergartner, like Delilah. 5th, Charlotte says. This would make him 10 or 11. What kind of 11-year-old boy picks on a 4-year-old? I wonder if Leo was lured into that toy chest, if he was double dog dared, or if this little hellion picked Leo up and forced him in. Why wouldn't Leo just get out of the chest? I ask. Leo may be shy, but he's a capable boy. He could have just climbed out. It has a lock on it. Dear God, I say, pressing a hand to my mouth. I wonder if there are air holes in that toy chest, how much oxygen it holds. And then, because I can't get her off my mind for anything, I go back to Shelby in the trunk, and whether she was dead before we put her in or if she died inside. Charlotte says, when it came time to clean up, I realized he was missing. Leo is always the first to clean up. He's such a good boy, Meredith. But Leo's puzzle never got put away, and that's when I knew something terrible had happened. I want you to know I've already called Brody's mother. I told her he's not welcome here anymore.
Leo. Now. Over dinner, I stare at you, wondering if the cleft chin only shows its face sometimes. But for as long as I stare, I never see it. It's not there. That night, I do some digging on the internet. I see the same thing Piper saw. The only way to get rid of a cleft chin is through surgery. That costs about $2,000 or $3,000. I seriously doubt those meth heads forked over a couple grand for a chin implant for you. I'm also doubting there's a plastic surgeon anywhere near Michael that could have done it. I compare the two pictures side by side. There are far more similarities than not. Most of the differences could be chalked up to time, like the way your nose has widened or your face narrowed. That happens as we grow up. Your hair is also darker. The sun lightens hair. Where you were at, there was no sun. But then, there's that cleft chin, also known by the internet as the incomplete fusion of the symphysis menti during fetal development. In layman's terms, a butt chin. It's rare. It's genetic. It's gone. You don't have it anymore. It isn't that you lost it. It's that you are not my sister. I don't know what to do with this information. Do I tell Dad and break his heart? Or let him go on believing this pipe dream of his? The odds of my sister ever coming home now are slim to none. As long as Dad thinks you're her, he's happy. He can get on with his life. He can have closure, albeit phony. You, whoever you are, who lived locked in someone's basement for 11 years, can have a better life. Dad will take care of you. He'll give you everything you need. Except that you probably have your own folks out there. Maybe you have a kid brother too. They're probably missing you. I wait 2 days before I show Dad the pictures Piper showed me. At first, he flies off the handle, mad mostly at me for making shit up. But the longer he stares at those pictures, he sees. The DNA test, Leo, he says, was conclusive. The DNA test confirmed that she's Delilah. DNA tests don't lie. That is a major question mark, because DNA tests almost always get it right. There are rare errors that can be chalked up to the quality of the sample, or the way the sample was handled, or the results interpreted. We go to the police station. With you in another room, Dad corners the lady cop and one of her henchmen. He shows her the pictures. She's dismissive at first. You can't just think she'd look the exact same as she did when she was 6. People change, Josh. They grow up. That baby fat disappears, and features become more defined. That's all that's happening here. She ascribes Dad's fears to some form of PTSD, thinking that after all these years of missing Delilah, he has anxiety over losing her again. It's not that simple. I printed out the articles online that say cleft chins don't just vanish. They're here for life. She reads the article, and her face goes white. What if the DNA test got it wrong? Dad asks. DNA tests are lauded as extremely reliable, almost 100%. I'd like to see those results, Dad says, thinking the lab fucked up. There are things called a false positive and a coincidental match. The lady cop doesn't move. She holds stock still. Carmen, he asks, I'd like to see the results, please. Though why, I don't know, because it's not like Dad, an investment banker, can make heads or tails of a DNA report. I can get it, the henchman says. No, the lady cop says quickly. Let me. She walks away. Dad's eyes follow her. She's not that bad looking, for an older lady. Like Dad, she's got to be pushing 50, though she takes better care of herself than Dad does. She looks like she works out, eats healthy and all that. Under her clothes, she's probably ripped. When she comes back, she's shaking her head. Her hands are empty. She says decisively, It wasn't there. Ma'am? The henchman asks. It wasn't there. The DNA report wasn't in the file. She is phlegmatic. Her voice is flat. She stares at the henchman, then Dad, unblinking. Maybe you missed it. Those papers have a tendency to stick together. I can double-check if you'd like, ma'am. It wasn't there. I didn't miss it. She's pissed now, for two things. One, that the report is missing, and two, that the henchman second-guessed her in front of Dad and me. Yes, ma'am, he says. The henchman offers to pull up the report online. I can do it myself, she says. We follow her to a desk. She sits at the computer, fingers pecking away on the keyboard. Neither Dad nor I can see what's happening on the screen because we're on the wrong side of it. She stops typing. Her fingers hover above the keyboard. What's wrong? Dad asks. She starts. I forgot my password, that's all. Just give me a minute. We do. It doesn't help. A minute later, she still can't remember her password to whatever software cops use. Let me try mine, the henchman says, reaching past her for the keyboard. Don't, she snaps at him. Just don't. It's loud enough that people stare. Some other cop walks over and asks if everything is all right. Detective Rollings is the undemonstrative type. She's seen everything there is to see in her line of work. She's become desensitized to all things bad. But still, you can see a tiny breach in her shell. It's visible. She looks at Dad. We've been together from the very beginning, Josh. All the ups and downs of this case. I've watched you cope with the unbearable loss of your wife and child. I've seen firsthand your hope and resilience every time you thought there was a lead as to where Delilah might be. You never gave up on her. Her voice cracks. You were hell-bent on searching until Delilah came home, and I told myself long ago that I was in this for the long haul. If you weren't giving up, neither was I. I grew fond of you over the years, Josh, and wanted more than anything to bring your little girl home to you. This wasn't just a case for me. It was personal. I should know better than that. You're never supposed to let it get personal. There's a line. You don't cross it. I did. And then I got the call we'd been waiting for 11 years. I was so certain she was Delilah, Josh. She checked off all the boxes. She looked like her. She said she was her. Unlike the imposters we've seen, this one was 100% legit. I could feel it in my bones. We'd done it. We'd found Delilah. I saw the relief and the euphoria in your eyes. This meant everything to you. And then the results came back. Negative. Not a match. I was incredulous. I was devastated. It was impossible. It couldn't be. I thought of how I'd tell you, the words I'd say. I practiced. But when the time came, I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't take her away from you again. I'm so sorry, Josh. In some inane way, I thought I was doing the right thing. For you, for her. I thought if no one knew the truth, what harm would it do? Dad openly cries. I can't badmouth him this time because I feel it too. a black hole inside me. The one question remaining now is why you thought Dad was your dad when he's not. We go into the room with you. It's like taking that long final walk to the execution chamber. I sit down in a chair next to you. Dad sits across from me. He can't bring himself to look at you. The lady cop doesn't come in with us. After her confession, she was led away by some superior officer with her head hung low. There will be some form of discipline for what she's done. Not only did she lie, but she tampered with police records. She'll probably get canned. Maybe have charges pressed against her too. I don't know. Instead of her, it's someone else asking the questions now. A man cop. He doesn't sit at all. He doesn't beat around the bush. What made you believe this man was your father? There's a tremor to your voice. He's not? Your face falls. You're helpless, confused. Your eyes go to Dad, who's crying. That's your answer. No, he's not. You blink over and over again, like there's an eyelash in your eye. You're mute at first. You pull your legs into you. You rock on the chair. It's raw, primal. It's hard to watch. Tears pool in your eyes and then slip down your cheeks. That's how I know you're not lying. You honest to God believe him to be your dad. You say to him, You are my daddy. And then, even I'm crying too.
Meredith. 11 years before. May. In the middle of the night, Delilah cries out for me. It's a strangled cry, and then she's sobbing, gulping through her tears. I spring out of bed. I rush to her room, where I find Delilah sitting upright in bed, eyes like saucers. I go to her. At first touch, I know what's wrong. Delilah has spiked a fever. She's sweating through her sheets, despite the fact that she shivers violently. Oh, sweetie, I say, stroking her damp hair. Her skin is clammy. Her pajamas stick to her. Delilah's eyes are fixed on the corner of the room. I look, but there's nothing there but a lamp. The lamp is a kid's floor lamp, tall, with 3 acrylic shades that look like balloons. Delilah's hand rises up from beneath her soggy sheets to point at it. What, baby? I ask, dropping down on the edge of the bed. What do you see? Someone's there, she says, voice hoarse. I look again, feeling my heartbeats quicken. Though, of course, no one is there. It's Delilah's fever speaking. What she sees is the floor lamp, and she's mistaken one of the balloon-shaped lampshades for a head, the tall, narrow tube for a body. No one's there, I assure her. It's just your lamp. Want me to turn it on and show you? I ask, as I press up from the bed and make my way toward the lamp. I don't wait for her to answer because Delilah is looking at me strangely. I reach a hand out for the switch. Delilah coughs. It's a barky, croup-like cough. Delilah has had croup before. I turn on the lamp. Yellow light floods the purple room. I look around, glance under the bed, inside the closet, make a big show of saying, See? No one's here. It's just you and me. Delilah sounds so sure when she says, They left, Mommy. I know that can't be. Who was it? I ask Delilah, humoring her. She blinks at me, unspeaking. Her stare is vacant, glassy-eyed. She doesn't say. Her red hair droops. Along the hairline, it's dark with sweat. I let it go, knowing no one was here. I reach a hand back out to turn off the lamp switch. I retrieve the thermometer from Leo and Delilah's bathroom and the children's Tylenol from downstairs. I take Delilah's temperature first. It's nearing 103 degrees. I double-check the dosing on the Tylenol and then give it to her. Delilah has sweat through the sheets. I make her get out of bed long enough for me to change them. She gets back in. I lie beside her. I stay with Delilah until she falls back to sleep. Then I go back to my own bed. I slip in beside a still sound asleep Josh. Josh has the ability to sleep through anything. I don't wake him because Delilah gets sick all the time. She's our germ magnet. If someone in her class is sick, you can bet your life Delilah will be too. Delilah's fever isn't breaking news. I can tell him in the morning. As I lie there, I notice that our bedroom window is open a crack. Josh runs warm. Even in the winter, he wants to open the bedroom window at night. Otherwise, he overheats. The cool spring air wafts in, blowing the gauzy curtains into the room. The rain falls lightly outside. The sound of it is peaceful. If not for thoughts of Shelby that torment me, it would be anesthetizing. But instead, I lie there dwelling on how Grace Tebow will never have a mother to tend to her at night. It's all my fault. It makes me sick to think of. It makes me sick to know that while I lay in my soft, warm bed under the weight of my husband's arm, Shelby lies alone in the woods, her body being devoured by maggots and flies. I've reached the end of my rope. I can't keep living with this secret. I need to go to the police. I need to tell them what we've done and suffer the consequences. I deserve that. My own guilt aside, Jason deserves closure. He needs to know what happened to Shelby. I've been following the investigation on the news, and it's not good. All roads lead to Jason. Jason has been rumored to have been having an affair. It's damning. I'll never be able to live with myself if Jason gets convicted of murder. If that were to happen, what would happen to the baby? Who would raise her? Who would care for her special needs? Would she be institutionalized? At some point, I must have drifted off to sleep. Because when I wake up, Josh is gone. Beside me on the nightstand is a tepid coffee. The bedroom smells of his cologne. He was here, but now he's not. I get out of bed. I go downstairs to see if he's there, but he's already left for work. Back upstairs in their bedrooms, Delilah is still sound asleep, but Leo has begun to stir. Delilah won't be going to school today. I debate keeping Leo home. There's really no reason for him to go to Charlotte's if Delilah and I are home. But he's been having such a hard time at Charlotte's of late. It would be confusing to him if I were to keep him home. Tomorrow he'd cry twice as hard. And besides, Charlotte promised me that that Brody boy wouldn't be there. The thing Leo hates most about Charlotte's is gone. I can't just keep him here to catch Delilah's germs. I go into Leo's bedroom. He's out of bed, playing with his toys on the floor. I sit down beside him and pull him into my lap. "Hey, baby," I say, kissing the top of his head. His hair is mussed up. He smells like sleep. We play with his toys together for a while. It's a firehouse playset. He's the fireman while I'm the Dalmatian. There's a fire on the other side of the bedroom. Our fireman and dog hop in the toy fire truck and Leo pushes it across the floor to put the fire out. After a while, I say to Leo, "Miss Charlotte called last night. She said you've been having trouble with another boy at her house." I pause. Wait for Leo's reaction. "A boy named Brody." Leo's whole body stiffens at the sound of this boy's name. His face turns red, his eyes fill with tears. I wrap my arms around him. I wish I had known that this boy was being mean to you, Leo. I would have liked to help, I say. It isn't an indictment. I'm not blaming Leo for not telling me about the abuse. But I want Leo to know he can tell me anything. Miss Charlotte says that Brody won't be coming back to her house to play. It's just you and the other kids from here on out. How does that sound? Leo shyly smiles. He likes the sound of that. Delilah wakes up. Her fever is back. She looks glassy-eyed. Her voice is rasping and she holds a hand to her throat like it hurts. I take her temperature. Again, it's 103. I give her another dose of medicine. I help her down the stairs to the sofa and get her something to drink. She has no appetite. She watches cartoons while Leo gets ready to go to Charlotte's house. Delilah waits in the car when I drop Leo off. I tell Charlotte that Delilah won't be coming after school because she's sick. It's just Leo, I say. Leo steps up to the door. He looks inside. He doesn't cry. Back at home, Delilah returns to the sofa. She's all tuckered out from the quick drive to the sitter's house. This fever has gotten the better of her. I sit beside her for a while, with her head on my lap. In time, I get up to look for my phone, to let Josh know that Delilah is sick. I take a lap around the house, but don't find it. I must have left it in the car when I took Leo, along with my purse. I peek on Delilah before going to the garage to get the phone. She's sound asleep. The garage is detached. It's a good 50 feet from our house to the garage door. The day is wet. I step out the back door and into the weather. I pull the door closed. I don't like the way I feel as I turn my back to it. But Delilah won't be alone long. I'll be back in 30 seconds if I'm quick. I run through the rain. The yard is covered in puddles. I step in them and they splash, soaking my lower half. I'll need to change my pants when I get back in. The lower-lying parts of the yard have begun to flood. I go in through the side door, not the roll-up door. I step inside and go to the car. I yank open the passenger's side door, and there it is, my purse. Except that I'm in a hurry. When I go to pick it up, I grab from the bottom. The contents of the purse spill onto the floor mat. Shit, I say, as I lean in to collect them. A tube of lipstick has rolled beneath the seat. I lower myself down, stretch my arm beneath the seat to get it. "Good morning, Meredith," I hear. The sound of her voice throws me into an even greater state of imbalance. I jolt upright. I wheel around to face her, standing behind me. "Bea," I say, putting my hand to my heart. "You startled me." I'm on edge all the time. Bea comes fully into the garage. "You don't look good," she says to me. I haven't showered. My hair is thrown into a sloppy bun. I'm wearing sweats, which I wore to drop Leo off with Charlotte. If not for that, I'd be in my pajamas still. Other than the coffee Josh left, I haven't had anything to eat or drink. I feel weak, small in comparison to Bea. My heart thumps. It's dizzying, loud. I'm certain Bea can hear it. "Are you all right?" she asks. Every time I close my eyes, I see her, I confess. I can't keep doing this. I can't keep going on like this. "You need to keep your shit together, Meredith," Bea warns, "for a little while longer. We are so close to getting away with this." I'm done, I breathe out. I can't keep this secret anymore. The husband is already guilty, according to the court of public opinion. He'll be arrested soon. Then our lives can go on. Everything will go back to normal. Normal? I ask, staggered. What even is normal anymore? I will never be normal again. I tell her, they won't arrest him if they don't find her body.
What do you know, Meredith?
She asks reproachfully. Without a body, how can anyone be sure she's even dead? She picks holes in my theory.
People have been convicted of murder without a body before. All they need is enough circumstantial evidence to convince a jury she's dead.
Circumstantial evidence? I ask. Like what? The details of the investigation are hush-hush. We only know some. There were dogs looking for her. They didn't find her, or else we'd know. B says,
her bloody clothes.
What did you do with her clothes? I ask. I think of the way she wrenched Shelby's clothes from her body that night, letting her head drop, unsupported. It was ungentle. B doesn't say what she's done with Shelby's clothes, but from her silence, I surmise. You're going to frame Jason. You're using her clothes to frame him. My hand goes to my mouth in disbelief.
Since when are you and he on a first-name basis? She asks.
Have you forgotten that Shelby was a client of mine? I ask. I know Jason. I know him well enough. He has a child, Bea, a baby girl. She just lost her mother. She can't lose her father, too. I won't let you do this to him, I say. And for the first time, I'm sure. Killing Shelby is one thing, but letting Jason take the fall for it is another, because that's premeditated and purposeful. I can't get Grace off my mind, imagining her growing up without a mother's or a father's love. I'm calling the police. The conviction in my voice is unmistakable. I see a change come over Bea. She's bemused at first. She stares, open-mouthed.
You can't do that,
she pleads with me. Her voice changes, becoming less domineering, more desperate. She softens, and for the first time since we killed Shelby, I see that tough exterior crack.
Please, Meredith, please think this through. I beg of you,
Bea says.
I can't go to jail. I wouldn't survive it. I'm not as strong as you are.
No, you're not, I tell her. You're stronger. She shakes her head. She doesn't believe that she is stronger than me.
If I go to jail, Kate will leave me. She'll move on while I'm gone. We'll have nothing when we finally get out. You and me. Not one fucking thing, Meredith.
She's begging now. I close my eyes. I imagine a world 10 or 12 years from now, when Bea and I are finally released from prison. Delilah and Leo would be teenagers by then. They'd be in high school. I wouldn't get to see them grow up. They might hate me because of it. They might be resentful, embarrassed, ashamed. Would Josh bring them to visit me? Would I even want them to come, to see me incarcerated? Josh, in my absence, might find and fall in love with another woman. It kills me to consider these things. We'll get a good lawyer, I tell her. Josh has clients who are defense attorneys. We'll find one who can help us. Think about it, Bea. We have no prior criminal charges. Neither of us has been charged with a prior DUI. We can work out a plea bargain.
And what would that be? She asks, miffed. 5 years instead of 10? Do you have any fucking clue what 5 years in jail would be like? We wouldn't survive 5 minutes.
It doesn't matter what the consequences are. I can't live with Shelby's death on my conscience. I don't want to live like this. Shelby will never see her daughter grow up. Why should I? I'm sorry, Bea. I have to do this. Another change comes over Bea. She turns hard.
The hell you are, she says.
Suddenly, I'm a liability. I am the only thing standing between her and her freedom. I go to leave, but Bea is in my way, blocking me from leaving. I'm wedged between the car door and the garage wall. There's hardly any room to scoot past. I ask, what if I told the police that I was the one driving the car that night? What if I said that you had too much to drink and I offered to drive? I was the one who ran into Shelby. It was my idea, taking her out to the woods, hiding her. I did it while you were passed out drunk in the back seat. Her tone is flat.
No one will believe you,
she says. She steps toward me. The lights in the garage are off. The only light comes from outside, though the day is gray. Hardly any light gets in. Why's that? I ask. I'm not a good liar, but the police have no proof to the contrary. It would be my word against theirs. They'd have no choice but to believe it.
because you couldn't have pulled all that off without me. You weigh like 100 pounds, Meredith, sopping wet. There's no way you could have moved her all on your own. There's no way you could have buried her.
I did my part, I tell her. I pulled my weight that night.
But you couldn't have done it without me. No one will believe you. We'll still both go to jail.
I remind her, we killed a woman, Bea. We took a life. My phone is there on the car's floor mat. My eyes fall to it. I lean down and reach for it before she can stop me. Bea sees what I've done and she comes at me, trying to take the phone out of my hand. She'll never let me call the police. The battery icon shows red. Soon my phone will be dead. We tussle over the phone. She tries to rip it out of my hands. I pull back. I shove her. I don't mean to. I just react. Bea reels back into the sheathing, which is riddled with exposed nails. Josh and I talk about them all the time. We talk about how those nails on the garage walls are a hazard. We worry about the kids cutting themselves on one. We worry about things like tetanus. Josh has talked about using the bolt cutters to cut the nails back, but he never did. Bea falls into them. They lance her arm. She's bleeding, but I don't think she knows that she is. She's slowed down because of the fall. I use it to my advantage, to move quickly. I have to get away from her. If I get to the house, I can lock the door behind myself. There, I can call the police. I'll confess to what I've done. I'll let Bea decide what she wants to confess to when the police come looking for her. But I only get as far as the other side of the car. She's quick. She catches me there, grabbing me by the arm.
Give me the phone,
she snaps, clutching my arm so tight it hurts.
Give me the fucking phone, Meredith.
I try to pull my arm away, but can't. I spin around to face her. Bea's eyes are enraged. I'm about to tell her no, that I won't give her the fucking phone. But the words get stuck in my throat. Bea now wields a hammer. Josh's hammer, which she must have grabbed from his workbench on the way past. What do you think you're going to do with that? I ask.
Just give me the phone and I'll put it down, she says.
I almost believe her. Bea doesn't want to hurt me. I know this.
Until what happened with Shelby, Bea bore no malice toward me, toward anyone. She was benevolent. But the Bea I see now has her back to a wall. I have no idea how far she's willing to go to protect herself and her freedom. She holds her free hand out. "Give me the fucking phone, Meredith." I tell her no. I can't do that. I glance down at my phone and find the keypad. She hoists the hammer above her head. "Don't fucking test me," she screams. "Or what?" I challenge. "What will you do to me, Bea?" She says nothing. I call her bluff. Bea is my friend. We've known each other for years. It's not like I'm Shelby. Bea didn't know Shelby. She had no affinity toward her. It was far easier to do what she did to Shelby than to hurt me. I turn away from her. I'll go back to the house and call the police from there. But as I turn, I'm shocked to see Delilah standing in the open garage door, watching us. She holds the TV's remote control in her hands. Her hair spills across her face. Her eyes are punch-drunk with fever and fear. "Mommy," she says. Her tiny voice wobbles. Seeing Bea with the hammer just steps behind me, listening to Bea and me fight. It all happens at the very same time. Delilah's eyes turn to swimming pools. They fill with tears. "Mommy, the remote doesn't work," she says, as I feel the immobilizing pain of the hammer striking my head from behind. It's more shock than pain. I try to speak, to tell her to run. But my words are suddenly slurred. My legs collapse and I'm falling. The garage spins. The cold garage floor catches me, and then all there is blackness.
Leo. Now. The cops brought you back to our place, just long enough to pack up your stuff. The rest of us wait downstairs, while you go up alone. We're all guilty of assuming you're pretty much helpless. We've forgotten you're the same girl who survived 11 years in some hellhole, who crafted your own shank to stab a man with and set yourself free. Not many people could do that. You're stronger than we think. You're stronger than you think. This is what the cops came up with at the police station. There's something called false memories. They feel real, like real memories, but they're not. People's minds can deceive them, or they can be tricked into remembering things that never happened in the first place. Memory can be manipulated. Ideas can be implanted inside a person's head. That's what they think happened to you. As the cops continued to pry, you remembered being read to from a newspaper, seeing Dad's and Mom's pictures in that paper before your world went dark. The cops dug up an old article from the paper online, and Dad's picture was exactly as you described it. Dad standing in front of our blue house. There was another picture inset into the text. This was one of Mom. The caption, "Suburban Mom Found Dead of Apparent Suicide." The article had been added to the AP Newswire, which meant it ran in papers almost everywhere. For whatever reason, Eddie and Martha found the article. They made you believe you were Delilah, and that the people in the pictures were your dad and Mom. There's no saying why, not unless the cops find them. But the man cop guesses that Eddie and Martha were obsessed with Delilah's high-profile case, or they were copycat criminals. They got off on taking you. They either pretended or believed that you were that elusive missing girl who captured the attention of the world and quickly earned celebrity status. My sister. It's taking a long time for you to pack up your things, but no one wants to rush you because you're going through a lot of heavy stuff right now. You need a minute alone. We sit in the kitchen and wait. Dad gets everyone water. The good news is that your DNA is a real match to some missing kid in the database. Your name is Carly Bird, and you're 16 years old. You disappeared about a week after my sister did, from some place near St. Louis. You got snatched off your own street. There's no saying why someone deemed my sister's story newsworthy, and yours not. After about a half hour of waiting for you, Dad goes to see if you need help. Almost immediately, he starts hollering from the top of the stairs. "She's gone! She's gone!" I take the steps 2 at a time to find that the room is empty and the clothes Dad bought for you still in their drawers. You've run away. The window is open. My sister's bedroom is on the 2nd floor, but there's a roof and a trellis just outside. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and you're desperate.
Meredith. 11 years ago. May. My hearing returns to me first, to a limited degree. What I hear is spotty, sporadic. Slurred words, wind rushing through a tunnel, drumsticks tapping a snare drum. I can't make sense of it. I press my eyes closed, avoiding sensory input. It's too much. Vomit rises in the back of my throat, and I swallow it down. My head throbs. It pulsates in my ears, my temples, the backs of my eyes. Someone hums. I don't know where I am or why I'm here. I must have been dreaming. I force my eyes open to see the world hurtling past. It's dizzying, disorienting. My vision is blurred. It comes and goes, clouding over with fog before clearing. Rain falls, everything a monochrome shade of gray. I'm cold. I shake. Things beside me start to take shape, my world coming slowly into focus. I see a child's board book, a dog leash, a booster seat thrust to the floor, my feet on it. Gray and red with a pink water bottle angled in the cup holder. It's Delilah's water bottle. It's Delilah's booster seat. Plastic covers hang from the headrests of the front row seats to protect the fabric from little feet. I'm in the back seat of my own car. I sit slowly up, my body sore. I find that I'm bent over a car seat, the knobby parts of it pressing into my skin, leaving marks. There's the imprint of the chest clip on my arm. It's Leo's car seat. I sit fully upright, looking desperately around. Where is Leo? Where is Delilah? Why am I here? The car is in motion. It's going fast. Disequilibrium overwhelms me. I grip the first thing I see to steady myself. B is in the driver's seat. B is driving my car. Her window is open an inch. It moves her hair. Somehow or other, the rain doesn't get in. The radio is on. B speaks to herself, something agitated, incomprehensible. It all comes rushing back to me then. B and me arguing. B with the hammer. Delilah standing scared in the open garage door. After that, nothing. Blackness. The first words out of my mouth are, "Where is she?" My words are garbled when they come. My lips are sluggish, unable to form words. The pounding in my head intensifies when I speak. I press my hands to my head, drill my palms into my eye sockets. It helps nothing. I pull my hands away. I try again. What did you do with her? This time, words form. "You're awake," she says, glancing over her shoulder at me. As she does, she tugs on the steering wheel by accident. The car swerves. A car horn blares. Bea looks back ahead. She rights the car before we get hit. "What did you do with Delilah?" I demand. Bea doesn't say. Her lack of a response makes me frantic, desperate. I need to know where my daughter is. I need to know what she's done to my child. I grab for the door handle, try and force open the door. My first thought is to jump from the moving vehicle and make a run for it. But I can't because the door doesn't budge. The child locks have been activated. I don't know how long I was unconscious. Long enough for Bea to do something to Delilah, to get me in the car and drive. I look out the window. I try and orient myself as to where we are. We haven't gone far. We're only a few blocks from home. If I can just get out of the car, I can get back to Delilah. I can see if she's okay. "Did you hurt her?" I ask. I'm terrified that Bea has done something to her. Delilah watched as she hit me over the head with the hammer. Delilah saw too much. Bea couldn't just let her go. I slide to the other side of the back seat. I try and open that door. It, too, is unopenable. I go to put the power window down, but it's locked. Bea has thought of everything. Desperate, I smack my hands against the window to try and draw attention to us, to myself, trapped here in the back seat of my own car. Bea snaps, "Stop it, Meredith. What the fuck do you think you're doing?" "Let me out of here," I say, feeling like a caged animal. "You can't do this, Bea. You can't do this to me." The only thing I can think to do is lunge into the front seat of the car, to forcibly gain control of it. A rush of adrenaline counters the pain in my body and head as I, impetuously, press myself into the narrow space between the two front seats and start to go. But then I see it, sitting there on the passenger's seat. A knife. Bea grabs for it at the same time as me. She gets there first. I go rigid. "What are you doing with that?" I ask, terrified that she already used the knife to do something to Delilah. "Just do what I say and no one gets hurt." Her voice is controlled. I sit back in my seat. I have no other choice. My mind is in flux, trying to figure out how to get out of this. I come up empty, despairing because of it. What is Bea planning to do to me? What has she done to Delilah? Bea drives through town. We turn right, then left, then right again. It isn't aimless. She's hatched a plan. We leave our town and enter another, and then another, where it's less populated, more industrial than residential. "Take me home," I beg as she drives. "Please, just take me home. We can forget this ever happened, I promise you, Bea. I won't go to the police. What happened to Shelby stays between you and me." She ignores me at first, but I keep pressing until she snaps. "Shut up, Meredith. Please just shut the fuck up." Her tone is cold, direct. She pulls into the parking lot of a run-down motel just off the highway. The building is ochre in color. It's single-story. There is a dumpster in the parking lot, picnic tables, a vending machine. She parks my car in the nearly empty lot. Bea grabs my purse from the floor of the car. She tells me what's going to happen. "You're going to go in there and get a room. For a month. Pay cash," she says. She goes through my wallet and then hers, gathering dollar bills. She leans into the back seat and presses them into my hand. "Check into your room. Get the key," she says. "And what if I don't?" I ask. So I watched with my own eyes what Bea did to Shelby. I've witnessed the cover-up, the lies. Hard-pressed, Bea is capable of anything. "You don't want anything to happen to Delilah, do you?" she asks. And there's a glimmer of hope. Delilah is alive. Unless Bea is lying to me. Bea gets out of the car. She tucks the knife into the back pocket of her jeans and hides it beneath the hem of her shirt. She comes around the side of the car and opens the door for me. It takes me a minute to get to my feet. I'm unbalanced, my head still throbbing. "Don't do anything stupid, Meredith. I will be just outside watching. Remember, I'm the only one who knows where Delilah is. Don't test me." I swallow hard. I don't know what Bea has done with Delilah, but if she's alive, I have to get back to her. I have to do what Bea says. I have to behave. For Delilah's sake. Bea follows me to the motel office. She stands far enough back that security cameras, if the motel has them, wouldn't reach. The clerk takes my cash and hands me a key. She doesn't look up long enough to see that I'm not right. Bea and I walk to the room. She tells me to unlock the door. With shaking hands, I do. She tells me to turn on the light, to close the blinds. She touches nothing. I'm sensitive to this. "What are you going to do to me, Bea?" She doesn't say. The motel room is squalid. The carpeting is stained. The plaster flakes off the walls. "Delilah is sick," I tell her, pleading now. "She's overdue for medicine. Her fever will be back by now. She'll be burning up. She'll need Tylenol." Bea says nothing apropos of this. Instead, "I need you to find paper and a pen." I do what she says. I don't ask. I go rummaging through drawers to find what Bea needs. But this isn't the kind of place to have free paper and pens. Instead, I come across an outdated phone book in a drawer. I tear a page from it. Bea has a pen. She wipes it on a sleeve before passing it to me. "Write this down," she says. "Write, Delilah is safe. She is fine." I look at Bea, not understanding. "Just do it," she says when I hesitate. "Write down Delilah is safe. She is fine." I'm not quick to do it. Why would she want me to write that down? She reaches for the knife in the back pocket of her jeans, holding it to me. "I'm not messing around, Meredith. I need you to write it down. If you do what I say, I'll go and get Delilah for you. I'll bring her here. But you have to do this for me first." "Okay," I say, acquiescing. I write the words down because of her promise to bring Delilah to me and because of the knife at my throat. I don't know that I have another option. All I can think is that Bea plans to leave us in this dingy motel for the months that we've paid for. She's going to make Josh think we've run away, which will buy her time to figure out what to do. It's not a bad plan. I could survive a month here. What I don't understand is why Bea didn't bring Delilah and me at the same time. She must have a reason, but maybe the two of us together was too much to manage. When I'm through, I hold the paper out to her to take. "Set it on the dresser," she says. I do. "You understand, this needs to look like a suicide," Bea says. I hear her words. They reach my ears, but they don't get interpreted by my brain. They don't make it that far. I don't have time to comprehend what she's said. I don't have time to react. A second later, I feel the excruciating sting of the knife blade slicing across my wrists. I scream, backing away from her. "I'm sorry to be so direct," she says, following. "But you did this to yourself, Meredith. If only you could have kept your mouth shut, this wouldn't be happening. I warned you. I told you to just let it go, to forget about what happened that night. You couldn't. I never wanted to hurt you or Delilah," she says. "You left me no choice. I told you so many times, I can't go to jail. What did you expect me to do?" She lashes out. Again, the blade scores my wrist. It bleeds. I press my palm to it to try and control the bleeding. I try backing away from her in the room, but the room is small, boxy. B, with the knife, stands between me and the door. There's no way out. The motel is vacant, or nearly vacant, right now. The parking lot empty. If I were to scream, no one would hear. No one would come. This is how she plans to do it, then. B plans to make the world believe I slashed my own wrists, that I was a desperate woman. Suicidal. I hide my arms behind myself, thinking that will buy me time. I don't expect her to have an alternative plan. But then, in an instant, I feel the knife plunge into my gut. I watch in horror as B yanks the knife back out of me. It's so spontaneous. It knocks the wind out of me, makes it almost impossible to breathe. As I watch, the redness spreads from my center. My hands go to the blood, holding it back. B takes an inappreciable step backward. She watches me flounder, knife at the ready in case once wasn't enough. She says, "I never wanted it to come to this. You were my friend." She cries. Standing there, watching me struggle, tears drip from her eyes. "Why couldn't you just leave it be?" she screams. The shock sets in, replacing pain. My legs lose the strength to hold me up. I stagger, reaching out to her for help. "I'm sorry," she cries. "I'm so fucking sorry, Meredith." She steps away from me. She turns her back to me. She can't watch me die. She presses her fingers into her ears so she can't hear. I collapse onto the motel floor. The floor catches my body, and I think what a relief it is to lie down. I'm so tired. For the first time in days, I think that I could sleep.
Kate. Now. B and I are in the kitchen when the doorbell rings. I've just gotten home from work and I'm telling B about my day, while she makes chicken enchiladas for us for dinner. B chops a pepper while the chicken browns in a skillet on the stove. My mouth waters. My day, as always, was incredibly busy, so that I didn't have time to sit down for lunch. I ate on the go instead, a nibble here, a nibble there between patients. Today was difficult. I had to put down a dog I've been treating for a long time. No matter how many times I do it, it never gets easy or routine. I euthanize patients almost every day. Even harder than that are the days I get vilified by clients. The animals I adore. Their humans are another story. "Are you expecting someone?" I ask B at the sound of the doorbell. "I don't think so," she says, turning the heat off under the chicken. I carry my wine with me, following her to the front door. It's early evening, just after 5 o'clock. Outside, the day is still bright. B pulls the door open, and there stand Josh and Leo on the porch, a couple of uniformed police officers on the porch step below them. Concern lines their faces. There are tears in Josh's and Leo's eyes. The likeness to that night 11 years ago renders me momentarily speechless. as I picture Josh with little Leo by his side, arms wrapped around Josh's leg, the storm raging in the background. The night their nightmare began. 11 years later, it's still ongoing. "What is it?" Bea asks. "What's wrong?" I set my wine on the coffee table. Josh says, "She's gone. She's run away." And it's all so similar to the night Meredith and Delilah first disappeared that I'm caught off balance, left open-mouthed. Josh doesn't look like himself. He hasn't in quite some time. Our friendship has waned over the years. We see each other far less. When we do, Bea and I have to be cautious to censor what we say. We don't ever mention Meredith or Delilah. It's been just about a week since we heard the incredible news that Delilah had finally, after all those years, made a safe return. I'd given up hope of her ever coming home. For as much as I wanted to see her, I didn't want to impose on Josh. Bea and I had made the decision to wait until the media left, until the hoopla died down, to go and welcome Delilah home. But now Josh is here in our doorway, telling us she's gone, that she's run away. And all I can do is stare open-mouthed while Bea does the talking. My heart is breaking for him inside. "Not again. Please," I silently plead. "Don't let him lose her again." "Delilah ran away?" Bea asks. Josh says, shaking his head. "Yes. No, yes. It's a long story. Have you seen her? The girl?" And that's the moment I know that this girl, living inside Josh and Leo's house for the past week, is not who she claimed to be. Josh has been duped again. He looks broken. Standing beside Josh, Leo looks lost. "Carly," he utters beneath his breath, and then more pronounced. "Her name is Carly." One of the police officers steps forward. "Would you mind if we take a look around your property for a missing child?" he asks. "Of course," Bea says. "Whatever you need." Bea and I slip into shoes and follow them out in case we can be of any help. The reporters, I see when we do, are having a field day with this. They don't step onto our property, but they stand at the edge of it, camera ready in case something newsworthy happens, which it already is. I catch up with Josh and take his hand into mine. I can't imagine what he's going through, after all these years of searching, to think he'd found his daughter only to have her taken away again. For the past 11 years, he and Leo have lived a quiet life, a private life. I wish I'd been a better friend to them over the years. We tried early on, but Josh was so snowed under by grief that it was hard. He pushed us away. We gave up. We didn't even invite him to our wedding because it didn't seem right to force our happiness on him, who was sad. I should have tried harder. I should have done more. There are police cars outside Josh and Leo's house. There are a half-dozen officers on foot, each searching in a different direction for this missing girl. We walk our property. It's not large by any means, but there are towering trees with branches and leaves that hang low. There are also hedges where a person, if she wanted to, could conceivably hide. The police officers search the hedges. She's not there. We make our way around the side of the house, following the concrete walkway into the backyard. One of the officers investigates the shrubs. Another asks, "Mind if we search the garage?" He goes to it, sizing up Bea's music studio from the outside. The studio is a near replica of our house. It's smaller, of course, a story and a half tall with a storage space on the upper floor. We don't use that storage space. We don't need to. If anything, Bea keeps old recording equipment in there. Between Bea and me, we don't have many belongings. And what we have can easily fit into the spare bedroom in the house. Bea goes to the studio and jiggles the door handle. She stands taller than the police officer by an inch or two. I stand, watching her in her jeans and her black t-shirt and her sneakers. She looks troubled. Like Josh, B changed significantly after what happened to Meredith and Delilah. I suppose we all did. B became less relaxed, less carefree, more overburdened. She spent more time in solitude working on her music, though she never produced much. She lost interest in having kids. "The door is locked," she says to the police officer. B always keeps that door locked. She has expensive equipment in there, and nearly everyone in the neighborhood knows exactly what she uses the space for. It isn't so unlikely to think someone might try to make off with her equipment when no one's looking. The officer asks, "Do you mind opening it for us?" B says, "It's been locked all day, officer. No one could have gotten inside." There's something about B's response that lies heavy on me. B is right. Short of telekinesis, there's of course no way a person could have gotten through the locked door. There's one window on the building, and it's upstairs. There's no easy way up aside from scaling the yellow siding. And yet, if I was B, I'd open the door and let the police officer see for himself that no one is there. "Are you saying you won't open the door?" he asks, staring B down. Josh no longer holds my hand. He's let go, moved closer to B and the officer. "That's not what I said. I just don't see how anyone could have gotten inside. I'm worried you're wasting your time," she says. And then I realize that she's not being insubordinate and unwilling. She's trying to save them from a pointless search. B is helping. "B," Josh says. "We don't know how long the girl has been gone. Carly," Leo interjects again. He hovers somewhere behind me. "Her name is Carly." This time when he says it, he enunciates each word at a time. Josh swallows hard. "We don't know how long Carly has been gone," he says, putting emphasis on her name. "Or how far she could have gotten by now. Please, B, please just open the door and let them see, so we can get on with the search." "Of course," B says, offering Josh a faint smile. She looks embarrassed. B doesn't embarrass easily. She didn't mean to be a burden, but from the looks of things, she has been. I offer her a sympathetic smile, knowing she was only trying to help. "Of course," she says again, dropping her eyes. "I was just trying to save you time. I'm happy to open the door if that's what you need. Just let me go get the key," she says, as she steps past the rest of us and makes her way to the concrete walk, rounding the side of the house for the front door, which we left unlocked. The rest of us wait, unspeaking. The day is hot. Sweat drips from me, from all of us, though we're standing still. The trees block the sun, though there isn't the slightest hint of a breeze. It's stifling hot, a muggy Indian summer day. The mosquitoes and bees buzz around, attracted to our sweat. It takes an eternity for B to come back. Josh and the officers get anxious. "What's taking her so long?" someone asks, looking to me expectantly, as if I have the answer. "Maybe she's misplaced it," I suggest. There's a mirror in our entryway with brass pegs where we keep our keys. It wouldn't be hard to find. "I'll go check on her." I head in the same direction B went. The front door, when I get to it, is open a couple of inches, as if she tried to slam the door closed behind herself, but it didn't latch. I gingerly push the door open. I step inside the house and close the door behind me, feeling like a fish in a fishbowl with the reporters watching from just outside. I call out for B. There's no response. I try again. "B?" Only silence follows. My eyes go to the brass pegs that outfit the bevel-edged mirror in the entryway. Only my keys are there. I slip out of my shoes, dashing up the stairs in my bare feet. I try our bedroom first. It's empty, though one of B's dresser drawers has been pulled clear out and overturned on the floor. She was looking for something. I check the bathroom, The spare bedroom. All empty. Running back down the wooden steps, I slip, my feet sliding out from beneath me. I land on my backside, feeling the pain of it radiate through my tailbone. I curse out loud at Bea, blind to what she's doing, but knowing it's something reckless and rash, something that leaves me in a bind. I'm mad. I'm scared and confused. I press myself up from the steps, rubbing my backside. I limp to the kitchen, where our half-made dinner sits abandoned. Through the glass door, I see Josh, Leo, and the police officers in our backyard, still taking stock of Bea's music studio. My cell phone sits on the kitchen counter. I pick it up and try calling Bea. She doesn't answer. Only seconds after I've ended the call, does she text. Forgive me. I didn't mean for any of it to happen. My heart races wildly inside me. Forgive you for what? I type immediately back, punching each letter into the keypad. My question goes unanswered. Where are you? I ask. She doesn't reply. I try calling again. It rings once before going to voicemail. I call again and again, feeling frantic now, wondering what Bea has done that she didn't mean to do. What am I to forgive her for, other than leaving me in the lurch like this? What is she running from? I hurry barefoot back around the side of the house, my bra strap sliding out from beneath a sleeveless shirt, falling down my arm. I force it up, it falls again. My heart is beating hard inside my chest. My mind is restless, reeling. Where did Bea go? What is she up to? My hair hangs in my eyes, wet with sweat. She's gone, I tell them, breathless when I return to the backyard. My chest hurts. I can't catch my breath. What do you mean she's gone? Josh asks. I don't know, Josh. I don't know. The house is empty. I looked everywhere for her. I tried calling her. She texted this, I say, forcing my cell phone into Josh's hands. He looks at it, at Bea's disclosure, and asks, what does this mean? I shake my head. I don't know. Josh passes the phone to the officers. Bea's car is parked in the alley beside mine. Wherever she went on foot. She can't be far. Can you let us inside the garage, ma'am? One of the officers asks. There's something in there that Bea doesn't want the police to see. Stolen audio equipment is all that comes to mind. But Bea and I have enough money. She could buy anything she needs. I don't know where the key is, I admit. There's only one. It's gone. Bea must have taken it with her when she ran off, I say, ashamed for many reasons, but mostly that Bea cut and run and left me in the dark like this. It's so unlike Bea. I go on to explain, my eyes moving between Josh and the officers. I never go in there. It's Bea's space. It's where she works. I don't like to intrude. I'm spinning, remembering how I used to have a key to the studio. But then, many, many years ago, Bea told me how she thought someone had tried to break in. She installed a new handle on the door herself, something more secure and foolproof. She boarded up the one window with plywood, though the only person getting up there without a ladder was Spider-Man. It seemed excessive and a bit paranoid, if I'm being honest. But I told myself at the time that if it made Bea feel more safe, so be it. I didn't argue. It was shortly after all that happened with Shelby Tebow, Meredith, and Delilah. The whole neighborhood was on edge. It was understandable that Bea might want to take extra security measures to feel safe. The new lock, she said, only came with the one key. She told me she'd have another made for me. Now that I think about it, she never did. One of the officers asks, "Do we have your permission to knock the door down?" Without hesitation, I say, "Yes, of course." I need to know what Bea has been keeping from me. The officer goes back to his vehicle. Minutes later, he comes back with a battering ram. It doesn't take long. The door busts violently open, ricocheting off the wall. From where we stand, I see B's equipment. Nothing looks amiss. I release my pent-up breath. The officers step heedfully inside the studio. One has a hand on the weapon in his holster. Josh makes an attempt to follow.
Sir,
One of the officers says firmly.
you need to stay put.
Josh does as he's told. He, Leo, and I stand together, waiting. It's all so like that day they found Meredith, when the female detective told Josh, there in the parking lot of that seedy motel, that Meredith was dead of an apparent suicide, which was later confirmed by autopsy. He fell to pieces on the concrete lot. The rest of the day was a blur for all of us. I don't remember much. From where we stand, I just barely see the officers probing around B's space. It doesn't seem like they're finding anything of interest to them. Suddenly, the officers stand at attention. One of them points upward, to where the attic is. The three move to the stairs. They start to climb, their movements in sync. After a half-dozen steps, they drop from view. I can't see them anymore. There is a door at the top of those steps, I remember. It must be locked. The officers don't ask this time. Instead, I hear the unmistakable sound of them breaking it down. The scream that reaches my ears as the door bursts open is shrill. Terrified. Female. A girl. The girl Josh and Leo are looking for. But why? For what reason would B shelter this girl in her music studio? I can think of none. My knees buckle, my legs give. I sag onto the lawn. Josh breaks into a run, but Leo tries stopping him, tries holding him back. Josh is stronger than Leo. With Leo hanging onto his arm, he drags Leo across the lawn and toward the studio door. I'm frozen to the ground, horror-struck as the police officers return with the girl. Except that when she emerges, she is not the same girl that I've been seeing on the news. Bruised and battered, malnourished, skittish. She is the spitting image of Meredith instead. Flaming red hair, fair skin, freckles, eyes the same as Meredith's mineral green. She's Meredith in her mannerisms, in the way she carries herself, in the way she stands. She's clean, well-fed, seemingly unharmed. She is no longer a cherubic little girl. She's developed into a lovely young lady who takes my breath away. Josh falls to his knees at her feet. "Daddy," she cries out, lowering herself to the ground, collapsing into him. Leo, at first hesitant, rushes to them, and together they hold each other and cry. Delilah. It's Delilah. I feel ashamed, deceived, horrified, hurt, confused. How did Delilah come to be here in B's studio after Meredith killed herself? For 11 years she's been here, in my backyard, and I didn't know? I don't have to wonder for long. Josh also wonders. "How?" he asks. "How did you—" He's at a loss for words, unable to grasp what's happening. Meredith left a note when she killed herself. Something to the effect of, "Delilah is safe. She is fine. You'll never find her. Don't even try." The realization stuns me. Meredith chose B to watch over Delilah after she was gone. She entrusted Delilah to B. B was making good on a promise to Meredith. She was honoring Meredith's last request. But why? Why would Meredith ever keep Delilah from Josh? My thoughts are derailed with Delilah's next words. "I was there," Delilah says, "when she killed Mommy." The world falls silent. And then I hear, "No." Vehemently at first, and then screamed again and again, with more passion, more fury. "No. No. No!" It's only when all eyes fall to me that I realize those are my words, that I'm the one who's screaming. Later, after the police have completed their investigation, which includes interrogating me, they let me into B's studio. I don't know what to expect as I ascend the steps and let myself into the upstairs attic where Delilah was kept for 11 years. The sole window is boarded up with plywood, except for a small circle, carved just big enough for an eye, out of which Delilah could see. For 11 years, she watched her father mow the lawn, watched Leo toss a ball to Wyatt the dog until he died. She watched flowers bloom and snow fall, but never felt the sun on her skin. She wasn't treated unkindly. Delilah has told the police as much. The stacks of books, of toys, of art supplies, the plentiful clothes suggest the same to me. And yet B took her childhood from her. She stole years of Delilah's life that she will never get back. She took her from her family. She stole her innocence and her freedom. Why? Because Delilah was witness to what B did to Meredith. As it turns out, Delilah didn't see B kill Meredith, though for 11 years she thought she did. What she saw was the commencing act. B immobilizing Meredith with a hammer, and Meredith falling unconscious to the ground. As B held her hand to Delilah's mouth and carried her running from the Dickeys' garage to ours, little Delilah was sure her mother was dead. B never told her otherwise. Delilah doesn't remember much from that day, though she remembers that when B came back, after leaving her alone for what felt like an eternity to a 6-year-old, she had medicine and ice cream. The upstairs of the garage is tiny and cramped. With the window boarded up, it's always gloomy, if not dark. The roof is a gable roof. Only where the edges meet to form a ridge could Delilah, at 17 years, stand fully upright. When she first came to this place at 6 years old, an impossibility that devastates me again and again. How B kept a child in here for 11 years. It would have been different. Then she would have been able to stand anywhere without hitting her head. There is no room for a bed. Instead, there's an air mattress where Delilah slept. It's covered with pink sheets and a pink comforter, suggesting that B was considerate of what Delilah liked. And yet there's no bathroom, other than the folding steel commode. The kind of thing meant for the elderly, who don't have the capacity to walk to and from a bathroom. The space smells of urine. Every so often, according to Delilah, presumably on days I worked, B would clean the commode out. She would fill buckets of warm, soapy water for Delilah to sponge bath. She would help her wash and braid her hair. I don't know that I'll ever be able to sort out this B from the one I loved. That same day that Delilah is found, the other missing child, Carly Bird, is found hiding out near an abandoned dam in Delwood Park. She's safe. She's fine, waiting at the police station for her family to come and take her home for good. 3 days later, the couple that kept Carly captive is found when they stupidly returned to their own home. They confess to her kidnapping and captivity. They'll be going to jail for a long time. She will never need to live in fear of them again. They were copycat criminals, inspired by Delilah's story. They wanted the same notoriety that Delilah's captor, B, had. They wanted full media coverage, attention, a nation in fear. I try to understand it, but can't. because what they did falls outside the realm of any rational thought. A few days after that, Bea is captured by police when she tries to procure a fake ID. At her arraignment, she pleads guilty to first-degree murder, vehicular homicide, concealment of a homicide, and aggravated kidnapping. I don't go to the arraignment. Josh goes and tells me later. It was Bea's blood the police found in Josh's garage. Bea kept Delilah all those years because she couldn't bring herself to kill her. Delilah knew too much. Bea couldn't let her go home to snitch. She had only two choices: kill or hide her. She chose the least bad option. Nothing will bring Meredith back to life, but perhaps restoring her reputation is the best that we can do. Leo has spent his life feeling neglected by her. Now he knows that his mother loved him fiercely. With Bea's confession, Shelby Tebow's husband Jason gets released from prison after erroneously serving 11 years. He goes home to nothing. His wife is dead, and the child he once believed they shared now lives with her real father. It's tragic. The consequences of what Bea did are overwhelming. She didn't just hurt one person. She hurt so many. She ravaged so many lives. It deeply disturbs me, not only because I feel guilty by association, but because the woman I loved, the one I thought I knew, the one I made a life with, has turned out to be selfish and cruel. Bea is a kidnapper. She is a murderer. She hid Delilah under my nose for 11 years. She let Josh and Leo search for her in vain. She let an innocent man rot in jail for over a decade of his life. I cry myself to sleep every night. I don't cry for me. I cry for all the lives Bea shattered. Only once do I take her call from prison. What were you planning to do? Keep Delilah there for the rest of her life? I ask, still finding it unfeasible that Bea kept a human being in there for 11 years. If she hadn't been caught, would Delilah still be there 11 years from now? Did Delilah ever try and escape? Did she scream? It wouldn't have mattered if she did. The garage is soundproof. I wouldn't have heard. I didn't have another choice. If I let her go, she would have told, she says. And I'm sorry I asked, because knowing this makes it feel worse. Bea takes a deep breath and says, I didn't mean for any of it to happen. I fucked up, Kate. I panicked. It was one colossal mistake that spiraled out of control. I never set out to hurt anyone. But you did, I say. You hurt everyone. I hang up before she can say more. I refuse to accept any more calls from her. In the evenings, Josh and I share a beer on his front porch sometimes. We watch Leo and Delilah together, doing things that brothers and sisters do. Kids are more buoyant than adults. They're quicker to bounce back. Even though Josh says there are times that Delilah shows a strange affinity toward Bea, wishing she could talk to her, that she could tell her something. She's adapted well, slipped right back into her old routine of teasing and taunting her brother. It's brought life back into Josh's eyes. Their home is a joyful one. They say time heals all wounds. Josh, Delilah, and Leo are evidence of this. As for me, I'm patiently waiting, but hopeful that my time will come soon.
We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Local Woman Missing by Mary Kubica. Performed by Brittany Presley, Jennifer Jill Araya, Gary Tiedemann, and Jesse Belinsky. Presented by Park Row Books and Harper Audio. This program was produced by B Audio Limited. Executive producer Jennifer Lopes. Text copyright 2021 by Mary Kubica. Production copyright 2021 by Harlequin Enterprises Limited. Used under license with Harlequin Books, S.A. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.